So good morning all. I'm CSK Vaidya. So here to take strategic management. So it's going to be a marathon batch. Yes, it's going to be a marathon batch, right? So we're going to cover the entire strategic management in a matter of say 15 to 16 hours, right? So that's what we are just planned for. So here we go with the concepts. You're going to give your May attempt, and this is a marathon batch which is relevant for May 2026, right? So before getting into this concept of strategic management, we'll straight away jump into it. um, it's important for you to understand certain concepts, right? You have to be very thorough with certain concepts, and for that we are going to look at certain things which I personally felt is important for you to understand before stepping in, before jumping into the subject, right? Because what many people do the mistake is they just start reading the subject, reading the hardcore heavy concepts out here, and they can't really understand the terminologies in the way you should identify and understand, right? Because ICA has its own understanding of certain concepts. So to understand and get a grip over the subject, I felt it is important for you to understand certain concepts. So that would be the first part here, right? So in that note, the first concept that we are going to look at is need versus wants. Now, what is a need and what is a want? We all would have read it in 11th, right? Need is something which you can't live without, right? That is essential, fundamental for your living. If that is not there, you can't live. That is needs, right? Fundamentally, roti, kapada, and makan, right? The food, cloth, and shelter. Now coming to wants, this is a very interesting concept here. What is wants? Wants are not the fundamentals or the essentials of life, or not the fundamentals or the essentials of life, but they sprout out of desire, right? They sprout out of desire. Now, can we live with just needs? Though we say needs are the fundamentals and only the thing that is required, right? Can we really live only with needs? It is not the case actually. We cannot live just with needs. We want wants, right? This want sprouts out of desires, right? Desire for status or comfort, right? You can't just say I will live just with food, water, and shelter, right? You need many other things, right? A good environment. You need luxury. You need mobile phones. You need some comfort. You need air conditioner. You need fridge, right? So those things are wants, and we live and we run not for needs but for wants, right? And if it is true for you, it is also true for businesses, right? So businesses run not for needs but for their wants, and we all would have sufficiently read this, that wants are unlimited in nature, right? Wants are unlimited. So does business wants too, right? The business wants are unlimited, right? That's the first concept. The next one is business. Now, what is a business really? Now, what is a business really? Business consists of economic activities organized by individuals or a group of individuals to create and exchange value. What is that? See, business is nothing but a set of economic activity that you do. It is not just a random activity. So they are not non-economic activities. They are economic activities done in pursuit of some value, right? So what exactly happens in a business is not that you get a product, you give money. Exactly what happens here is you exchange one value for another value, right? That is what we really call as business. And then what is scarcity? What is scarcity? Scarcity, the concept describes the condition where available resources are insufficient to satisfy all human wants at the same time. Now, what do I mean by that? Scarcity means there are resources, but that resources are insufficient, right? The concept of insufficiency is what we really call as scarcity, right? When there are 10 people there in the house, there is only food for 3 people or 5 people. That means the remaining is what we call as scarcity, right? So we can't satisfy all the wants, right? Because wants are unlimited in nature. That's what we saw in the first thing, right? Wants are unlimited in nature. and we can't satisfy all the wants. So what happens? Since we can't satisfy all the wants, there comes the concept of scarcity, and the scarcity is the fundamental aspect for this entire paper called strategic management. This entire concept of strategic management exists because there is existing something called scarcity, right? We'll discuss that why. Coming back to the next one, that is choices. Now, the wants are there. Is it necessary that the want should be satisfied in one particular way only? Definitely not, right? So, a want can be satisfied through many ways or many alternatives, right? That many alternatives, the availability of each alternative is what we call the choices, right? That is one thing. The next thing, since we can't satisfy all the wants, we have to select which want we have to satisfy, right? And that selection is also called choices, right? Must select specific alternatives while deliberately rejecting others. So here is the important aspect. When you choose, you just don't choose something in isolation, right? You also deliberately not choose something. Think about it, right? Choices are not just what you choose, it also what not you choose, right? Resources. Resources are the tangible and the intangible assets an organization controls to facilitate the activities. Meaning, we saw business is economic activities, right? How can an activity take place? It needs something, right? We need something to do an activity, right? If we want to think, if thinking is an activity, we need mind to think. If writing is an activity, we need this hand to write. Similarly, any activity for the purpose needs something, right? And that something is what we call as resources. And again, we would have read it that resources are limited in nature. Resources are very limited in nature, right? Since resources are limited in nature and the wants are unlimited in nature, there comes an element of scarcity, and we have to step in to manage the wants effectively such that the most important and the critical wants are satiated. Clear? Competition. Since there is an element of scarcity, that is, wants are unlimited, so does everyone's wants, right? Not just your wants are unlimited, everyone's wants are unlimited. Similarly, every business's wants are also unlimited, but the resources that satisfy the wants are limited in nature, right? So what is done? There comes an element of competition. Everyone will start to compete for the resources they have. The competition occurs when multiple entities were to satisfy similar market wants using limited resources, right? Now, value. We saw business is nothing but an economic activity where we exchange value, right? Value, right? What is value? Value is something which is perceived. It should be very clearly understood. Value is not a real thing, but it is what a customer perceives, right? They receive relative to the cost they incur, right? I'm exchanging something in return for something. Why I exchange that in return for something? Because I perceive that that product will have a certain value, and that value can satiate the want that I have. Clear? This is the concept of value. Coming to the concept of competitive advantage. Since there is competition, you have to perform better than others so that you can have a better control over the resources which are limited in nature, right? So for that you have to gain competitive advantage. And most importantly, it is not just enough to gain competitive advantage, it is also important to sustain what you have gained, right? It is true for everything, right? It is not about generating wealth, it is also about sustaining the wealth you have generated. The same concept. It is not about gaining competition, it is also about sustaining the competition that you have gained. So it's an organization's sustained ability to create more customer value than its rivals. Now, When you say there is a competitive advantage, when a business provides better value than others, they gain competitive advantage. How you are telling that? Simple. Business means what? Exchange of values, right? In a business, a customer will be there. He will exchange value for another value, right? Value is what the customer perceive, right? Now imagine I am a customer. I am going to business A and I am exchanging value. I am also going to business B in the same industry who is a competitor of business A, and I am exchanging value there, A and B, right? And somewhere I feel the value provided by A is more than value provided by B. To whom I will go? Obviously to A, right? So here A is gaining a competitive advantage over B. Clear? Intent. What do you mean by intent? Intent is a conscious, deliberate purpose that serves as a mental anchor. What does that mean? You are doing an action, right? You do an act. Why you do it? What is the purpose behind doing it? You are reading. What is the purpose behind reading? That is the intent or the intention behind doing something. Why you do something? Why you do the things the way you do? That what you really call as the intent, right? The next one is organization. What does that mean? An organization is a structured group of people. It is not just a group of people, it is a structured group of people collaborating to reach a common objective. Business is run by a person or a group of people, right? Business is run by group of people. That group of people should be organized in a particular framework. Only then the common goal can be achieved. Imagine there are four horses. There are four horses in a chariot. If all the four horses are not tied to a framework, each and every horse will go in its own direction, right? The chariot will not even move. So for the chariot to move to a particular place, all the four horses should move in the same direction. Am I right? For that, we need a framework within which the four horses are linked together. And that framework is what we really call as the organization. Clear? Next, the internal factors. These include all conditions and forces within the organization that are generally under its direct control. So when you say about factors, there are two types of factors. One is the internal, the other one is the external. We have internal and we have the external factors, right? Internal factors are those factors which is under your control to this is a very important thing, to a greater extent. That means what? Definitely not 100%. Nothing in this world is 100% in your control. If you realize this, life will be more peaceful, right? So does internal things. When you say about internal, what do you mean by internal? That which is within or the immediate control of the organization, right? That is what we call as internal. And external is beyond your control and definitely not 100%. That means what? Nothing is 100% out of control. You have to understand this also. When I say nothing is 100% in your control, it is also true that nothing is 100% not in your control is also not true, right? That means what? Can I control external environment? Yes, you can control external environment, but only to a very minimum extent, right? You may have 1% to 2% control max to max, right? If you have big leverage, political power and all those things, then the percentage may increase to say 5 to 10% max, but definitely not 90-95%. But here when I say to a greater extent, I mean 90 to 95% definitely it is under your control, right? So what is external? That which is beyond your control. And what is internal? That which is within your control, right? These include all conditions and forces within the organization that are generally under the direct control of the organization. External factors, this refers to conditions outside the organization that influences the performance but are largely beyond its control. Largely beyond, meaning it is not 100% beyond the control. Environment. Environment is simply means surrounding, right? Environment means surrounding. What is surrounding you is what you call as environment. And that environment can be divided into two. That environment again can be divided into two. That environment can be divided into internal and external. Now, what do I mean by internal? What do I mean by external environment? Let me give an example. Businesses are there for an objective, right? To achieve an objective. See, businesses are there. They want to create value, exchange value, do all those things. By why they do it? What is the intent behind doing any activity? We say economic activity, right? What is the intent behind it? Is it always profit? Not necessary. Yes, profit is the most important factor, but not always profit is the underlying intention of all businesses. You have to be very clear with that. So businesses are there for a specific purpose and they reflect that purpose through their actions, right? Now, if you take, for example, your case, what is your purpose? To study, right? So all your activities will be aligned in that direction. You watch classes, you watch the recordings, you watch many notes, you work out sums and all those things, right? So fundamentally what you do is you act, and every action is linked to a particular purpose, right? Now imagine you are sitting in your home or in your mess or in your hostel or whatever it is. You're sitting in a place where you can comfortably sit and study, right? There's a table there, there are pens, color pens and all, stickers out there, notes and all those things, an electronic gadget to ask doubts and all those things, right? So this is an environment, right? And this environment is conducive for you, is suitable for you to achieve the purpose, that is studies. Clear? Now imagine, can you go and sit in a bus stop, a very busy bus stand, and then say I'm going to study? You cannot. Why? Because that environment is not suiting you, correct? Now there are tables out there, the electronic gadgets are there, pen, notebooks, everything is there with you, but you are somewhere else. Your mind is somewhere else. You are physically present, mentally somewhere else. What does it mean? Your internal environment is not proper. So that means for achieving the objectives, both the internal and the external environment should be aligned to achieve the objectives. Clear? This is why the concept of environment is there. The same is true for businesses. Businesses are there for a particular vision. They are there for a particular objective, right? And they want to achieve the objective. For achieving the objective, the internal, that is that entity elements which are within the control of the organization, and the external environment should be in line with one another such that they achieve the objectives easily. Clear? Now, the business environment encompasses of all the internal and the external forces. We saw what is internal and what is external, that impact decision making and performance. Clear? The next one is stakeholders. Stakeholders are individuals or groups. They are individuals or groups such as shareholders, employees who have interest in or are affected by the firm's action. So what does that mean? stakeholders. There are two types of stakeholders. So, stakeholders are defined by two aspects. One is the ability to influence and the interest they have. And the interest they have towards the entity's activities, right? If a person is having an influence on the activities of the organization and is interested in the entity's final result, he is called a stakeholder, right? And stakeholders can be anyone who are having influence and interest, meaning they can be shareholders, they can be customers, they can be employees, they can be government, they can be the local community, right? They can be the holding company, the parent company, subsidiary company, can be anything, right? They are stakeholders. They are the stakeholders. And now, please understand this very clearly. We say about interest and influence, but the interest and the influence degree, the degree of influence and interest varies from each and every stakeholder. That you should be very, very clear with. The influence that an equity shareholder, a major equity shareholder has, will not be the same influence that will be exerted by a random customer, right? The interest that equity shareholders have and the interest the debenture holders have, can they be the same? No. Equity holders are even more interested in the business, right? So the degree of influence and the degree of interest varies with each and every stakeholder. Clear? Stakeholders are those who have influence and can interest and have an interest in the entity's activities. The degree of interest and influence varies with each and every stakeholder. That you have to be very clear with. Now, risk and uncertainty. What do you mean by risk and what do you mean by uncertainty? Very simple. Risk is nothing but deviation. Risk is nothing but deviation from the standard. You want to go here. You are here. You want to go here. If you started here and go like this, this deviation is what we call as risk. This is the standard and this is the deviation from the standard. So what you have to do? You have to pull yourself back to the standard, right? This represents an unpredictability of outcome caused by changing factors, necessitating strategic management. Now, why I deviate? I can deviate for any reason, right? Right? Deviation fundamentally means something that you move beyond the standards. You move beyond what is really the normal. Why you move? It can be any factors, the external factors or the internal factors. Mentally I'm disturbed, I'm getting deviated. It can happen. Or there may be some external disturbance out there due to which you feel you are deviating, right? So risk can come from both internal and external, right? And uncertainty means the unpredictable thing. Not all things you can predict. Some things really come unpredicted, out of script, right? In those cases, there comes an element of risk, that is deviation. Now the keywords are given here for your understanding. Having understood these 15 concepts, right? With these understanding, now we will formally move to the first segment in strategic management in CA Inter, right? Introduction to strategic management. Introduction to strategic management. What is strategy? What is strategy? I told strategy as a concept exists because there exists something called scarcity, right? What does that mean? If everyone can get everything they want, there will be no competition. Am I right? Right? So, why there is competition? Because everyone cannot get all the things they want because resources are limited in nature, right? So they have to compete to gain competitive advantage, competitive advantage, right? They compete to gain competitive advantage. Now, can they just like that go and gain competitive advantage? No, they have to plan for it. They have to predict the uncertainties. They have to predict the uncertainty to reduce deviations, that is risk, right? So they have to pre-plan, and that planning, all those things that you do to achieve the objective is what you really call as strategy. Strategy is a deliberate and adaptive game plan used to align organizations' goals with actions to succeed in a dynamic environment, right? To succeed in a dynamic, ever-changing, ever-evolving environment, ever-competitive environment, you have to gain competitive advantage. For that, what all you do, the deliberate action plans that you do is what we really call as strategy, right? So strategy can be of two types. Strategy can be proactive or it can be reactive. Proactive means what? Predicting something in before and doing it before it gets manifested is what we call proactive. For example, you are going out, you see the sky is bit cloudy, you take an umbrella. It is not raining, it is cloudy. You see it, you predict it may rain, and you proactively take an umbrella. That is proactive. What is reactive then? You didn't notice it, you went, you saw the sky is very clear, right? And suddenly, just like how life unfolds, there comes uncertainty, right? Suddenly the sky becomes cloudy, rain starts pouring. You are out, not in your home, you don't carry an umbrella. What do? You rush to the nearby umbrella shop, get an umbrella, right? What is that? That is reactive. In that, what do? After the event takes place, you tend to react to it so that you can be in a safer position. That is what we call as reactive strategy. So strategy can be both proactive and reactive. So strategy should be only proactive, right? Agreed, it should be proactive, but there comes an element of practicality, right? You should be practical. Can you really predict everything there in the environment? When we say environment, the external environment or the internal environment, do you think they are constant? No. The environment keeps changing every day. Are you the same person 2 years before? No. Will you be the same person after 5 years down the line? Definitely not. When you as an individual keeps changing, so does the environment around you, right? The political environment changes, the legal environment changes, economic environment changes, social environment changes, the culture changes, trends change, right? The taste and preferences that we had in 1980s or 1990s is not the taste and preferences that we are having now. Why? Because the environment has changed, right? The one who preferred button phone is now looking for high-end smartphones. The environment keeps changing. If you are not adapting to the ever-changing environment, you lose the competitive advantage. And by losing the competitive advantage, you will be thrown out of the market, just like how Nokia was thrown out, right? So strategy should be both proactive as well as reactive, because proactiveness is the fundamental, but you can't predict everything. There will be a certain cases which are uncertain. There will be uncertainty. COVID, who predicted? US-Iran war, who predicted? Right? You may have a broad idea, yes, it may happen like this, but can you exactly predict how long the war will go, when the war will end? Definitely not, right? So that's a problem, right? So you can't predict everything. If you can't predict everything, how can you make a proactive strategy? Definitely not. You can't make a 100% foolproof proactive strategy. So you have to also be flexible enough, right, to be reactive. You have to be flexible enough to be reactive also, right? That's the next one. There is a dual nature of strategy. Strategy is a partly proactive by anticipating the future changes and acting in advance, and partly reactive by external pressures as they occur. Clear? Now, Igor Ansoff views strategy as a common thread defining a firm's nature. Oh, just a minute. Defining the firm's nature, while William F. Gluck defines it as a unified, integrated plan for objective achievement. What does that mean? Common thread. As I said, you see, every firm is doing different activities, right? But there is one fundamental intent that connects everything, every department, every individual, every activity that the business does. And that common thread that connects every activity, that is the base, the root for every action, is what we call the common thread. Clear? Coming to levels of strategy. Now, strategy operates at 3 levels. We have corporate, business and finance. Sorry, corporate, business and functional, right? So strategies at corporate level for overall direction, strategy at business level for market consumption, and at functional level for operational support. Continuous flow. Meaning what? Since the environment is ever dynamic, the strategy that you are keeping cannot be a one-time event. You can't say, I observed this environment, created a strategy and keep it. Definitely not. Why? Because the environment is dynamic, you should also keep the strategy dynamic. The strategy should change according to the changing environment. If not, Nokia. Right? So strategy is an evolving process where past successful approaches and current actions shape the future decisions. So it's an ever evolving activity. That's what they are telling. Now, coming to the next concept, which is management. The subject we are going to look at is strategic management. We saw what is strategy. Now we are going to look at management. Right? What is management? Management can be seen through 2 lenses. Management can be seen as people or as set of actions, right? Or as set of actions. Now, what do I mean by that? Management as people means it's a noun, and management as action means it can be seen as a verb. Now, when you go to a restaurant, the food is not good. What do? You'll tell, call the management. Call the management. Meaning, they are the people who are managing the business. Managers act as an integrator. Right? We saw the common thread, right? What do? What do managers do? They manage. What do you mean by management? Integration of all different elements. The business has many functions, right? They have procurement, they have sales, they have processing, they have marketing, distribution channels, everything, after sales services, everything, right? They are dealing in a bunch of products. Every department has its own objectives, has its own way of working, right? The finance department, the accounts department, every department works in its own pace, works in its own way, right? If everyone is working in their own pace and everyone is moving in their own direction, how can the firm or the organization as a whole can achieve the higher objectives? We saw the chariot, right? Every horse should go in the same direction. So we need people who connect them. And those people who are connecting, who are integrating the entire system is what we call as managers. And group of managers, the people, are called management. The next one is management as set of actions. What is that? Set of actions that are being carried out. The people who are integrating are called managers. The act of integration is management, and that act, that is a verb, is also connoting to the word management. So management can be seen as both people or as actions. This involves the active process of determining goals, designing structures, mobilizing resources, and installing control systems. Clear? Now, coming to the next one, we saw what is strategy, we saw what is management, right? Now we are going to look at strategic management. Now we are going to look at strategic management. That is clubbing both the concepts that you have read. What is strategy? Set of actions that you do. What is management? Group of people or set of actions that have been done. What is strategic management? The activities that you do, not you, but the management do. The set of goal-oriented activities, the adaptive game plans adopted by the management is what we call as strategic management. That's all. What the integrators do to make the company achieve the competitive advantage is what really we call as strategic management, right? Strategic management is a set of activity managers prefer to a position, a firm for successful competition and superior performance. Meaning, set of activities managers perform to position a firm in a competitively advantageous position. What are the activities that they are going to do? That's all. What are central objectives? To create competitive advantage. That is the first one. To create competitive advantage and guide the organization through continuous environmental changes. Meaning, to achieve competitive advantage, you have to perform better, but you have to perform in an ever dynamic environment. So the environment which is very dynamic, you have to guide the organization through every strategic changes that is being happening, right? So these are the two objectives, the core central objectives of strategic management: to gain competitive advantage and to guide the organization through the ever evolving continuous environmental changes. The next one is importance of strategic management. It's quite important. What is the importance of strategic management? First, it gives direction. It provides vision, a mission, a clarity to help set realistic, consistent goals. It helps you set consistent, realistic goals. That is what we call as direction. Proactive approach. Simple pa. If you want to go to a particular place, first you should know where you are going, right? That is what is strategy. Strategy will help you know what you are doing. So it gives a sense of direction to all the activities that you are doing. So that is direction. The next one is proactive approach. Without strategy, what will happen? If you don't plan anything, you have to constantly be in a state of reaction. You will always be reactive and not at all proactive, right? So it encourages acting in advance of the environment shifts rather than just reacting to them. Decision framework. Every business has to take major decisions in life, right? That major decision frameworks, the strategic management will guide you and help you build a decision framework. It offers a common logic for major choices regarding product, market and investment. Clear? What does that mean? If I am doing business in a particular, if I am in a particular business, why I am in a particular business, I may have a different vision. I may have a particular vision and business is helping me achieving the vision, right? Now, say for example, my vision is to give good affordable clothing to people here in India. If that is my vision and I am getting a proposal for buying a food company, will I ever do that? Or a oil mine, will I ever do that? Definitely not. Why? Why I won't take that unstrategic decision? Because I have a framework. I have a particular framework on which I will be working on. I have a vision. I have a mission. I am doing everything in a particular direction. If something comes out of direction, I won't get distracted. I won't deviate from the standard, right? So to not make me deviate from the standard, I first need a standard. Am I right? To not deviate from the track, first you need a track. Only then you cannot deviate. Strategic management gives the track, right? So it's a decision framework. Opportunity identification, meaning you are going on a particular path, having a vision. Whatever opportunity you have, since your focus is directed in one particular direction, right? You constantly seek opportunities, and it will help you to identify and capitalize most important crucial opportunities that comes in the way, right? Systematic environment analysis help the firm find and pursue future growth. Risk reduction, it serves as a defensive mechanism to avoid costly error. Of course, when you have a clear plan, the more clear the plan is, the less likely you are to deviate from the plan. So you reduces risk. Sustained growth, it is not just normal growth, but a long-term survival is driven by planned actions rather than luck, right? If you want to achieve success and you want to gain and sustain it on a long-term basis, you need proper planning, and that planning is strategic management. Competitive advantage, it facilitates the development of core competency that support performance. Clear? The next one is limitations. So what are the limitations? Does it have any limitation? Of course it has. What are they? The first one is environment uncertainty. What does it mean? Since the environment is highly uncertain, it is very difficult to understand the environment. If you can't even understand an environment, how can you frame strategies for it, right? The turbulent and complex environments are impossible to predict with total accuracy, means 100% not possible. 100% accuracy is not possible, right? Time consuming, right? If it is not 100%, then it will be 70 to 75%. If you want to make it 80% or 85%, you have to spend more time on it, right? The lengthy analysis and approval cycles can delay execution and daily operations. Next one, it is costly. It is costly. The process requires significant financial resources for expert hiring and research. The process requires costly experts to analyze the data, to accurately capture and understand the ever dynamic environment. You need experts. You need proper advanced tools to capture the data from the dynamic environment that can predict, that can build patterns. And you need experts to analyze the built pattern and identify any opportunities exist, right? So it's a very costly process. The next one is unpredictable competition. You do everything, but your competitor suddenly comes in and does something which you didn't even imagine. Aircel, Vodafone, Idea, they did all these things, right? They would have also done environment and planning. They were proactive. They were having a decision framework. They'll definitely have all those things, but they didn't expect Geo to step in, right? So that is unpredictable competitors. You can write Geo. You can remember Geo here. Rivals often act in secrecy, making it difficult to anticipate and adjust for their moves. Clear? Now the concept 4, that is vision, mission, goals and objectives and values, right? Now, what is vision? Vision is the last point where you want to stand. Describes the future direction and aspirations of the company, serving as a guiding force for all the members, right? Vision is nothing but the ultimate aim that the company wants to achieve. Mission is the identifying the organization's current business, customer focus and core activities to establish a clear identity. And sorry, just a minute. Yes. Ducker and Levitt framework. What is it? Effective missions are built by answering fundamental questions about purpose, target, customers and future business scopes. So this guy is telling that to build a proper mission, you have to first ask yourself certain questions, right? Are these questions really important? Definitely not, right? So they have to ask certain questions. Which business I am in, what I am doing, what I am likely to achieve by doing this, where I am going to go, what is my ultimate vision. These kind of questions you have to ask and answer it before stepping into drafting a particular mission. Vision is where you want to achieve. Mission is what all activities that you are doing now such that it justifies the very dream that you are having, right? That is mission. Goals are dividing that entire vision into small subparts, right? Why we do that? Because not everyone can see the entire vision, and it is not necessary also, right? It is enough if the top management knows where they are going. For others, they should also know, but not the entire path, but only a part or subpart that they want to cross, the milestone that they want to cross. Alright. Say for example, you are in CA Inter. You don't have to know about what you are going to do, how you are going to do all those things in CA final and articleship and all those things. Right? What you need is how I am going to clear CA Inter. Right? What do? You break down the entire journey into subparts and focus on only that one part that you are going to achieve now. If you do that continuously, once this is achieved, you will focus on the other one, right? The final, the articleship and all the things. Once that is done, you will focus on the other part, another part, right? Like that, if you move, you ultimately reach the peak. That is the vision, right? So object goals are broad, qualitative milestones that break the vision into manageable focus areas. You break the vision into focus areas that you can manage on. Objectives. When you say objectives, that means what? Quantifiable, time bound activities. This is objective, that's all. Objectives fundamentally means quantifiable, specifically quantifiable time bound activities. Meaning, I am calling my sales representative and telling him to sell 500 units in 10 days. Right? What I do? Is this an objective? Yes, because I am telling him 500 units of, say, a notebook in 10 days. This is a pakka objective statement, right? What do? You give them a quantifiable outcome. Why quantifiable? Because only then it can be measured, and only if something can be measured, something can be appraised. Appraise means what? To analyze. You can analyze, right? Analysis. You can do analysis only when something is measured. How do you know am I moving towards my vision? You fix quantifiable, specific, time bound activities. Now, I say 500 notebooks you have to sell. Can we say this is an objective? Definitely not. Why? Because he will ask 500 notebooks in how many time? In how much time? 500 notebooks in 1 day or 2 days or 1 year or 2 years? How do I know? Right? So it should be time bound. It should be specific. 500 units of what? 500 is the quantifiable thing. That is objectives. Are specific, time bound and measurable performance targets that specify how much must be achieved by when. By when. That's the most important thing. By when you should be achieving it. To achieve long-term prosperity, strategic planners establish objectives across 7 key areas. Across 7 key areas. What are the 7 key areas that will translate the broad goals into measurable commitments? What are the 7 key areas? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. Right? These are the areas or lines around which objectives will be fixed. What are 7 things? It can be profitability, means what? Increase the company's profit by 5% in 8 months. Profitability, meaning this objective focuses on organizers' ability to generate financial returns for investors and sustain overall economic health. Clear? Productivity, produce 100 units every day. 100 units of product A. Produce 100 units of product A every single day. Productivity involves improving the efficiency within which the organization uses its resources, such as manpower, material, and technology to create value, right? So you keep on increasing the input-output ratio, right? That's what we call as efficiency. So the productivity is linked with efficiency. Productivity is linked with efficiency. That is the input-output ratio. Now the next one is competitive position. Now I am in 5th position. I want to go to 3rd position in 1 year, right? This area aims to strengthen the organization standing in the market relative to the rivals, often measured by market share or the development of unique competitive advantage. Clear? Employee development. What is that? These objectives focus on improving the skills, knowledge, and future potential of workforce through training and growth opportunities. Employee development. Today, you are having 5 skills. By the end of 3 months, you should have 2 more skills. That is, in total, you should have 7 skills. Employee development. Employee relationship. Maintain positive relationship and morale among staff. Now the employee turnaround is say 7%. I want to reduce it to 3%. What is employee turnaround? Number of people leaving the organization. That should be reduced. That reflects employee relationship. It can be anything. I'm just giving you examples. Technology leadership. It involves maintaining a leading edge in the innovation and adoption of new technologies to stay ahead in a dynamic environment. R&D expenditures this year 100 crores. Next year I will increase it to 200 crores. Public responsibility. This area addresses the organization's relationship with society and the government, focusing on ethical conduct and fulfilling social expectations. These objectives serve as yardstick of performance, allowing the organization to monitor its progress and initiate corrective actions when necessary. Clear? Now we have values. We saw what is vision, mission, objectives, goals. Now we are going to see what is a value. Value provides an ethical foundation and the basis belief that guides decision making and ensures consistency with strategic intents. Value means what? It is the very foundation upon which the building, that is the organization, is going to be built. You think in a particular way. Why you think the way you think? Have you ever imagined that? Have you ever thought of it? Think about it. You think the way you think because you carry certain value. Because of values, you think the way you think. You think in a particular manner. Clear? Yes. So the next concept is concept 5. Strategic level in an organization. Right? We saw an organization is nothing but a framework, right? So the framework is not a one whole system, right? It is divided into different layers and levels, right? So in general, an organization is divided into 3 broad levels. One is the corporate, the other one is the business, the last one is the functional level, right? We're going to look at what is what. The corporate level is the senior executives at highest level define the vision, mission, the business portfolio and allocation of resources and all those things. What does that mean? How much each businesses should get, how much resources each businesses should get, what is our ultimate direction, where we want to travel, in which direction we should move. All these broad aspects that defines not just 1 or 2 businesses or functions, but the overall scope of the organization is determined by the corporate level, right? The next one is business level, that is divisional managers focus on translating corporate intent into competitive strategies for specific market segments or SBUs. The next one is the functional level. Don't worry, we're going to give an example for it. Departmental managers develop specific operational strategies in areas like marketing, finance, and all those things. So functional is operating strategies. Business is translating the corporate intent into competitive strategy, and corporate level is allocation of resources across firms and driving the vision, mission, and the business portfolio. It's an example. We'll give an example for it for you to understand clearly. Let's take Reliance Industries. Reliance Limited, right? Where all they are? Literally everything, right? They are in oil and gas, they are in telecommunication and geo, they are in trends, this is textile industry. Are they in retail industry? Yes, Reliance Retail is there. There are many. We'll take this for example, right? And under oil and gas, you have different functions or different activities. Those activities and functions are really called as the functional layer. That is procurement, processing the oil, storing the oil, and distribution, right? These are the different layers. These are the different layers. Now, this Reliance Industries Limited is the corporate layer. They determine where Reliance as a whole should go. They determine the business portfolio, the types of businesses in which they should be in, right? And this each and every business under the corporate is what we call the business layer. And this one is what we call the functional layer. Clear? The active functions means what? Specific activity inside the business. So functions form businesses, businesses form the corporate. Clear? These are the three levels, right? Network relationship between the layers. What does that mean? Now, we saw there are three layers, right? If the three layers that we see, right, the three layers, if these three layers are there as isolated entities, corporate is there, business is here, function is here, if they are not connected, right, what will happen? The overall strategy that is laid by the corporate should be known to the functional level, right? Only then the functional departments can act in a particular direction. We saw about walking in a particular path. For that, you should know the path. Who will know the path? How can you know the path? Through communication. The corporate layer should communicate the path to the business and functional levels, right? If they are not connected, how can I communicate? Reliance Limited wants the procurement department to do some activities so as to achieve the higher objectives. But the things are not communicated to them. How can they do it? So for communication, they have to be connected, and that connection between the three levels is very, 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 very crucial. The network of relationship defines the intricate web of interactions, authority flows, and communication channels. These are the three things that link the corporate, business, and functional level, that link the three levels. Strategic success is determined by the quality of these interactions, as even a well formulated strategy will fail if information and feedback do not flow seamlessly. Most important point. The formulation, however perfect it can be, will definitely fail if it is not properly communicated for better implementation, right? The choice of specific network. Now, in what way they should be connected? This is the next question, right? Agreed. The corporate business and function should be connected. Pakka. Done. In what way? Is there any rules for it? No. In whatever way you feel it is right, it can be connected. But they are giving you certain frameworks, certain examples and certain guidelines for you to show. See, in these ways you can be connected. In that way they are telling, right? Depends on the size, scope, nature of the entity. The choice of specific network is a strategic decision influenced by organization's culture. The choice of specific network means what? Choosing the way to connect. The mode of connection, mode or way of connection. Right? In what way I am going to get connected. Clear? Now, this choice specific network is a strategic decision influenced by the organization's culture, and the culture differs from organization to organization. The culture differs from organization to organization. So you can't really say one network is there for every organization. Clear? Now, yes. Coming to, so what are the guidelines that they are giving? It differs from company to company, right? But there are certain models which you can use and refer to, right? What are the models? The first structure that is propounded is the functional and the divisional structures. The functional and the divisional structures. It is vertical model. Specialized functions or self-contained divisions operate independently under heads who report directly to certain business leaders. This structure is designed to provide clear accountability and control through a rigid hierarchy. Is a very important phrase, making it highly effective for organizations with stable, well-defined product lines. Right? Analytically, this matters because it allows for a high level of specialization through its risk creating silos if horizontal communication is ignored. What does that mean? Simple. What is a functional structure? There will be a CEO or a owner or the head, and under him there will be different functions. What are the different functions? Procurement is a function, processing is a function, and then we have sales is a function, and marketing is a function, right? And many other functions are there. Meaning the entire business, that is a framework, the organization is divided into or divided as functions. The entire business is divided as certain functions. Clear? Now what happens here? Each and every function will have a functional manager who will report to CEO. So can a very big business who are operating in a geographically or product wise diverse businesses, can they follow functional structure? No, they cannot follow functional structure. Why? Because functional structure is suitable only for those businesses whose entire scope of operation can be divided as functions. Imagine I am having a store in Chennai. I am also having a branch in Bangalore, in Mumbai, in Hyderabad, in Calcutta, and in Delhi. Can I go with functional structure? No, because one procurement department cannot cater the entire need of all the branches across this diverse geography. Clear? So in that case, what I should adopt? You adopt a next layer, which is divisional. Adopt divisional structures where the owner, below him division 1, division 2, and then we have division 3. Clear? And under division 1 we have function 1, that is procurement. Function 2 can be sales. Function 3 can be the process. And here we have function 1, function 2, and so on and so forth. And we have function 1 and function 2, so on and so forth. Clear? What do you do here? This becomes a division, and under divisions we have functions. Here the entire business is divided not as functions like this, but as divisions. Clear? This is what we call the divisional structure. This is the functional and the divisional relationship. Clear? The next one is horizontal relationship. And what do you mean by silos? Silos means when you divide the entire business as functions or divisions, what will happen here is each and every function will only look at themselves. They will think for themselves alone. They won't think of anything else. So procurement department will think about winning even at the cost of loss of all these things. The competition becomes unhealthy. The competition becomes unhealthy competition, right? Unhealthy competition. That is what we really call as the silos. So for that, what we have to do? We have to start not just focus on the vertical aspect, also the horizontal aspect. Meaning what? What do you mean by the horizontal aspect? If this is vertical, this is horizontal, right? Interrelationship between functions should also be strengthened. That is what they are telling. Clear? Now coming to horizontal relationship. This is a different type of network. What is that? A horizontal network utilizes a flat structure where hierarchical barriers are minimized. Placing most employees at a similar level of authority. Meaning, instead of you being corporate, business and functional, this is vertical, it will be the CEO's cabin will be next to your cabin. If you want, you can go and speak with CEO. Yes, that is horizontal. It promotes active involvement of everyone because everyone is treated equally on the same layer. So who will follow it, sir? Startups. Why? Because startups need idea. For that, they have to involve everyone in the decision making process. So for that, they have to have a horizontal structure and not a vertical structure. If not, what will happen? The functional person have an idea, but he has to first communicate to business. He will understand it in his own way and he will communicate to corporate, who will understand in its own way, right? This hierarchy should be removed. So they brought up with horizontal relationship. The primary goal is to foster transparency and rapid lateral sharing of ideas, which bypasses the traditional bureaucratic delays to accelerate decision making. This is essential for startups and knowledge-based firms, where speed and collective innovation are more primary drivers of competitive advantage. Clear? The next one is matrix relationship. The matrix relationship follows a grid-like architecture. What is a matrix relationship? We'll explain it. Imagine the businesses have functions. Say for example, I have R&D, or sales and marketing. I have three functions, imagine. And I have many projects. Project 1, project 2 and project 3. This forms a matrix. This forms a matrix where there will be A, B, C, D, E, F, I, J, K. Right? What is that? In a matrix structure, this is a matrix, right? We all play XO. What is that? It's a matrix. So, in a matrix structure, there will be two managers. How many managers? Two managers. One is the functional manager, the other one is the project manager. And every person who is working inside a function should report to both functional manager as well as project managers. So who can have this type of structure? Whose business is relied on heavy projects? L&T, Infosys. Do they have it? No, no, no. That kind of company they can take. Those who have projects. So what will happen? This is a highly flexible structure. This is a highly flexible structure because if there is a project manager will be coming and all the members from each and every function will come together to form a team. They form a team, right? So this P1, RD1, S, this with A, D and I form a team. This P2 along with them form a team. This P3 along with this and the managers form a team for that particular project alone. Here the functional is fixed, but the projects are variable, meaning this people there in A, if the A is there, he will be in R&D department only. But once the project 1 is done, he will be relieved from project 1 and will be taken to next new project. There a new project manager will be assigned. Clear? Here what will happen? Think carefully. If I am working in R&D department, I am working in a project, I will report to two people. I will also co-work with D and I, right? So what will happen really? I will get to know about what is sales and what is marketing. Because I am working with them, I will interact with them. That is point number 1. Point number 2, I will also know about projects. Since I have been working in multiple projects, I know how to use my expertise in that particular project in a particular way. How my skills are employed in different manners. How do I know it? Only when you involve yourself in multiple projects. Matrix structure will help you ensure you work in multiple projects. Clear? That's an advantage. There is also a disadvantage. Because since there are two managers, they have to report to two people. They have to report to two different people. There will always be conflict. Should I report to P1 or should I report to D, RD? Who is superior to whom? We don't know. If I focus only on him, he will get jealous. If I focus only on him, he will get provoked. Always a conflict, right? That should be carefully resolved. Now coming to matrix structure. A matrix relationship is a grid-like grid, right? We saw the grid where personals are assigned to cross-functional teams and report to multiple managers simultaneously. It works by integrating functional expertise with project-based needs, allowing for high efficient allocation of resources across complex multi-dimensional tasks. While this model enables large multinational corporations to manage scale and complexity, it requires sophisticated coordination. Why? Because two people are involved, two managers are involved to resolve potential conflict arising from dual reporting. This is a very important word here. Dual reporting. Clear? It's a broad consolidated view that is being given here. Segment 3, that is strategic analysis external environment. Strategic analysis, external environment. Right, now we are going to the next one. So segment 3, strategic analysis, external environment. Right. So in the before segment we saw what is strategic analysis, what is strategy, what is management, what is strategic management, what are different levels that in the organization, how these 3 levels are connected, right? The functional, the divisional, the horizontal, the matrix and all, right? So broadly we get to have an idea of what is what. Now going into the each and every process of strategic management in its depth, right? You see, we are operating in an environment. So before taking any decision, it is important for us to understand the environment. Understand the environment. The environment is divided into two, internal and external, right? So first we are going to look at the external environment. To understand the external environment, you have to first analyze it. Right? So strategic analysis of external environment. So the next concept will be obviously strategic analysis of internal environment then, right? So now the external environment. Now, what is strategic analysis? Strategic analysis serves as an essential bridge that aligns the organization's aspirations with the external environment and the internal realities. What does that mean? See, I may have certain aspirations. I want to do this, I want to do that, right? Similarly, businesses also have any aspirations. They want to achieve this state, they want to go to that vision, they have to achieve this vision and all those things, right? But fundamentally, if you observe, many businesses really struggle a lot because they think they can do something, but the reality is something else. Without knowing the reality, they have stepped in, or without knowing the depth of the ocean, they have just stepped in. So for what they are telling, know the depth of the ocean. How do I know the depth of the ocean? By analysis. First analysis is internal and the first analysis is the external analysis. What do? You scan the external environment. External is that which is beyond your control. First scan the external environment. Know about different elements there in it, how it is affecting my existence, my activity. Will I be able to achieve my goals or not? Think about it. Analyze about it. Right? That is what we really call a strategic analysis. It moves management away from subjective assumptions to and intuitions to grounding decisions. Meaning, people may think high about themselves. I can do anything I want. Definitely not. Right? So these are over optimism. Optimism is better. Optimism is good. But being a Panglossian is worst. Panglossian is excessive optimism, right? So being a Panglossian or excessively optimistic is very bad, right? That will make you take irrational decisions, right? So people who are there, that is the managers, will often take decisions based on their intuitions, will take decisions on their intuitions and assumptions rather than a grounding decision based on fact. What are the opportunities there? What are the threats there? What are my strengths and what are my weaknesses? Without analyzing these, they immediately think of something that they can do and immediately implement it. That's a problem. Why? Because analysis of environment is not done. Environmental scanning is a continuous activity because environment is dynamic and can be conducted through informal discussions or formal structured data systems. The systematic approach requires to manage risk and uncertainty, ensures resources investments are methodical and purposeful, meaning every resource you allocate, you ensure it is used to the best maximum possible so that you can achieve your vision. Right? If not, you will be investing your time, effort, resources and everything on something which is impractical, right? So that's why it's all about practicality. A logical sequence involves appraising the environment, evaluating strategic alternatives, and finally choosing a strategy. They analyze the environment, evaluate the alternatives they have, and then finally choose a strategy. First they see the environment and think what all I can do. Choices, right? We saw, right? There's a concept called strategic choice. What does it mean? Deliberately not choosing something. When they choose a particular strategy, that means they deliberately not choose all other strategies. Clear? So I have many alternatives. After scanning the environment, I have some set of options I can follow. I can achieve the goal not necessarily by one means, by many means I can satisfy the goal. So I can achieve the vision. What way I can going to choose? That is based on the internal capabilities. The choices are based on the internal. Clear? While continuous, the process is limited because it identifies multiple overlapping options without choosing one and can be time consuming. What does that mean? See, even though we say it is a continuous process, it is limited of choices because there are multiple options and those options are not always unoverlapping. They are not always mutually exclusive. They are overlapping. One overlaps another, right? So there comes a confusion and you have to spend a lot of time on choosing the right alternative to achieve your vision. Clear? So strategy is dynamic and adaptive, evolving through daily routine choices and experience rather than a single fixed decision. A central task of analysis is balancing external market opportunities with internal resources constraints, as perfect alignment is rarely achievable. What does this mean? The very goal, the supreme end of analysis, we analyze why? Because analysis is to balance what? The external environment to internal. You are going to balance it. You have to balance the external and the internal capabilities. That is the end goal of analysis. Clear? Now coming to risk is inherent element of strategy, classified into again external risk from environment and internal risk from organizational inefficiencies. Right? Matrix of strategic risk. Matrix of strategic risk. Clear, Akka? Fine, okay. Thank you. So the next one is the matrix of strategic risk, right? We saw that risk is divided as two. One is the internal risk, the other one is the external risk, right? The internal risk and the external risk. So what does that really means? You have to understand it. This external and internal can be further divided as short term and long term. As short term and long term. Something that we perceive as risk, it can be either internal or external. Inside internal, it can be short term or long term, right? That it affects the long term operation or the existence of the business, or it can affect the short term or for a shorter period of time, right? So the external short term, the risk arises from immediate misjudgment of the environment signals, such as miscalculating current market demand and all those things, right? So what does that clearly says is immediate misjudgment. These are the two important words here. Immediate misjudgment of environment signals, such as miscalculating current market demand and so on. But if it is external long term, then the strategy becomes obsolete over time as a technology. What does that mean? Simple. The environment is showing some sign, you are not taking that sign correctly, or you are not at all taking the sign at all. In both these cases, there is a risk, right? You tend to make incorrect judgments and incorrect decisions. That is a risk. That is external but short term. But imagine if that entire strategy becomes irrelevant. It is not, in first case you are at least there in the picture, you are there in the picture, but you made some mistake. Here you become irrelevant, you become completely irrelevant, right? Or obsolete. In that sense, what does that mean? Say for example, the present technological development is expecting you to give high quality smartphones. Now you are there sitting in that button phone era, or you are there manufacturing some radio, right? In that case, what really happens is your strategy itself doesn't match with the environment completely. It is completely irrelevant. That is what we call as external long-term risk, right? Because the social trends, the global trends, the technological environment has completely changed, and you are sitting there in your old school days, right? That is the external long term. Coming to internal short term is ambitions fail and existing organization capacity such as skills or logistics cannot meet strategic demands, right? So when the short term internal risk comes is that when the organizational capacity cannot meet the demand. The external environment is showing you signs of certain demands. It's expecting you to do something so that you become strategically relevant, but you cannot meet that expectation. That is internal short term. But internal long term here is the strategic drift occurs when evolving internal culture or leadership change conflict with the original strategy itself, right? That is, it is going to the roots. Here you are still there in the picture, just like how external is, you are still there in the picture, but here you become completely irrelevant, right? This is the matrix, the economic characteristics of industry, right? We're going to understand what is an industry and what are the economic characteristics of an industry. First of all, what is an industry? An industry is nothing but group of forces having similar environmental factors, right? Say for example, we say oil and gas industry. Oil and gas is an industry. Telecommunication is a different industry. Why we tell oil and gas is a different industry and why we say telecommunication is a different industry? Because the external and the internal environment is different for oil and gas and geo, right? So when the external and the internal environment factors, the environment factors are similar, all those similar environment factors club together or group together to form an industry, right? So what are the economic characteristics of an industry? The market size and growth. These define the overall scale and expansion potential available to firm within a sector. What does that mean? This defines the overall scale and expansion potential. How much potential is there in an industry? Is that industry a growing industry or not a growing industry? If it is a growing industry, that shows a positive economic character. If it is not a growing industry, then it shows a negative economic character. Why? Because in a growing industry, the competition intensity will be bit less. Think about it. Why? Because it is not that there will be no competition. It is a very attractive industry. Many people will come in, but still the industry has sufficient space to accommodate everyone, right? If not, what will happen? That's a very small piece of cake, and that cake should be shared by all the people there. Then you get a very, very small piece. If the cake is very big, even if number of people increase, right, still you will get a sufficiently big piece that will satiate you to a greater extent, right? The same concept here. The next one is technological change. The pace of innovation dictates how frequently products or processes must be updated. Every industrial sectors have their own pace of technological changes, right? Say for example, in automobile sector, the technological change will be a bit rapid. In electronic sector like mobile phones or laptops, it will be even more higher, but in textile industry it will be a bit less, right? So the degree of technological change, based on that you have to adapt yourself. The next one is geographic boundary. The market range from local to global, impacting the scope of the competition. Based on the industry and market, the geographical sectors is defined. What is that? If you take local vegetable market, what is the geographical boundary? That local region alone. Am I right? But if it is oil market or gold market or dollar market, currency markets, that has international scope, right? The more and more higher the geography is, the more and more diverse the competition will be, right? The next one, buyer and seller concentration. The number and size of participants influence the distribution of power within the industry. What does that mean? Number of people, now the size of participants. Participants means buyers and sellers, both. It is not just buyers or it is not just sellers. Meaning when there are more buyers and more sellers, right? That means everyone will have their own share, and that share will not be a dominant share. But if there are many buyers and only few sellers, that means the sellers will get to have a big appropriation of it, right? So we have to analyze how the distribution of buyers and sellers are there in the industry. So that is one of the economic characteristics of an industry. The next one is product differentiation. This measures whether products are identical commodities or highly unique offerings. What does that mean? In certain industries, it demands you to give differentiated products. But in certain industries, it demands you to give more cheaper products, right? We have two things, cost leadership and product differentiation. So based on that, the economic characteristics differ. Say for example, you are in agri business, right? You are a vegetable trader, right? In that case, you don't really focus on product differentiation. You can't do that, right? Carrot is a carrot wherever you go and buy, or a potato is a potato wherever you go and buy, right? But say for example, you are in mobile industry, where you manufacture mobile phones, right? In the electronic gadgets, there they demand a differentiation, right? You have to either change the color, reposition the camera, or whatever it is, right? Based on that, the market is determined. The next one is economies of scale. High production volumes can lead to significant cost advantage that deters smaller rivals. This is one of the major economic characters of all the industries. What is that is? Always you see, in an industry there will be big players and also there will be small players. The big players gain an undue advantage precisely because they have economies of scale. They enjoy economies of scale. What does that mean? Simple. The more and more you produce, the more easily you recover the fixed cost. Am I right? The more and more you produce, the lesser and lesser will be the cost of producing each and every unit. The marginal cost comes down, right? So what happens? They could produce at a very less cost. They can sell it at a very less price. Am I right? If they can sell it at a very less price, that means the competition will be very intense. You producing, say for example, you are in food industry, you are manufacturing around 200 to 300 biscuits a day, right? You can sell a biscuit for 5 rupee to 10 rupee, but for 10 rupees, Marigold or whatever company can give you 6 to 7 biscuits. How? Because their unit cost is very less. How their unit costs are very less? Because you produce 200 biscuits, they produce 20 lakh to 30 lakh biscuits a day. Economies of scale, right? So next one, the competitive situations. Intensity varies from moderate to cutthroat, with bases including price, quality, product features, service, and brand reputation. The competition, the factor for competition varies from industry to industry. Some industries may focus on price, some industries may focus on quality, and some may focus on product features, like the mobile industry and all, they focus on product features, some on service, some on brand reputation. If you take two-wheelers, it is not just the mileage or the product, it is also the service sector, right? The more easily the services are available, the more likely the product is sold in a two-wheeler or four-wheeler industry, right? So based on the industry type, the basis for competition differs, right? Now come to the next one, strategy and business environment. The environment represents the total space or context consisting of external factors coexisting with the firm and internal factors existing within it. That's all. It is nothing but the total space consisting of what? External as well as the internal factors, right? The strategic management function by aligning internal strength with external reality is the thing we saw before itself, right? We have to align the external strength and the internal capabilities, right? Though this one, you have to align the internal and the external factors, right? Now, interaction with the environment provides vital benefits including opportunities, identification, growth, direction, and image building, right? So this interaction with the environment provides you vital opportunities. That is, it includes opportunity for growth, opportunity to give a more refined direction, opportunity to build image. So you have to constantly interact with the environment. Benefits of environment interaction. What are the benefits of doing an environment interaction? You identify the opportunities and the threats only by environment interaction. If you are not scanning the external environment, you will never get to know what are the opportunities there and what are the threats there. Identification. Managers recognize shift in laws, customer needs, competitive moves early only by environment scanning. Growth direction. Awareness of external change allows for structured and sustainable expansion planning, right? The next one is continuous learning. The more and more you scan, the more and more you will get to know about different elements there in an environment. In that case, you tend to continuously learn because you tend to continuously try to understand what is the factors that are shaping the business activities. The dynamic environment forces managers to update skills and to anticipate the future shifts. Image building. Responding to societal needs builds trust and a responsible public reputation among the shareholders or stakeholders. Competition management. Analysis of rivals enable firm to outperform others rather than just survive. So here we are speaking about competitive advantage. We are speaking about competitive advantage. Top management must be actively involved in strategic decision making to navigate a dynamic and unpredictable landscape. Since the environment is very dynamic, it keeps changing. The landscape itself, the competitive landscape, the industrial landscape itself is highly unpredictable. So they have to actively involve themselves in the decision making. They have to actively scan the environment fundamentally, right? The external environment is divided into micro environment and the macro environment. Now this is the most important thing, right? We saw that environment is divided into internal and external, right? Now the external environment is further divided as macro environment and micro environment. Micro environment doesn't mean internal environment, right? That's a mistake many people does. External environment is further divided into macro and micro environment. Clear? Now in that, first we are going to look at macro environment. What is macro environment? I told you something, right? This external environment is beyond our control, right? But it is not definitely 100% beyond our control, right? Why I told this? Because there exists something called micro environment in the external environment. So micro environment can be controlled to some extent, to some extent micro environment can be controlled. But what constitutes the major uncontrollable element? It is the macro environment. That is the overall business climate that defines the broad boundaries within which all organizations, not your organization, not just your industry, all industries, all the markets across the globe or across the country, right? It has a vast impact, right? In an industry must function. So macro environment are the macro factors that are way beyond the control, way beyond the control, which affects the overall functioning of the industry, market, and also everyone there within the industry, right? What are the elements of macro environment? There are certain elements in macro environment. The first one is demographic. Demography means what? Demography speaks about the physical, the core physical attributes of the population. What are the core physical attributes? Age. What is the gender? Education level, height, weight, everything, right? It focuses on the population composition, including age, income, and geographic distribution, which directly influences demand, right? So demographic factors should be taken into consideration. Socio-cultural factor, meaning it explains how people think and behave based on deeply rooted values, beliefs, and social norms. Why this is very important? Before selling a product, you have to first know the socio-economic or socio-cultural aspect of that region and then pitch the product, right? Why? Simple. You are gonna sell chocolates. You have to give ads during Diwali. Why? Because the socio-cultural aspect plays a crucial role here, right? So fundamentally what they are doing here is they consider the social aspects and the cultural aspect, because we buy things only if it matches or something which is culturally acceptable. In India, you can't promote just like that on a grand note, promote some unethical products, because this culture promotes ethical natures and ethical attributes, right? So before pitching your product, you have to first take into consideration the cultural aspect of the people, whether this product will be culturally and socially acceptable or not, right? Whether this behavior is socially acceptable or culturally acceptable or not, that is a socio cultural aspect. The next one is economic. These factors like inflation and interest rates determine the purchasing power of customers and resource availability. What does that mean? If you are pitching a product in India and you want many people, you want to target a larger set of audience, will you focus on luxury segment? No. Why? Because in India the income level and the economic conditions are bit low. That means you have to, if you want to target a very broad audience, you have to pitch in affordable products, right? This is the nature. So before pitching in a product, before entering a market or an industry, know the economic condition of it, right? And economic condition also includes other factors like inflation rate, interest rates, and all those things. Imagine if the interest rates keep fluctuating very frequently, the interest rates keep fluctuating. Can we say that economy is a stable economy? No. If an economy is not really stable, can you or will you be interested in investing in that country? Definitely not. If the inflation is very high in that country, can you really go and pitch your product there? Definitely not. Because when you want to be there in a highly inflated region, the cost of manufacturing the goods will also go up, meaning you have to either increase the price or shrink the profit, which you can't do it. The next one is political and legal systems. When a company invests in a country, they expect the legal system and the political system to be conducive for them, should be supportive, right? If the political system keeps changing every 5 years again and again, there comes an element of destability, right? Why? Because the political party has their own ideology. If someone else comes in the next 5 years, that fundamentally means they will change all the things that have been done in the previous 5 years, right? And so on and so forth. That creates a sense of destability, right? So businesses aspire the political system to be a bit more stable. This defines regulatory framework, government ideologies, and laws that ensure business compliances, and it also includes tax and all those things. The technological factors. Innovation in this area creates new business models while threatening to make existing processes obsolete, right? So before you pitch your product or before you start a new business, you have to take into consideration the technological aspect of the industry. If the industry is if the market or the industry is highly deeply inclined towards technology, you should also adopt to latest technologies. Why? Because only then you will become competitively relevant, right? You are going to start an automobile in factory, everyone is using robotic hands. Now you are using manual labor. Robotic hands can make 100 cars to 200 cars in 2 hours, but the labor with hands you can only make 20 to 30 cars. Definitely you will be having a greater competitive challenge, right? Unless you position yourself as a premium car or something like that, that is completely different. Now, to understand and analyze the macroeconomic factor, the macro factors, to understand the macro factors, we use a tool, a framework. That framework is called the pestle framework or the pestle analysis, right? What is the pestle framework means? The one we saw about these factors, right? Almost the same thing is rephrased as pestle analysis, but it's very, very important for exam. What is it? P stands for political. We saw what is political. E stands for economic. We also saw what is economic, inflation, interest rate, and all those things. The next one is social. We also saw that the lifestyle, the patterns, the trends, and all those things, right? The next one is technological factors. We also saw the technological factors. The next one is the legal factors. The last one is environment. Now, this is something new to us, which we didn't see above. What is that? Here, environment means not the environment in strategic management sense, the internal, external. No, that is not the environment. Here it is the green environment, trees, plants, that lake, water, river, that environment. This involves ecological and sustainability concerns that shape the long term. So, meaning these factors should also be considered. Just because you're going to start a business, you can't just exploit the environmental resources that is there around you, right? So you have to take into consideration this environment factors also. PESTEL, political, economic, social, technological, legal, and environmental. Clear? The next one is international environment. What is that? We saw macro environment, right? Which usually when we say macro environment, we refer it to at a country level. But what if it is international? The same factors still hold good. Please understand. These same factors still hold good even for international environment. But only thing is the intensity will be even more complex and high. Clear? So in international environment also the culture, technology, everything is there, but the differentiation will be even more acute and intense. Meaning you're gonna focus the cultural aspect in Tamil Nadu or India, then it is different. Imagine you want to take into consideration the entire global culture. Every region, every country has its own culture, language, ethnicity, everything differs, right? Taste, preference, social trends, norms, Everything changes. So the international environment is the most complex environment to analyze. The most complex environment. Now, the international environment involves a complex and diverse set of external factors encountered when a business expands beyond national borders. What does that mean? The international environment involves a complex and a diverse set of external factors. It is complex and diverse set of external factors. Write this. Encountered when a business expands beyond national borders. Analysis help identify global opportunity, assess feasibility, and reduce risk related to cultural or currency differences. Right? They have to factor in the cultural, currency, and all other many other factors. Right? So level of analysis. We are going to look at when we are going to go international. We have to do the analysis. Yes, we have to do the analysis. But how we are going to do the analysis? We have to do the analysis in 3 stages. How many stages? 3 stages. 1, 2, and 3. The first stage or the first layer is the global level. That is the entire world. The next one is region, regional, and the other one is country. Global means entire world. Regional means certain specific parts of the world. What is that? Asia, Asia Pacific, West Asia, Southeast Asia is a region, Asia is a region, African regions, South American regions, right? So they're more like, you can simply understand it as continents. Though it is not actually, it is more wider in scope than continents. For our understanding, we can understand it as continents as of now. And then the country level for each and every country inside the region. Clear? Now the global level. This level examines the overarching trends like the international trade policies and geopolitical issues, right? If you are especially into oil market or export import or whatever it is, right? In that case, this level is a very crucial level for you, because this environment is very complex and it changes at a very greater pace, right? So constant scanning is very important. That is this level. The next one is the regional level, right? The next one is the regional level. It focuses on specific geographic trade blocks and regional market similarities, right? The last one is the country level. That is dives deep into one specific country, the culture, the economics, and everything of that, right? What is the example of the international businesses? HUL, HUL, right? This Unilever Limited, which is there in UK, they have HUL in India, Pakistan Unilever in Pakistan, Africa Unilever in Africa, like that, right? So what happens? This is the global thing. And what happens? They first segregate the regional segments, and then this too may be Asia region, right? And inside Asia there will be country level, HUL and PUL and Sri Lanka Unilever or whatever it is, right? Now what they do, first they will see the global trends, what is the need, the global vision, and all those things, and then they look at the Asia specific factors, right? And then inside Asia specific, what all country they are in, that country specific thing, right? The products in India will be different from the products in Pakistan, though the chemical formula and all those things will be more or less one and the same. The way in which the things are produced, the way in which the things are marketed, everything will be different, right? In India, if you see, the products will be more marketed during festivals like Diwali or Pongal or whatever it is. But in Pakistan, maybe in Eid or some other festival, they will promote their own products, right? So the marketing type, the culture, everything varies, right? So these are the 3 levels. Internationalization allows firms to access new customers, achieve economies of scale, and access cheaper resources, right? The global businesses are characterized by common ownership, shared global resources, and a unified overall strategy across multiple countries. A unified global strategy. What does that mean? sorry, HUL, PUL, AUL, everyone is different. They are in different countries having their own independent strategies. Agreed. But they all form part of a overall broader global strategy, right? That is what we call as the international strategy. So the shared global resources and unified overall strategy is a very important term across multiple countries. Clear? Now we completed macro, we are going to look at micro environment. So now coming to the next concept, that is concept 5, micro environment. We have seen macro, now we are going to look at micro, which is also a part of external environment. Be very clear with that. Now, what is micro environment? That is within the reach of the organization or the business, not within the control. Please understand. It is the immediate reach, not immediate control. Immediate control means that internal environment. Within the reach of it. Within the reach of it means what? It is not a very broad thing. It can be controlled, but only to a minimum extent, which is there at the immediate neighbor or immediate surrounding of an organization's existence, right? This is what we call as the micro environment. So what are the things that constitute the micro environment? There are many factors. The industry, the market type, the competitors, the customers, right? The local community, the product, right? Those form part of the micro environment. In that, one of the most important factors we are going to look at is the product. Product is the cornerstone. The product is the central pillar of all business activities, serving as the foundation for pricing, marketing, and logistics. Clear? Now, in product means what? It is something which the company offers that carries a value. We saw business, right, in the very first introduction. Business is economic activity to exchange values. The values exchanged. How the values exchanged? I am here, you are here. How can we exchange value? In air we can't exchange it. Out of thin air we can't exchange value. It should happen through a product. And product also includes services. Please understand. Right? So coming to product. To analyze and understand product, we are going to use a tool called the product life cycle. Right? Now, what is product life cycle? Now, everything that you see undergoes stages. Everything, including this human body, right? Dehinosmin yatha dehe kaumaram yavvanam jara. Krishna says this in Bhagavad Gita, meaning if the body that is taken undergoes different stages of kaumaram, yavvanam, and jara, youth, old age, and middle age, and all those things, right? Similarly, just like how the body undergoes different stages, I am born, I am getting old, a teenager, I become a teenager, and then I'm in my mid-20s, and then 30s and 40s, and then I become a senior citizen, and I become extremely old and super senior citizen, and then finally I end the show, right? I leave this planet. Similarly, just like how this human body does undergo, similarly the product also undergoes cycles or stages, right? Stages of this is introduction, this is growth, this is maturity, and this is decline. Clear? Understanding this is very, very important. At what stage your product is, we are not speaking about company. Here we are not speaking about company. We are speaking about product. At what stage your product is? Is it in introduction stage, growth stage, maturity stage, or decline stage? It is not company specific, it is product specific. As a product, is it declining or not? As a product, radios are declining. Please understand, you are not speaking about radio manufacturing companies. We are speaking about the radio as a product, it is declining. Am I right? Right? So, introduction, growth, maturity and decline. That's what we're going to analyze in the product life cycle. The first stage is introduction. Introduction means what? It is introduced. Sales grow slowly as the product is launched and awareness is built through heavy expenditures on marketing. So the major important thing is to let know people that we are having this product. Right? There is a product like this that can serve a specific purpose. No, making them aware of it is the primary objective in the introduction stage. The next one is growth stage, that is rapid demand expansion and raising profit occurs as a product gains wider customer acceptance. As product gains wider customer acceptance. The next one is maturity. When growth comes, what? As you make people aware of it, more and more people get aware of such a product existing, many people start buying it, and once people start buying it, they will recommend it to many people. In that stage, what will happen? The product will move from introduction stage to growth stage, right? And it grows. Will it grow infinitely? Definitely not. Somewhere the growth stops and there comes a stage of stability. The product will not grow, the product will become stable, and this stability stage is what we call as maturity stage, right? Here sales will not grow abnormally, it grows and it becomes stable to a particular phase, right? If you take the example of online shoppings, or like take for example quick commerce, that is Swiggy or Zomato or Zepto or whatever it is, right? It had an introduction stage. At the introduction stage, if you notice, they wouldn't have charged you any fees, right? No delivery fee, nothing. And in fact, they offered many discounts. Why? They want you to work on it. They want you to become aware of it. More and more people should get awareness about the product. That was their goal. So they can't charge a price. If there is a price, you won't use that service, right? You'll go to a restaurant and be in that old system, right? They want you to come out of that system, so they offer discounts, no delivery charges and anything of that sort, because at that stage, that was an introduction stage. Their primary motive is to give awareness to you. Once many people started using it, growth comes. Slowly they start adding, right? Delivery costs and all those things. They add some coupons, membership fees and all those things. And beyond a point, they come to a stability where they heftily charge you many charges, right? Rain charges, premium charges, delivery packing charges, and over above that the inflated product price and many other things, right? I can't just explain, many other charges, right? Why this is happening? Because the product has reached a state of maturity, right? Market saturation and intense competition lead to stabilizing sales and reduced profit margin. So they have to charge more and more. Then the decline comes. Sales fall sharply due to technological obsolescence or changing customer preferences. We saw that the environment keeps changing. It is very dynamic. Am I right? That means the product is operating in a particular industry, in a particular environment, is grown from an environment. That environment after a certain point in time will become irrelevant. If the environment is irrelevant, the product that has grown from that environment will also become irrelevant. That's how the button phones went, radios went, right? The the telephone, homographs and all those things, those went. Fax systems, landline phones, all those things went, right? Why? Because the environment itself has changed. Which environment? The external environment that has changed. What's the external environment? The forces that we saw, PESTEL, that have changed, right? So the product born from that will also change. This is product life cycle. The next one is Value chain analysis. What is value chain analysis? We saw that businesses are there to give value. The more the value they give, the more the customer will accept them, and more the customer they accept, more competitive advantage they gain. Clear? Now, value is not a one point or a single point thing. You have to understand this very carefully. Value is given because there are set of processes done before that adds value at each and every stage. So, say for example, you are going to a dress shop and buying a dress. The dress at the end is the sum total of all values at each stage. What is that? For buying the cloth, they have to manufacture the cloth, right? They have to first procure the cloth. After procurement, they have to store it, process it, dye it, market it, sell it, and then it comes as, and they are moving it to the store, and finally it is coming here as a dress. So the dress is the final output, which is the product of all the inputs. Clear? So at each and every stage, what is happening? Value is added, and this is creating a chain. Just like how a chain is interrelated, interlinked with one another, each and every process is interlinked with one another, and at each and every interlink, value is transferred, and at each and every transfer, the value is added. This is what we call as value chain, right? So in value chain, they are dividing the entire activity, entire business activity into primary and secondary. Primary and secondary. Clear? Under primary, what are the simple pa? First, irrespective of whatever business you do, the first thing you need is you have to get the raw materials and all those things, right? That is inbound logistics. Inbound logistics is the first one, and once it is done, it should be processed, and once it is done, it should be taken to the distribution center or whatever it is, and once that is done, it should be marketed and sold, and once that is done, after sales services is done. So the primary is what the core business does. Primary means the core business activity that will bring out the final product, right? We'll see what it is. Value is created through sequence of step-by-step activities. This is a very important concept that Porter categorizes into primary and support. Primary activity, inbound logistics, operations, outbound marketing and sale and services. This involves physically receiving, storing and movement of raw material into production. Clear? Deals with raw materials. You physically bring the raw material from the supplier's place to your factory. You store the raw material for future use. You do the quality control of the raw materials. Those are inbound logistics. The next one is operations. You take the raw material and actually manufacture the core process that transforms input into the finished goods. The next one is outbound logistics. That is, after the finished goods are done, just like how the raw material should be taken from supplier's place to factory's place, just like how the raw materials are stored, the finished good should also be moving from factory to the distribution places, right? Be it the retail outlets or whatever it is, or to a warehouse. it should be stored, it should be moved, it should be managed. Those are outbound logistics. What you do for raw material, here you do it for finished goods. That focuses on storing and distributing the finished products to the market, marketing the sales. These activities communicate value and create demand to generate revenue, right? Now what is that? See, it is the finished goods are moved to the distribution places. Agreed. How do I know that there is a product like this lying there in the store? I should be known, right? I should be made aware of it, right? For that they use marketing. Okay, I'm aware of it, right? But there is no price fixed, no proper mechanism for sale exists, nothing is there. Can I go and buy it? No. So not just awareness, but also the means in which I buy it should also exist. That is what we call the marketing and sales. Once a sale is done, will you ignore the customer? No. If you ignore, he won't come again, right? So what do you need to do? You have to give the after sale services, right? If you go and buy an air conditioner, what the shop will do, they will send people to install the air conditioner, right? What is that? That AC installation is after sale services. You buy two-wheeler, first 3 services free, warranty is there. What are that? Guarantee, warranty and all. Sustain the value even after sale. You sustain the value even after sale through maintenance, repairs and customer support. Now what are the support activities? What are the support activities? Secondary or support activities. Primary is the core business. Supporting activities supports the primary. Clear? So what they do? Supporting the primary. The first one is procurement. Sorry. The procurement. The next one is human resource. The next one is technology. The next one is infrastructure. These are not core, but they support the primary activities, right? Now what is procurement? Hare, what is the difference between procurement and inbound logistics? Both are same, nah? No. Inbound logistics means movement of raw material from supplier to factory. Once that is done, moving that to a storing facility, keeping it in a proper space, that is inbound logistics. But procurement means deciding from whom to buy, at what rate to buy, giving tenders to suppliers. That is procurement process. It doesn't involve with movement. Logistics means movement. Procurement is deciding from which supplier to buy, right? Those things are procurement. Those are not same. So procurement supports what? Procurement supports inbound logistics. Clear? It's a strategic function of deciding what to buy and negotiating terms with suppliers. Technological development that supports value creation by improving product design and operational efficiency. What is technological development? That supports value creation through improving product designs and operational efficiency. Simple pa. You can manufacture a product using manual labor, or also you can use technology, right? Imagine there is inbound logistics where raw materials are stored. Either you can use manual labor to physically go and count the inventory, or you can use a technology sensor, a modern sensor, which automatically can calculate the quantity of raw materials there inside the warehouse. So which is easier? Obviously the sensor becomes even more easier and quicker, right? So what technology does? It enhances the efficiency of the business operations. Clear? It enhances the operational efficiency. Sensor you can remember. Next one is human resource management. At the end of the day, whatever you may say, procurement, sales, outbound logistics, inbound logistics, blah 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 blah, whatever you say, it should be done by a human being. Procurement, now who should procure? Someone should procure. Some human being should take the phone call the supplier, ring the supplier and tell I want this much quantity. When something comes, human being should be there to unload it, reload it, pack it, store it. Every process should be done by human beings, right? If the human resource is not managed, there will be total chaos. So this is a very important support function. This ensures that right people are hired and motivated to execute the strategy. The last one is infrastructure. What is infrastructure? Everything cannot happen in isolation, right? See, goods are coming. Where it will come? Goods are stored. Where it will be stored? Goods are processed. Where? If all the aspects are there in isolation, procurement is here, inbound logistics here, operations here, what is the use? Everything should be linked to a broad framework, right? Everything should fall in a framework. That framework, that structure is what we call as infrastructure. This provides the organization's foundations, including planning, finance, culture, everything. Right? This is infrastructure. Now, the next one we have completed with product. Now we are going to the next micro environment factor. The next micro environment factor is industry. To understand industry, to understand product, we use two tools. One is product life cycle. The next one is value chain analysis. For industry, we are going to use the very famous and the most important, very important Porter's 5 forces model. Porter's 5 forces model. Coming to industry. So for industry analysis assess the competitive structure and long-term profitability of the ecosystem in which a firm contributes or competes. Now coming to the Porter's 5 forces analysis. What the Porter says. See, you are going to operate in an industry. Am I right? You are going to operate in an industry. Do you know whether the industry in which you are operating or the industry in which you are going to operate, the industry in which you are going to operate, is it attractive or not attractive? How do you know it? Do you know it first? Porter is asking you. If you don't know, ask or rather monitor the 5 forces which I am going to tell. How many forces? The 5 forces which I am going to tell. Right? If you monitor these 5 forces and the outcome of it, based on that, you conclude whether the industry is attractive or not. We do it to assess the industry attractiveness. Clear? Now, Michael Porter's 5 forces model is systematic framework to analyze the competitive pressures, asserting that industry structure rather than individual firms. It doesn't speak, please understand, Porter 5 forces speak about industry and not one particular firm. Right? The model functions evaluate the collective strength of the 5 distinct forces to understand how value is shared among industry participants and the difficulty of earning above average returns. Fundamentally, is it attractive or not? That's all. When it will be attractive, when it is more profitable, it is more attractive. That's all. Now, what is the first force? This is the first force. Threat of new entrants. Imagine you are there in an industry or you are planning to go to an industry. Easily, just like that, a person can come, enter and compete with you. Is it an attractive industry? Definitely not. Why telecommunication, mining are all very attractive in this context? With respect to this context, please understand attractiveness with respect to threat of new entrants. Right? Why do you say that it's very attractive? Because entering a telecom business is not easy. Entering a telecom business is definitely not easy. Is it easy? Yeah, Satyama, no. Right? You have to have the license. Even if you somehow get the license, you have to build the towers, connectivity, networks. Appa, it's a very, very big thing, right? You need a lot of money, a lot of muscle power and money power, right? So it is not just like that you can't come in and compete with me. But imagine restaurant industry. Can anyone start? Of course. Just like that, people can start a restaurant, right? Just like that, they can open a food truck. It's a highly competitive industry because people can easily come in and compete with you just like that. So this forces measure that ease with which a new firm can enter, how easily a new firm can enter an industry and begin competing for market share. When higher entry barriers act as a protective shield for existing incumbents. So what you need, we need entry barriers or higher entry barriers. If there are entry barriers, the ease of entering will be difficult. That makes the industry more attractive. Industry more attractive. Clear? Now, what are the entry barriers? There are many. We are going to look at only few. For example, these are the examples of entry barriers. Large capital requirement, telecommunication. Just like that, can you build a telecom tower? Definitely not. Right? So, telecommunication require a lot of capital. Substantial upfront investment in infrastructure, technology, or research acts as a financial deterrence because significant capital remains locked before revenue generation begins. Before revenue generation begins. Oil and gas, it's another thing. Oil refinery, do you think it's a easy business? Do you think it's a capital light business? Satyama, no. Right? It's a highly capital intensive business. The next one is economies of scale. Established firms benefit from lower per unit cost. Established firms benefit from lower per unit cost due to bulk production. We saw the exact same point. We remember marigold and normal biscuit. The exact same thing. Forcing new entrant to enter at a massive risky scale or accept a cost disadvantage. The next one, brand loyalty and switching cost. What is that? You have friends who will wear, or you will be like that sometimes. You will go and buy from only one that brand. If you are a cosmetic user, you will use only cosmetics of that brand alone. Right? If you are a dress lover, you will go and buy dress only from that brand. There will be people, right? What are Peter England only I will put. Right? What are those things? Those are brand loyalty, right? Loyalty towards a particular brand. If that is there, you have to enter the industry, first break that brand loyalty and then establish your brand. It is not just you go and establish your brand. You have to first break the brand loyalty and then establish. It's easy. It takes time. But till then, you have to suffer a loss. Or you have to compromise on the profits. True. So that acts as a entry barrier. That acts as a entry barrier. The next one is brand loyalty and switching cost. That switching cost means what? Cost of switching from existing product to a new product. You are using Wi-Fi in your home. Can you just like that switch? Yes, you can switch, but it involves switching cost. Right? You have to again go and buy a deposit. Clear? You have to get the deposit. You have to get that modem again. The wiring and all those things should change. It incurs a cost. And that cost may not always be economic in nature. It need not be financial. It can also be in the form of discomfort, right? Because I am buying a particular brand, I love this brand, I'm used to buying that and using that product. Can I just like that switch? Definitely not. So it takes time. So strong customers trust in established brands, and the financial or psychological, the uncomfortableness I told, right, associated with changing provides make it difficult for new players to gain a foothold. Clear? The next one is government policies and regulations. What is that? Mandatory licensing, safety norms, and environmental approvals restrict entry in highly regulated sectors like banking or pharmaceuticals, reducing competitive pressure. Clear? Next one is the bargaining power of buyers. This is the second force. First force is threat of new entrants. Second force is bargaining power of buyers. Bargaining power of buyers. What is that? Imagine you are in an industry and the bargaining power of the buyers of your product is very high. Is very high. In that case, the buyers will have a very undue advantage over you. Am I right? They will have an undue advantage over you. How? Because if the buyers are powerful, who will determine the price? Indeed, the buyer will determine the price, or buyer will have a more say in the fixing of prices. Say for example, Indian Railways. Indian Railways buyer, yes. There are railway doors, train doors and all is there, right? Indian Railways will not manufacture it. The olden doors and all those things, there will be certain businesses who has the mold and all those things, they will manufacture these doors on a contract basis, right? Now they have the mold, they are invested in the machinery and all those things which can only make the doors which is used for Indian Railways. Now you tell me, thank you. Now you tell me, who is the one and only buyer for them? Indian Railways. The one and only buyer for them is Indian Railways. So who will determine and dictate the prices? Indian Railways. Buyers' power reflect the ability of customers to suppress industry prices, demand superior quality, or insist on enhanced services, which directly impact firms' margin. When will the buyer's power be maximum? They are giving certain things. Concentrated or large volume purchase. This is very common here. You go to your local market. When you buy more, you will obviously ask for discount. At least coriander curry leaf you will ask, right? When a firm buyers account for a significant share of total share, then they gain immense leverage to negotiate for lower prices. I am buying this much, please give discount. You will ask now. The same thing. Availability of alternatives. If buyers have access to multiple substitute supplies, they can easily switch allegiance if a firm attempts to raise prices or reduce quality. What does it mean? If they have more and more alternative, if not you, I will go to him. If not him, I will go to this person. There are many alternatives available for a customer. In that case, the buyer will be very powerful, right? Whosoever gives at his command, he will go and purchase to them because he is not dependent on you. The next one is higher price sensitivity, meaning if there is a very small reduction in price, there is a huge increase in demand, or a very small increase in price, a huge reduction in demand, law of demand, right? In that case, you are there in a highly price sensitive industry. Will you ever increase the price? Definitely not, because you lose by increasing the price, because the demand will come down even a greater extent. For standardized or non-differentiated products, buyers prioritize cost over brands, leading to aggressive price negotiations, then weakening industry profits. The next one is bargaining power of suppliers. The bargaining power of suppliers. We have now saw bargaining power of buyers. Now it is the backward thing. The suppliers. Suppliers means you are not the supplier. The one who is supplying goods to you, that supplier. Right? If they are powerful, what will happen? The raw material cost, the input cost will go up. Right? When the bargaining power of buyers are more, prices will be reduced, so profit will shrink. If the bargaining power of suppliers are high, the cost will go up and the price will shrink. In both the ways it can shrink, right? Either through reduction in price, you can shrink the profit, or to increase in cost, you can shrink the profit. When the suppliers are powerful, they will fix a higher price, and what is price for them is cost for you. In costing, you will have something called cost sheet. The first element in cost sheet is what? Direct material supplied by suppliers. If they are powerful, the cost sheet cost will go up. If the cost goes up, the total cost goes up. If the total cost goes up, profit shrinks. You have to sell it at a higher price. If not, if it is a highly competitive environment, you have to set the price which is fixed. Cost is increasing, price will come down. The profit will come down. Bargaining power of supplier. Powerful suppliers can erode a firm's profitability by raising input prices, reducing the quality of material, or imposing restrictive commercial terms. Clear? For next 5 years, you have to get only from me. In that way, you will fix the contracts. Now, just like how when the buyers are powerful, when the suppliers are powerful, when the suppliers are concentrated, there we saw the buyers are very few, right? It is actually the mirror for the buyers. What we are seeing for buyers, and this supplier is more like a mirror for them, right? So suppliers are concentrated. What does it mean? When an industry relies on a limited number of suppliers for critical input, those suppliers possess the control to dictate pricing and supply schedules. Clear? Those suppliers possess the control to dictate the pricing and supply schedules. When I will supply, how I will supply, you should only take the delivery, those things he will tell. Lack of substitute inputs. If a firm depends on specialized or patented technology with no close alternatives, it has little or no choice but to accept the supplier's terms. Meaning, there in buyers we saw, when buyers have many options, here the mirror is we have only one supplier option. For buyers, it is many options. For us, he is the only option. Life. He is not there, no one is there. Right? So we have to go and Sharanagati, surrender to him only. Higher switching cost. There we saw customer switching cost, right? If the switching cost is very less, he will immediately switch. The buyer's power will be very high. Here, if the switching cost is high, you will not switch, right? If changing a supplier involves significant operational disruption, technical risk, or higher cost, the firm becomes strategically dependent on its current provider. We can switch, but there's a high risk in it because he's been supplying to us for past 10 to 15 years. We know the quality of the products. If we switch, we don't know the quality of the other products, how good he will be, how ethical he will be, we don't know about it. So in that sense, we become strategically dependent. Clear? The next one is threat of substitute products or services. What is that? Substitutes or alternate products from outside the industry that satisfy the same customer needs. Right? What is substitute? If not this, that. That's what we call a substitute, right? If not tea, then coffee. If not this food, then that food. That is substitute. Effectively placing a ceiling on the prices firms can charge. Now, ease of availability and better price performance trade-off. These are two important aspects for substitutes. When substitutes are widely accessible and accepted by market, firms face constant pressure to remain competitively priced to avoid customer fright. What does that mean? When there are a lot of substitutes, that's a problem. If you increase the price to increase the profit, customer will switch. Right? That's what they are telling. The next one is better price performance trade-off. Customer will readily switch to a alternative when they offer a comparable or superior value and utility at a significantly lower cost. It's a very important concept. Let me tell you this. This is where we go and take it all together to a next extent. They are telling a customer will not go just because the prices are better, or the customer will not go just because the quality is better. The customer will go when the quality price trade-off is better. Very clear with that. Meaning there should be a balance between quality and cost, right? You can't keep on increasing the quality because the cost will go up. You have to fix a higher price. At the same time, you can't reduce the price cost to a greater extent that you produce cheap quality products. So there should be a balance. The customer focuses not on one aspect but on both aspects and sees how the value is balanced. Right? So if the trade-off is better, he will go. Then only we can say the substitute is a competitive substitute. I am producing a product for 100 rupees. I am selling it for 100 rupees. Someone else is selling the same product for 50, 80 rupees or 90 rupees. Then we can say that's a better value trade-off. I am selling a product of A grade product for 100 rupees. He is selling a C grade product for 90 rupees. Can you say it's more cheap? No. Is it a substitute? No. They are not a substitute. Substitute means substitute for the trade-off. They are substituting the entire trade-off and not just the price or the cost or the quality, right? The next force, we saw three forces, right? The next force is intensity of competitive rivalry. The first force is how easily new people can come, right? This force is speaking how worst the fight will be inside the industry. How worst the fight will be inside the industry. This force assesses the degree of aggression. It's a very important phrase. Degree of aggression among existing competitors, where intense rivalry often manifests as destructive price wars and spiraling marketing expenditures. Imagine in an industry there are two companies. One is both are selling it at 20 rupees and 20 rupees and they make a profit of 7 rupees. Assume, example. Suddenly he comes and reduces the price to 15. Now people will go and buy to A. Correct? So to balance that, B is also reducing the price to 15. Now again they are in the same position. Yes, they are in the same position, but the profit will now be only 2 rupees. From 7 it has reduced to 5. Why? Because they reduced the price. Cost didn't reduce, price only came down. So to be in the same position again, they lose 2 rupees. To be in the same position again, they lose 2 rupees. Right? This is what we call as price wars. So when will the intensity of the rivalry will be high? When these forces, large number of competitors, obvious thing, when many people fight, the fight will be worst. Slow industry growth, very important. The cake example we saw, right? A small cake is there and the cake is growing at a very slow rate, meaning everyone will fight to get a considerable piece. But if the cake is growing at a very high speed, even though many people there, still you will get a big chunk, right? When the growth is more, there is more opportunity for you to focus on. You don't have to focus on only this area. When the growth is low, say for example the market is 1000 crores, it has become 1050, meaning the growth is very slow, that you have to focus, you have to compete only with 1050. It's like simply playing a cricket match. It's like playing a cricket match. Which will be more interesting, playing in a very small ground or playing in a very big ground? Obviously playing in a very big ground. Why? There is more room for playing the exact same thing. When the industry is the place where the companies come and play, if there is more room for playing, the more less the lesser will be the intensity of the rivalries. When market expansion stagnates, firms can only grow by actively capturing market share from rivals. So if the cake is very small, you can get satisfied only if you take in other person's share also. But if the cake is very big, you can get your own share comfortably, and your share also grows. That's what we call as growth, which intensifies the competitive friction. Higher fixed cost. What is that? When high the fixed cost is, the more the units you have to produce. Higher the fixed cost, more units you have to produce. For what? To meet the break even point. When more the units are produced, higher fixed cost, more units. More the units, more will be the supply in the market, right? When everyone in the industry is facing a high fixed cost problem, then everyone will produce more and everyone will supply more, meaning demand will be less than supply. So they have to compete to supply, to push what they have supplied. The very limited demand, the greater supply should capture. The intensity will be very, very high. Clear? Imagine 5 people, everyone coming with 10 products, but there are only 2 buyers. What will do? The competition will be very, 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 very high, right? Everyone will try to push all the things only to the 2 people alone. Intensity increases, right? These are the 5 forces, right? The first force is new entrant. The second force is bargain power of buyer, bargain power of supplier, substitute products. The last one is intensity of competitive rivalry. These are the Porter's 5 forces model that will determine the attractiveness of an industry. Clear? The next one is part 4, market, customer and competition. Market, customer and competition. A market is defined as the systematic framework of physical virtual space where buyers and sellers interact or exchange value for determined price. Simple. Market is what? A place where buyers and sellers meet. Marketing serves as a strategic bridge between the firm and the market, utilizing the 4 P's, that is product, price, place and promotion. What are the 4 P's? Product, price, place and promotion, to deliver customer satisfaction and build long-term relationships. Clear? Business orientations and approaches. What are the different orientations? We have 4 different business orientations. We are going to look at it one by one. So, orientations, different business orientations and approaches, right? Now, what is that? We say about marketing, right? Marketing is nothing but showing that you are having values, showing that you are having values, right? You give value, you generate value, but what is your fundamental focus on? What is your fundamental focus? To in which direction you are going to focus and give your values is what we really mean by orientations. It can be focus on production, it can be a focus on value on product, that is I'm giving value through products, and I can give value through sales, I can give value through focusing the customer. These are the 4 orientations. What is the production orientation? This philosophy emphasizes large scale manufacturing and operational efficiency to achieve low unit cost and widespread product availability. It operates on a premise means assumption, that in price sensitive markets, customers prioritize affordability and easy to access over unique features and variety. Clear? Meaning here in production, now please understand, they can't focus on all the things. Based on the industry type and their requirement, they choose the orientation. If there is a very innovative product, they focus on product orientation. Apple, Tesla, they focus on product orientation. If there are like production orientation is Maruti Suzuki or Swift or Hyundai, they may focus on production orientations because their customer segments, their modus operandi is different from that of yours, clear, from that of Apple, right? So production orientation is where they focus on large scale standardized operations. They want to produce in mass scale, and here they focus not on uniqueness or innovation or something, but on operational efficiency. This is a very important phrase here. Operational efficiency. They focus on operational efficiency. Coming to product orientation, where they focus on continuous innovation and superior performance of product. What they focus, they're going to develop. That's all. If they focus on production, they focus on producing the same product on a mass scale again and again, effectively and efficiently. If they focus on product, the product will keep on getting better and better. More features will be added, more and more features will be added, more new technology will come, right? Here it is not about efficiency or mass scale or something, but it is about the product's innovation. Assuming that a technically excellent product will naturally attract buyers. Here in production orientation, the approach is to be cost leader. Here they are telling a technically excellent product, people will even buy. That is differentiation. They focus on differentiation. While this drives high quality, it can lead to strategic blindness if the organization ignores evolving customer needs in favor of technical perfection. Most important phrase. Why? See, the problem is, at the end of the day, you have to understand the customer, right? Even if you give a somewhat less quality product, but at an affordable price, people will buy it. But if there are more and more features, but at a very high premium that people can't afford, there is no use, right? So in the pursuit of product development, that itself should not become strategic blindness. I want you to use this phrase, strategic blindness. That should not become strategic blindness if the organization ignores the evolving customer needs. There are so many features, I don't even need it. There are so many features there in the phone, and they charge 2 to 3 lakhs per mobile phone. I don't even know what are the features are. I am going to use that for taking camera, for phone call, and for quite a fast processor. That's all we need, right? Why need so many features? I don't even need it. People will not buy it. That becomes strategic blindness. That should not be happening. The next one is sales orientation. This mindset assumes that customers will not purchase sufficient quantities unless the organization undertakes aggressive promotion and large scale selling efforts. What they're selling now, the focus is shifting from production to sales. They are telling we have to aggressively market, however the product is, good quality, bad quality, blah blah, whatever it is. If we aggressively market it, people will eventually buy it. Typically applied to products that customers do not actively seek, requiring persuasive communication to convert inventory into revenue. These types of products people will not actually seek. They don't even know this exists. You have to go tell them that this is the product, this is the service that they are giving, go and get it, and aggressively push it. Push the sales. That is sales orientation. The next one is customer or market orientation. This is a very good approach. What is that? This modern approach places customer needs at the center. This is crucial. Here in product we say we ignore the evolving customer needs. That is fulfilled here in customer orientation. Here the production is not the center. The product is not the central focus. The sales is not the central focus, but the customers are the central focus. Your growth is dependent on customers' satisfaction. You are a customer oriented business. Your growth is customer oriented growth of all strategic decisions, using market intelligence to design superior value proposition. What is that? Value is not derived from one single aspect, right? If you buy a mobile phone, you don't buy a mobile phone just because you will hear it clearly. Am I right? So you expect value to flow through that mobile phone, not from one aspect, but from many aspects, from camera, processing quality, everything you see, right? Security, privacy, everything you see. So this entire sum total of all the values that a product will provide is mapped, and what that map we call it as value proposition. That map we call it as value proposition. Prioritizing long-term satisfaction and relationship building, firms can achieve sustainable growth even in highly competitive or saturated environment. Clear? So you give the best product for 5 lakh, no one will buy. You give the people what they need, even for 30,000 or 40,000, they will definitely buy it, because customers are paying for what they really feel it is right. So you should make them know that this is right for them. That is customer oriented growth. Customers and customer analysis. Now we come to the next one. We have come now coming to market customers. Market is the fourth thing, right? We saw about, so this is the third thing. We saw about the product, we saw about the industry. Now we are going to see the we have saw the market, and in market we have seen business orientations, different orientations, and in that we are going to see the next one, which is customers and customer analysis. Customers also form part of the micro environment. The customer consumer definition, this is very very important. The customer and the consumers are not one and the same. Customer is different, consumer is different. Consumer, consume, the one who consumes, uses the product is a consumer. Customer is one who pays for the product. Both will be same, no. Baby products are there. Who is the consumer? Little baby. Who is the customer? Parents. The product, the features should be focusing on the consumer, but the value proposition, the price, the marketing and all those things should be kept in mind using the customers. Using customers as the prime focus. If you see Johnson & Johnson ad, mother will come and do all the warm test and all those things. It is not the child goes and bath. Always the mother will come and bath the child. So the ad, marketing, everything is focused on whether the mother can comfortably do it or not. The same is true for everyone, right? The Pampers, diaper ads, or whatever it is, whatever child ad you focus, definitely there will always be parents, right? Why? Because they are the customer and baby is the consumer. The Pampers or the soap is for the consumers, but the price, all the things will be kept in mind using the customers and not consumers, right? So a customer is the entity that executes the transaction, that is pays for it, while consumer is the end user who actually derives utility from the product or service. This distinction is vital for strategy because the person making the buying decision may have different priorities such as price or convenience than the person using the product. Clear? The next one is customer analysis. This is the difference between customer and consumer. Clear? The next is customer analysis. Why not consumer analysis? No consumer analysis. Because consumers are not going to pay for the product here. It is the customers who are going to bring in revenue. Companies want revenue. For revenue, they have to satisfy the customer. For a baby product, they don't have to satisfy the baby. They want to satisfy the parents. Customer analysis. Clear? It involves a methodological study of target demographics, including income, age, lifestyle, to construct representative profiles for typical buyers. Everywhere you can't fix the same price. Everywhere you can't have the same quality. How do you know it? You first see the nature of the demographic aspects of the customer. The chocolates produced and sold in India and the chocolates produced and sold in Europe or United Kingdom or USA, even if it is the same company, the quality will be different. In UK and Europe, the sugar content will be very less. They will use good quality, finest quality cocoa. Here, they use human hair, they're doing many things, right? Sugar is of a greater extent, right? The first thing will be sugar. Meaning, why they do it? No, they don't like. No, it's not that they don't like. They did the customer analysis. In India, typically the income level is very low. The per capita income is less as compared to Europe or America. In that case, people generally cannot afford high quality products. Meaning, in general, you get low quality products. That's all. Such analysis allows firms to align their product features and distribution channels with the specific buying capacity and expectation of their market. Now, customer behavior. What is that? This explores the psychology of how and why behind purchases, influenced by internal motivations and external social or market signals. What is that? This shows why and how a customer behaves while purchasing. Why a customer buys your product. This tells. These telling there are two factors. How many factors? Two factors. One is the external factor, the other one is the internal factor. What are external factors? Everyone is having that, I will also have it. Peer pressure, external. Internal is I want it, I like it, I am addicted to it. Motivation, I feel it is right. Right? So these are internal aspects. So external factors include advertisement, peer influence, social trend. You see everywhere in social media they are using the product, I will go and buy it. You don't know why, you don't know whether you need it or not, but just because everyone is using it, I will also use it. External factor. Internal is personal motivation, perception, attitude and past experiences. In past I bought it was very good, I was satisfied, I am also buying it again. So this is customer behavior. Next one is a customer's buying decision usually follows a logical process. It's a very, very important process. Before buying anything, what you will do, first you will think, if you are a rational person, that I should tell that, if you are a rational person, homo economicus, right? If you are a rational person, you will first think whether I need this product or not. That is the first stage. Recognize the need. And then you will think, okay, this product is serving the need, fine. It is coming at a price. Do I have any alternatives that can give a better value proposition? That is value cost trade-off. Substitutes we saw, right? Threat of substitutes. This one. They search for alternatives. If you don't have any alternative, you will become very powerful. If they have many alternatives, the bargaining power of customers, that is the buyers, will be very high. Evaluate available options, compare benefits and cost. This is all they do. And finally, after recognizing the need and searching for the alternatives, they explore the alternatives, analyze the alternatives and finally conclude and finally make the purchase decision. Yes, I am going to go for this. This is a logical process. After purchase, the customer evaluates the experience. So this continues. After purchase, what they do? They don't just simply be like that. They will see whether the value is satiated or not. If it is not satiated, they will go and tell everyone, don't buy the product. You go and watch a movie, it's worst. What you will do? Hey machan, don't go there. Worst da. right? But if the movie is very good, you will again go and buy tickets along with your friends. With your friends you will go, with your parents you will go, alone you will go, right? Satisfied customers make repeat purchases, again and again will buy the ticket and recommend the product to others. A unsatisfied customer avoid the brand in future, and that is not the thing. The worst part is discourage others from buying it. Movie polama, chi. No, please don't go. First, vadamokka, right? Competitive dynamics and landscape. Competitive strategy. This is a long-term plan designed to establish a position of superiority over rivals by either delivering greater value or operating at a lower cost. Competitive strategy. Competitive advantage will be of two kinds. Either you can give superior value, you give more value than them, or same value but lower price. Superior value is what we call as differentiation. Lower price is you being a cost leadership. Clear? Effective strategy requires not only the creation of competitive advantage but also development of defensive mechanism to protect the advantage from being copied. So there are two things. Either you be a cost leader or be a differentiator, but you have to focus on gaining plus sustaining what you have gained. Sustaining what you have gained. Clear? Competitive landscape analysis. Now, what is a competitive landscape? What is a landscape? You go with your friends to mountain. You go climb the top of that mountain. You will put Instagram live and all those stuffs. On the top of the mountain, you will see below. What all you will see? You will see a river. You will see some bushes, some trees, some other valleys. What is this? The gross total of all the elements. The view that you get now. You see the grassland, the river is there, some trees, thick forest is there. All you see from the bird's eye view, right? This is what you call the landscape. For painters and all, they know very well. Landscape painting means what? Right? There is the broad spectrum of all the gross total of the continuous elements there is what we call as landscape. What are the elements? River is an element, green land is an element, trees are element, bushes are element, plain land is a grassland is an element. The gross total of it is what you really call as the landscape. This is how the nature has structured itself. Now, instead of the bushes, forest, green land, remove them and put competitors. That is competitive landscape. On a broad bird's eye view, you see how the competition is. You see how the competition is. Clear? This process provides a big picture. Bird's eye view. From the top, you see. From the top of the mountain, you see. Of the entire industry terrain. A very good word. A very good word. Entire industry terrain. Moving beyond individual rivals, you just don't focus on the river alone. You focus on everything, right? From the rivers to grasslands to bushes to trees, everything. To understand the total competitive environment. a total competitive environment. It involves 5 structured steps. What you have to do? Identify the competitors, identifying the individual elements. That is the first one. And then auditing their offerings, understanding their nature. That is, first you have to identify what is what, and then you understand what is what, why they are there, what they give, what they offer to the market. Evaluate their strengths, pinpointing their weakness, and consolidating this data to find an exploitable market gap. Clear? This is what we call as competitive landscape analysis. Key success factors. What are key success factors? Key success factors are those factors without which the success of any company in the industry is inevitable. Is not possible. Sorry, not inevitable, not possible. What does that mean? Simple. If you take airline industry, airlines, what is the key success factor for airlines? Price, ticket cost? No. Safety. The first thing is safety. Why safety? I am telling you, dude, I will take you on a trip. You come. Super. Aeroplane cost you have to pay. Okay. How much? Ticket is only 150. Will you even board the plane? No. Why? Price is not the factor in airlines. I am ready to pay 10,000, but ensure safety. Right? I will pay 150 and die. Definitely not. What if the plane crashes? 150? Yeah. No, I won't buy. Right? The key success factors are 3 to 4 critical elements. For airlines, it will be safety. I just told one. There can be 3 to 4, such as cost efficiency or technological expertise that any firm must master. Must means compulsorily do it to remain viable and profitable in the industry. If not, it will be thrown out of the industry. Strategists identify these by determining why customer prefers certain brands. Why customer prefer Indigo? Indigo is very cheap. That's why people are going. Definitely not. Indigo is cheap, fine, but people are going because zero crashes. Clear? Safety. What resources are mandatory for competition and what allows a firm to sustain its market position over time? If that is not there, you cannot gain competitive position. That is one thing. Even if you somehow gained competitive position, it is impossible for you to sustain it. Clear? This is what we call the key success factors or critical success factors. Value creation. Value creation. What is value creation? Before getting into the concept of value creation, you should be very comfortable with certain concepts. What are the concepts? The first one is consumer surplus. The next one is producer surplus. The third one is value creation. Right? So there are 3 elements we are going to see, not this 3. They are going to see this 3. Before that, we are going to see 3 elements. What are the 3 elements? The first one is cost. For anything and everything in this world, there is a cost. There is a price. And the third one is that price is willingness to pay. Right? So what is that really? Simple. You love Pani Puri. You love Pani Puri. you have off late for past 2 to 3 weeks, you never had pani puri. Today you got the chance. Today you got the chance. The first pani puri you keep in your mouth, after 2 to 3 weeks, it will be like heaven. Swargam mari irukum, right? Literally heaven. At that point, you will feel, even I am ready to pay 1,000 rupees for this pani puri. You won't pay. Mentally you will think, I am willing to pay even 1,000 rupees for this. Worth, right? You will tell. Now, the next pani puri you put in your mouth, you will feel satisfied. But you won't get the same satisfaction that you will be getting in the first pani puri. Why? Because there is something called law of diminishing marginal utility. The more and more you consume the same product again and again continuously without time gap, the utility that you derive from the product on every additional unit of consumption comes down, right? So what will happen? The next pani puri you feel you're gonna pay 900 rupees, not 1,000, and comes down 800, and then 200, and then 50, 30, 10, 5, and after a point you'll feel like, oh, podum, done, right? I can't have more. Ayya, have pa 1 rupee. You give me money, I will have. In that way you go. And even beyond that, even if you pay, I won't have. Right? Now, if you assume one pani puri is, say, 5 rupees. The cost of manufacturing or preparing one pani puri is, say, 2 rupees. Price is 5, cost is 2. What will be the profit? 3 rupees. Consumer surplus is what you are willing to pay minus what you actually pay. You are willing to pay 1,000 for the first pani puri. The cost is just, the price is just 5 rupees. You gain the surplus, the consumer surplus is 995 rupees. You feel 995 rupees I saved. Appa. Right? For the next pani puri, 900 minus 5, 895. And beyond a point, when it reaches 5, you will stop. Because the consumer surplus will become 0. And any further consumption will make the surplus negative. Then it will become 3. You give 5. Get minus 2. Right? This is consumer surplus. Now, what is producer surplus? Producer surplus is nothing but profit. The price minus what you actually incurred, the cost. Now, what is value creation? Consumer surplus plus producer surplus. Right? Here is the cost. Here is the price. Willingness to pay, the price. This is consumer surplus. This is producer surplus. The producer will constantly try to get some consumer surplus. So, if the pani puri wala somehow finds that you are desperate to eat pani puri, he won't cost you 5 rupees. He will cost you 100 rupees for that pani puri. Because you are ready to pay 1,000, na? Why he should give 995 rupees of consumer surplus to you? He will give only 895. Sorry, he will give only 900 rupees of consumer surplus. Clear, huh? So he will try to push, right? So value creation is seen not in terms of consumer surplus, not in terms of producer surplus, but in terms of the sum total of producer surplus minus consumer surplus. That is, value creation is nothing but price willing to pay minus cost of production. Please understand, it is not the price, it is the cost, right? Determine the relationship between cost of production and the market price and the consumer's willingness to pay. Consumer surplus means what? The extra value felt by the customer, calculated as willingness to pay minus price paid. Done. Production surplus means firm's profit. Firms create value primarily through differentiation or cost advantage. Analyzing value creation helps firm identify where to reduce cost. Sorry, made a mistake. Sorry, value chain only. Analyzing the value chain will help the firm identify where to reduce cost. Why they have to reduce cost? To increase the profit, that is producer surplus. Or enhance the differentiation to improve their competitive position by increasing the price. Reduce the cost or increase the price. Clear? So value creation is the value minus cost, not price. Value minus price is consumer surplus. Value minus cost is producer surplus, or is total value created, or consumer surplus plus producer surplus. Done. Moving to the next segment. We have done with external environment. Now we are going to focus on internal environment. We are going to focus on internal environment. Done. Coming to the fourth segment, that is strategic analysis, internal environment. Internal environment. We saw about external environment, that is beyond the control. What is internal environment then? That which is within the control of the organization, that which is within the control of the organization, right? We'll see what. Introduction. Internal means what? Looking within. Spirituality, Mary. Internal environment analysis evaluate an organization's readiness and strength to respond to external opportunities and threats, right? It is not about what is coming outside, it is about you being prepared to handle whatever that may come from outside, right? Exactly, that is spirituality. Spirituality is making yourself so strong that it is not that you will not face any challenges. It is that even if challenges come, you are strong enough to face it. Clear? So looking within is internal environment. Controllability, as we saw it, internal factors, systems and all those things are under the control of the under the direct control of the organization. Organization as a system, we saw that also, is a structured system where actions are performed. Is predefined predictable sequence to achieve specific outcomes. System components, meaning what? A system exists when there is clear sequence, a cause and effect relationship, and a process that converts input into output. This is what we call as systems. If you don't understand, I'll give an example. What is a system? Brake is a system. What is brake is system? Yes, when you apply the brake, lever goes in, certain mechanisms are activated, the tire speeds, the friction is reduced, friction is brought in, and the speed of the vehicle comes down. Everything happens on a sequence. Everything happens in a sequence, a clear sequence. It is not that first the friction comes and then you apply the brake. No. Only if you apply the brake, the friction comes. So it's called the brake system, right? So when a system is built, actions will take place inside the system automatically, right? The next one, businesses as a collection of systems. So what is business? Just like how a car is, in a car there are different systems. Every system clubbed together to become a car. Braking system is there, steering system is there. You steer it, the mechanism moves the tire, moves the vehicle towards a particular direction. It is not that first the vehicle moves and then you move the steer. Everything happens in a sequential way. Am I right? Similarly, in a business, there are many systems. Many systems clubbed together to form a business. Operates to multiple interconnected systems. Purchase systems. Goods should come here, goods should be processed, goods should be stored, goods should be taken, goods should be manufactured, goods should be, the finished goods should be stored here. At this time, this vehicle should come here, this person should ride this vehicle. Everything is predetermined. This is a system such as purchasing and storage to ensure work is repeatable and efficient. People versus systems. While people operate the organization, the system defines the structure and the consistency of how the work is executed. It is the people there in the purchase department run the purchase department. But how they run the purchase department, what is the scope of their action, it is determined and defined by the system. Clear? Strategic alignment. Sustainable success occurs only when internal systems and capabilities are aligned with external environment conditions. Clear? So this alignment is very important. That's what we saw. Coming to the next one. In internal, we have what? In external, we have macro, micro. In macro, the economic, social, political, demographic, blah, blah, everything. We saw in micro, we saw product, industry, market, customer. What is there for internal? Stakeholders. The stakeholders. Who are the key stakeholders? We saw stakeholders. Who are stakeholders? Who have two things. We saw now interest plus influence. Interest plus influence. Clear? Now, do all stakeholders are equally important? No. Only those stakeholders who have high interest plus who have high influence on the company is seen as a key stakeholder. So we are going to analyze the stakeholders. So stakeholder definition. Individuals who influence, depend on or are affected by the organization's strategic decision. That is interest plus influence. Clear? Alignment. The organization's growth requires moving diverse stakeholders into alignment, as conflicting expectations can stall strategic execution. Imagine I am going to plan for expansion. That is a strategy. The equity shareholders are telling yes, but a major debenture holder is telling no. In that case, what will happen? The strategy will come to an halt. Right? So every shareholder, the key shareholders' interest should be aligned. Now, stakeholder classification. Stakeholders are categorized as internal or external the same way. Right? Internal means employees, management and all. External means the shareholders, regulators, customers, government, local community. They are external. Now, this is a very important concept. The Mendelow's matrix. This Mendelov is a guy. This guy is giving you a matrix. He is telling you You divide the stakeholders. You divide the stakeholders into 4 types. High interest, low interest. High influence, low influence. These people are the key stakeholders who have high interest and high influence, and that is the key players. High power, high interest, right? Influence is power, and high power, low interest. What is that? High power, low interest, that is keep satisfied, keep them satisfied. And then low power, high interest, keep informed. Low power, high interest, keep and lastly low power, low interest is nothing but low priority. Do you want example for it? I will give. Interest, power or influence. High, low, high, low. High interest, high influence. Major shareholder. High power, low interest. Government. Government has high power, but they will exert their power only when their stakes are affected. If you don't pay the taxes correctly, if you involve yourself in some unethical, illegal activity, then government will come in, influence their high power. Done. High influence, but low influence but high interest. Who are they? Employees. Employees are highly interested in the company, right? Because their livelihood is dependent on that company. But can they have so much power? No. Do they have so much power? No. Low power, low interest. Who are they? Customers. The customers are powerful. Nothing. For a very big company, definitely not. Customers at individual level, at individual level. We all are speaking about individual level. Please don't confuse it with group levels. Employee means not employee unions. Individual employees. Individually, a customer is powerful. You don't like Reliance product. Can you do anything? What is the maximum you can do? Don't buy the product. Is it going to affect him? No. So he is not at all doing good. Is it going to affect you? No. Right? You don't care about him. He don't care about you. Low interest, low power. Now, how to manage? We can't give equal attention to everyone. We can't give equal attention to everyone. Why? Because time is limited. Resources are limited. Right? We have to focus on many things. I can't focus on everyone equally. But you have to not neglect everyone. So what we can do? This Mendelov matrix is helping you. The first player, that is the key player, high power, high interest. So what do you have to do? He is the key player. He should be managed closely and regularly consulted. Before moving this, you want to move this, you have to ask him, G, can I move? Ask. Keep satisfied. High power, low interest. What is that? Government. Entity like banks, regulators, that is government, must have their requirements met. They should be satisfied. Monthly correctly file GST. GST 1 mandatory regularly file. GST 3B regularly file. GST 990 regularly file. TDS currently pay. Correctly detect, correctly pay. You follow everything. MCA file, AOC for everything you file it correctly, MGD7 everything you file it correctly. What is that? You keep them satisfied. Before due date you are accurately paying everything. You don't have deal with cash based beyond 2 lakhs or 2.5 lakhs. You are within the legal frame. Why? Because they are very powerful. If you affect their interest, they will affect your existence, right? So keep satisfied. You don't have to ask them every time, you just have to keep them satisfied. The next one is low power high interest employees. What you do? Keep informed, just inform them. You don't have to ask anything, you are going to tell, you have decided. But for key player you are going to ask before doing. But for this keep informed, you're going to do and then tell them that you are doing it. The company is going to go automated. This is the information that you will be thrown out of the company. Informed. Keep them informed. Groups such as employees or suppliers should be engaged and updated as they provide valuable feedback and support. Low priority. What is that? These stakeholders like general media require minimal monitoring unless their position shift. Now comes the most important aspect. Aya, you are telling high shareholder, low, high interest, low interest, all those things. Is that fixed? Satyama, no. This position is highly dynamic. Just like how the environment is dynamic, this position is also highly dynamic. Low priority today can become a key player tomorrow. Key player tomorrow can become a keep informed player tomorrow or day after tomorrow. Keep satisfied today may become low priority tomorrow. Dynamic nature. Stakeholders' positions are not fixed and can shift between categories during controversies or major environmental changes. The local community is low priority, correct? But if that is affecting the environment, rivers are getting affected and all those things, sterlite, methane, everything we saw, right? What is that? That low priority will take charge and become a key player. Done. Concept 3 is strategic drivers. So, strategic drivers. What is strategic driver? The one who drives a lorry is called lorry driver. The one who drives a car is called car driver. The one who drives the bus is called bus driver. The one who drives the strategy is called a strategic driver. Right? What is a strategic driver? Those that shape the strategy. I am planning to go like this, but I start, something comes and moves me here. Something moves me here. Something moves me here. What is all those things? What is that moves me? It is the driver that moves the strategy. One that moves the strategy. What a lorry driver does? Lorry driver moves the lorry. Strategic driver moves the strategy. What shapes the strategy? There are certain drivers which shape the strategy. What are the drivers? That first driver is industry and market. The second driver is nothing but customers. The third driver is the product, and the fourth driver is the channels. These are the 4 drivers. Clear? Now, strategic drivers are internal elements that actively steer means to drive, to direct where and how an organization competes and differentiate itself. Evaluating these drivers help determine why a firm is performing a certain way beyond mere profit numbers. Right? First driver. What? Industry and market. The industry in which the company is there is shaping the strategy it undertakes. Why? This US-Iran war that is happening now will shape the oil and gas industry, not geo. Geo is unaffected by, or to a greater extent, not affected by Iran-US war. But oil and gas is affected. Why? So the oil and gas should focus on that. What makes them focus on this thing alone while geo doesn't? It is the industry that makes them do it. Because each and every industry have its own environmental aspects. First thing we saw, what is an industry? Have its own similar environmental factors, right? So industry and market is the first driver. What is an industry and what is a market? You should know the difference now. Gross total of all the similar markets form an industry, or in an industry there will be many markets. Example, textile industry, Chennai is the market, Tiruchi is a market, Erode, Tirupur are markets in a broader textile industry, right? There are different markets, pantaloons, lifestyle, trends and all those things, they are markets. They form a particular market because they cater one particular type of buyers or customers, right? But the local vendors, the street vendors where they sell all the local cloths, the Tirupur banyan and all those things, they form a different market because they cater to different set of customers, group of similar market, but both of things are different markets but falling under the same textile industry. This is the difference between industry and market. Clear? Now, an industry is a structural classification of a firm's producing or selling similar primary products or services, which serves as the foundational unit for identification of an organization's direct competition. Defining industry boundaries allow a firm to understand the technical standards, regulatory environment and competitive intensity that governs its sectors. The market represents the dynamic interaction between the total set of buyers and sellers, where prices, value, costs are determined by the forces of the demand and supply in the particular market, not industry. Why? The demand and supply for pantaloons will be different from that of demand and supply there in Tirupur or Erode, because that's a different market. This is a different market. Demand and supply are market specific, not industry specific. Done now? Now, while industries are defined by their output, markets are defined by customers they serve, right? Customer type, based on the customer type, market differs. I told now, and can be physical, virtual, local, national or global market. Strategic group mapping is a sophisticated analytical tool used to cluster firms within a industry that follow similar competitive strategies and occupy comparable market position. Most important paragraph. To analyze the competitors there inside an industry, we are going to use a tool called strategic group mapping. So for strategic group mapping, what are the things that will be there in the group? We say group, now there should be elements there. There should be people forming a team. So who should come inside the group? Whom all I should consider for analysis? They are telling same industry plus similar competitive strategy plus comparable market position. If all the three are satisfied, then that company will come in to the group. Clear? Now, what we are going to do in strategic group mapping? Very, very simple. We are going to identify what is expected from a particular market, not industry, market. What is expected from a particular market? How do I know it? You take certain attributes. You are going to take and compare two attributes. We are going to give an example. What is the example you are going to take? Strategic group mapping. Example we are going to take. The first one. Imagine we all have known this chart, x-axis, y-axis and all. This is origin 0. I am telling, in a market there are 5 players. 5 players are in the same industry, similar competitive positions and similar competitive strategy. All the 3 conditions are satisfied. So we take the 5 players. We are going to compare the 5 players based on 2 criteria or 2 variables. It is a graph. It is a 2D graph, meaning 2 variables will be there. It can be anything that you want. It can be anything that you want. It can be price and quality. It can be differentiation and customer response. It can be price and number of repeat customers. It can be anything that you want to compare. Anything. We are, for the sake of ease, going to take price and quality. Price and quality. 5 players A, B, C, D, E. These are the 5 players. Now, if you see A, competitor A, if you see the player A in the market, he is giving a very, very good, sorry, not price and quality, I have mixed it, sorry, market share, then only you can compare, na? Market share and quality, we'll keep that, market share and quality. A, if you see A is giving the worst quality product, worst quality product as the most cheapest price, but his market share is here. Sorry, you mixed it. Sorry, his market share is here. Low quality but high market share. Right? And here there is another person B, somewhere in the mid range, and he is C, somewhere in the somewhere here, and D somewhere here, E somewhere here. When you draw the circle, you see this outcome. I'll make this more bigger. Yes. Now looking at this map, what you are telling, what you are concluding, in the market they are focusing on again I missed it, sorry. What is the time? 7:36. The strategic mapping. Okay. Delete it till from the SGM till this. We'll again take this one, right? I messed it up a bit. Sorry. strategic group mapping. Now coming back, strategic group mapping. I am going to give an example, right? Imagine there are 5 players. How many players? 5 players. A, B, C, D and E. There are 5 players there in the market. No, not industry. It is market. 5 players there in the market. In our childhood, we would have definitely seen this graph. X-axis, Y-axis and origin. I am going to compare and analyze the 5 players and the market. I am going to understand the nature of the market using the 5 players by attributing 2 things. What are the 2 things? Those 2 things which I take as attribute, I call it as variables. The comparison is based on certain things. I am going to compare. Compare based on what? Based on 2 variables. Why 2 variables? Because this is the 2D graph. 2D graph means only 2 things, x-axis, y-axis. We are going to take only 2 variables and compare. What are the 2 variables? What variable should take? Anything you want to take. Anything. Price and number of repeated customers, take. Quality, number of repeated customers, take. Degree of automation, prices, take. Your wish. Whatever you want to compare, you take. Right? So for ease, we are going to take a very simpler comparison. Right? We are going to take a very simpler comparison. Of price and quality. Of price and quality. Only 2 variables you are going to take. If you see product A is selling at a very low price but at very poor quality. A is here. B is high price but quite high quality. C is somewhere low quality but low price. C. D is somewhere here, high price, high quality, and E is somewhere here. Similarly, high quality and a bit better pricing, but definitely very high quality. Now what we are going to do, we are going to mark the market share that each of these 5 players, what share? Not industry share, market share. Why? Analyzing the market. We are going to put the market share. This is being tested in, I think, Jan attempt they tested it, I think. Jan attempt. Yes, in Jan exams it tested it. So it's a very important concept. So, coming back. I am going to draw a circle. Circle, yes. So what is the size of the circle? The size of the circle represents the corresponding market share of that person. If the person is having the highest market share, will get a very big circle. Clear? Now, we analyze A is holding the highest market share. This circle is very, very big. B is holding somewhat a smaller share. C is holding bigger than B but smaller than A. D is holding very less. E is holding comparatively bigger than E. D is the thing. Now, looking at this, what you can conclude? This market is expecting low price. Even if the quality is not good, it is okay. They don't see the quality, they see the price. Clear, huh? The local Tirupur market, the street vendors and all, this is separate market, I told. Why? They don't see the quality, they see the price. But in Pantaloons, lifestyle and all, they see the quality. Right? So this market, they focus more on customers prefer price, cheap quality goods, cheap affordability over quality. Affordability over quality. How do I come to this conclusion? Only by using strategic group mapping. Only by using strategic group mapping. Clear? This is what we are going to read about it. Understanding competitive variables. Variables are specific competitive characters such as price, quality, product range, anything. I told now, geographic coverage used to distinguish firm from one another. On what basis every firm is different? Based on price, based on quality, based on geography, based on customer type, anything that you want to analyze. To ensure analytical clarity, two variables, though chosen from the map must be strategically significant and should not be highly correlated. This is very, very important. They should not be highly correlated. Highly positively correlated. If it is positively correlated, how can there be a conclusion? Let me tell you. Simple. Imagine, instead of price, I use quantity. I use quantity. And instead of quality, I use quantity. Sorry. Instead of quality, I am using quantity. Does it make any sense? When the price is less, obviously the quantity people will buy more. When the price is less, quantity will obviously be more. Right? So there is no logic using this, right? So there should be it should not be highly correlated in any sense. That's what they are telling. So I should have a sense of logic behind taking the variables. Commonly utilized variables include degree of vertical integration, breadth of distribution channels, and level of after sales services provided to the customer. These are some commonly used variables they are taking. Only this should be used, not necessary. Coming to steps. What is the first step? First, decide what is the variable you are going to choose. What is the variable you are going to choose? Right? Identify the differentiating competitive variable. That is the first step. Step 1. The strategist first select key characteristics that distinguishes how various firms in the industry approach competition, such as price, range, product breadth, everything. These variables must be capable of clearly separating firms into distinct clusters based on their unique strategic choices. The next one is plot firms using selected variables. That's what we did, right? First, what we did, selected the variables, plotted point. What is that? Plotted. Plotting it based on each and every variable. Two significant variables are selected, to x-axis and the y-axis, and every firm in the industry is positioned on the graph according to its status. This visual plotting enables managers to compare all rivals across two critical dimensions simultaneously. Identify strategic groups. Firm may appear close to each other on the resulting map are identified as strategic groups, indicating they employ near identical strategy. Simple, nothing. D and E are very close, right? B and C are very close, right? That means what? They to some extent adopt a common strategy, or they have a similar, not same, similar value cost trade off. similar value cost trade-off. Pakka. Vital for answering writing because it pinpoints direct rivals who are most likely to react similarly to the environmental shifts. Clear? The next one is drawing the circle. We did right at the end based on the market share. The circles are drawn each identified group with the diameter of each circle proportional to the group's share of total sales revenue. Most important, total share of revenue. Revenue means in rupees, not in units sold. Market share of sales revenue. Sales revenue means in rupee terms, or if you are in USA it is dollar terms, but not on quantity terms. Please understand it. This provides analytical depth by showing which strategic approach currently command the most financial power within the industry. In this industry or in this market, which is the commanding force? It is the price that is the commanding force. How do I get to know it? Because A, who is providing at the lowest price in spite of low quality, is having the maximum market share because he is having the most sales revenue. He is having the most sales revenue in rupees. Pakka. Significance of SGM. This tool allows managers to visualize the competitive terrain, identify strategic gaps. What is that? If you see, there is a huge gap here, right? Meaning, just a minute, for easy reference, I will make all these, remove these things. If you see, there is a huge gap here, right? What is this? Unexplored market. You can come and take this. That's all. So, identifying the gaps, unoccupied spaces on the map, and recognize where new opportunities for differentiation may exist. Clear? This is the driver 1, industry and market. Now we'll see driver 2, customers. At the most fundamental level, an organization exists because of its customers. Customers, only if they are there, revenue will be there. Who serve as the primary source of revenue and anchor all strategic decisions. Every strategic decision will be revolving around the customer. Strategy is shaped by understanding that customers are not homogeneous. Homogeneous means what? Same type. They are heterogeneous, meaning they are different. My tastes and preferences are different. Your tastes and preferences are different. So does everyone's tastes and preferences. Your mom and dad's tastes and preferences are different. Your tastes and preferences are different. They are heterogeneous. They can be similar but not same, and possess diverse needs, preferences, and spending capabilities. Customer value grouping. Firms categorize buyers into high value, medium value, low value segments based on their willingness to pay for premium features versus basic utility. Right? YouTube, you are a normal customer. There are premium players who pay the premium and they get. So YouTube classifies as normal viewership and premium viewership. Of course, in all other OTT platforms, you have like gold, silver, platinum, and all those things. What are they? Say, categorize the customers. This segmentation allows an organization to strategically align its pricing, product features, and marketing focus with specific expectation on each group. Analytically, this helps the business identify which segment generates maximum profitability. Which segment generates maximum profitability and where innovation is most required to retain loyalty. Not always premium segments are better, right? Maybe the premium segments may not even generate revenue. So it differs, right? Customer data analytics. Systematic collection and presentation of customer data allow firm to identify emerging trends and detect issues like declining spending or reducing loyalty. If you go to new places and all, first time if they open the shop, they will give you a slip, feedback form they will give. They ask you to write your name, mobile number, date of birth, your entire jadagam they will ask, which rasi, everything, mobile number, mail ID, everything they will ask. Why? Well, they are a very good person. No. They want your data. Why? They want to analyze the data. Whether are you repeating, are you coming again? If you're a repeated customer, they will give special discounts to you to enhance your loyalty. By measuring the profitability of different segments, managements can pinpoint exact target areas for future growth or identify brand perception problems. The data-driven approach ensures that strategic choices are grounded in objective market realities rather than subjective managerial approach. Why? The managers sitting in the AC room, they may think customers like this, but the reality can be different. How do I know it? Only by proper customer analysis. Customer versus consumer distinction, we saw it. The customer is the entity that executes the transaction and pay for it, while customer is the end user. Strategic success require balancing the customer's budget and purchasing preferences with the consumer's needs or usability and a positive experience. For consumers, focus on experience. For customers, focus on purchase and budgets. While the customer is the central to pricing strategy, customers pricing, consumers at the core of design and value creation. Customer pricing, consumer value to ensure long-term market viability. The value and pricing should be balanced. Clear? The third driver, product and services. So we'll continue with the next driver, that is the product and the services, right? Products and services act as a critical interface between the organization and the market, right? It acts as a interface, that which connects the organization with the market, that which connects the business and the customer, is that which we call as the product or the service, and it's the central pillar around which all the business activities will be undertaken, right? Serving as a primary vehicle to satisfy the identified customer needs, right? We also saw this, right? The better the value proposition a firm gives, the more likely it is to gain competitive advantage. So how the firm is going to give values? It is going to give values through products or services, right? From a strategic perspective, a product is not merely a physical good but a comprehensive bundle including software, warranties, after sales services and brand image. What does it mean? So product is not just one isolated thing, but it has many interconnected elements in it. To it. That's what they are telling. So when you say it's a product, it's not just one thing. It's an interconnection of many things. Say for example, if you buy a hardware device, a laptop, it is not just a laptop. You also get it for the Windows, that the operating systems out there, the after sales services that is there, the warranties they give, right? So that is most important aspect of a product or a service. Now coming to product classification, organizations classify offering as industrial or consumer, essential or luxury, and durable or perishable to determine the appropriate marketing mix. Why this classification is very important? This classification is quite important precisely because you see the strategy they take depends on the type of product in which they are dealing, right? Based on that, the strategy changes, the strategy alters, right? Say for example, it is a perishable goods, then a more aggressive marketing should be done because you have to push the sales further, right? If it is more of perishable goods, then they have to focus on inventory management and do all other aspects so as to ensure that loss is minimized to a greater extent. So organizations classify the product as industrial, consumer, essentials, or luxuries, or durable, perishable to determine the appropriate marketing mix. These classification guide strategic decisions regarding prices, promotions, and distribution intensity based on the nature of the product. That's the exact same thing I told. The more perishable it is, the more aggressive the marketing will be. So properly categorizing products ensure that positioning strategies are aligned with the functional or aspirational value of the product provides to the market. What does it mean? So we have to properly categorize a product because that ensures the positioning of the strategies along that product are aligned with the functional or aspirational values which the product provides to the market. Clear? The next one is the product differentiation. Differentiation brings uniqueness, right? Aims to create distinct and a superior image in the customer's mind through physical attributes like design or psychological cues like branding. So that gives differentiation. Differentiation is always which we perceive. So it is not real, sir, not necessarily always real. Why? Simple. There is an experimentation where they just called random members, right? And they asked them to taste 2 cups of coffees. The coffee was one and the same, made as one. The coffee powder, the milk, it is prepared by the same person at the same time. But only difference is one is just a normal steel cup, the other one is a porcelain high quality cup, a royal cup. And out of the 5 people, 4 people literally told the coffee that they drank in the porcelain cup was tasted more better. Why? It's the same coffee, right? No. The same coffee is perceived in a different way. So differentiation is not necessarily the actual product that differentiates. It can also be the perception that shapes or varies it. Clear? So the same cloth made in Bangladesh or Tirupur, when you stamp a brand on it, that becomes a differentiated product. People perceive it as a differentiated one, right? So strategically, perception is as important as reality. This is a very, very important thing. Perception is as important as reality, right? As branding can make physically similar products appear unique to different target segments. Effective differentiation reduces price sensitivity and builds a protective barrier against competitors by creating emotional attachment. So what happens is the differentiation reduces the price sensitivity. The normal shirt, when the brand which you like the most is stamped on it, the moment that is stamped, you stamp your emotions on it. They stamp the brand, you stamp the emotion on it. And when you stamp the emotion, what happens is you tend to charge a premium for it, and still people will buy it because people are becoming price insensitive towards that particular product because they have built an emotion around it, right? And since they have built an emotion around it, this acts as a protective barrier against the competitors by creating emotional attachment. The next one is pricing strategy for new products. When launching new offerings, firm must balance customer centricity, reasonable profit margin, and the need for rapid market share growth. What does that mean? So in launching a new offering, now the firm must balance certain things. It must focus on the customer. At the same time, it should also gain profit. At the same time, there is a need for rapid increase in the market growth. Failure to align the prices with the perceived value can result in poor market adoption. Market is perceiving this product as a very worthy thing and they are willing to pay 1000 rupees. But you charge only 300 or 400. That means you have not yet fully captured the value, right? Value creation is there, but the producer surplus is not covering the value that is created. Clear? The strategic balance ensures a product is attractive to buyers while providing the financial returns necessary for continued organizational growth. Clear? So next one is the marketing strategies. So what are the different marketing strategy? What is marketing? Making people aware that certain products exist. This is what we really call as marketing. So what are different marketing strategies that are there? First one is the social marketing. Social marketing means what? Simple. You market the socially accepted behavior, that becomes social marketing. This is the only thing. You have to listen very carefully here. What does it mean? If you watch movies and all, in the corner they will put something which we can't even see, right? Smoking causes cancer, smoking kills, blah 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 blah. What is that? Social marketing. Why? Because you can't even see that. That's a different thing, but still they put all those things. Why? Social marketing. And you see RBI putting ads, right? Be careful, be cautious. The people who are putting such social ads are not going to gain anything financial, but what they really gain is that they want to bring a social change, and they are using this advertisement as a tool, marketing as a tool, to bring social change. Approach used by marketing tools to promote socially desirable behaviors, and public welfare rather than purely commercial profit. Done. The next one is augmented marketing. Meaning of the word augment. Augment means to raise, to inflate, to add more is what you call as augment. Augmented marketing is marketing that which you give more than the product or the service. What is that? Say for example, you are not just selling a scooty, you are giving them first three free services. You are mentioning that you are giving first three services as free, right? That is what you really call as augmented marketing, right? Actually people are paying only for the scooty, but they get something more, something augmented, right? This focus on providing an extra layer to value, such as installation support or extended warranties beyond the core product features. The next one is direct marketing. It involves communicating personally, right? People will be coming to you, showing the brochures, explaining you the details, the features of the product. They come face to face with you in person, right? That is direct marketing, right? It can also face to face, also in modern context, can be interpreted as direct SMSs, email, right? Where they expect you to immediately respond. This is the very important aspect in direct communication or direct marketing. In direct marketing, either face to face or mail or SMS, they expect you, there will be a prompt which says, are you interested? You have to give yes or no. What is that? That is direct marketing. They immediately expect you to give an answer to it. The next one is relationship marketing. Relationship marketing means they prioritize long-term customer retention and loyalty programs over one-time transaction to maximize customer lifetime values. Clear? They market the relationships they have. We have relationship managers and all those people, right? They does all those activities. The next one is service marketing. Due to the intangibility and perishability of service, this strategy emphasizes trust, reliability, and the quality of human interactions. Clear? You market the service, that becomes service marketing, as simple as that. Person marketing. In politics and all, we'll have this, right? The top figure will show his face or her face, keeping that as a, a marketing substance, marketing element, right? All the people there in the political party take that figure and just revolve around them, right? This is really what you call as person marketing, right? You market a person, and this is more common for politicians, celebrities, Instagram influencers, so-called Instagram influencers, and so on and so forth, right? So I left, yes. This strategy focused on shaping the public perception and personal brand of individuals such as politicians or celebrities. Clear? The next one is organization marketing. You tend to market a favorable image in the minds of the people, right? That is what you really call as the organization marketing. It aims to build a favorable image on the entire entity, highlighting its ethical practices and sustainability initiatives. Highlighting the sustainability initiatives. We get to know about certain companies, right? Say for example, the Tata, they are more into trust, donating, uh, CSR fundings and all those things, right? Now, by doing that, what they are telling, they are giving an image. They are giving an image that they are socially there as a ethically strong company, right? So they market the organization's image. The next one is place marketing. This promotes specific location, right? Habibi, come to Dubai. What is it? Place marketing. You market a particular place for tourism or whatever it is, right? So promote specific locations such as cities or states to attract tourism. Business investment and economic development, right? Enlightened marketing, this is a quite interesting topic. Enlightened marketing means marketing with a particular philosophy in mind, right? You become ethically strong, you become ethically linked, aligned, and then you market. What does that mean? Simple, right? Instead of exaggerating the product's features, you just tell what is what and let people decide. In that way, what you do, you refrain yourself from deceiving the public, right? So you have a philosophy and you live by that philosophy, right? This is what you really call as the enlightened marketing. Now you may ask, what is the difference between an enlightened marketing and a social marketing? Well, both focus on ethics, values, culture and all those things. What's the difference between them? Social marketing is where the intention is not to earn money at all. The intention is not at all to earn money. But in enlightened marketing, the intention is to earn money, but in a righteous way. Please understand. In enlightened marketing, they focus on earning money, but in a more refined ethical manner. So what is it? The long-term philosophy balances innovation and customer value with a broader mission and societal welfare, right? And then we have the differential marketing. What do you mean by differential marketing? This involves targeting multiple market segments simultaneously and customize products or brands to maximize the market coverage, right? You target multiple market segments simultaneously, right? Simultaneously you market. The next one is synchro marketing. Sync means what? To bring in everything together on a one single platform, right? On a single platform, right? Incorporating something is what you call as sync. So synchro marketing means what? If you carefully observe, in some places or in some period, the demand will not be there uh, because of the nature of the product or the industry or the type of the environment in which it is. Say for example, we have this RD offer, right? Or offers for in the month of May or June or something like that, right? Why? Because if you observe, all other periods they have either one or two festivals, Diwali, Pongal and all, Navaratri and all those things, right? But only in the period of May and June we don't have any festivals. If we don't have any festivals, then every year the demand will be stable. Only in these 2 to 3 months the demand will dip. To normalize this dip, they have to give some discounts and all those things, right? So that discounts and all those things that they do to normalize the demand, to reduce the dip, to remove the dip, is what you call as synchro marketing. Clear? Concentrated or niche marketing. The marketing is focused on one particular niche, one particular segment. focus on or focused organizational resources on achieving dominance within one or few very specific market segments, not industries, market segments. Like say for example, vegan bags is a market segment inside apparel industry. You focus only on that, then that becomes niche marketing. Demarketing is applied when demand exceeds supply, aiming to strategically reduce or shift demand through higher prices or limited availability. They demarket means they, in marketing we promote a product, in demarketing they de-promote a product. Why they do that? They de-promote a product because consumption is very high and they want to bring it down. Say for example, in EB, electricity board and all those things, sometimes they do this demarketing, right? They tell you to use it judicially. Water will be there, water should be used judicially. If you go to a hotel, they will have a tissue paper, right next to the hand wash, they will have a tissue paper, and right above or side the tissue paper, if you observe, they would have written save trees, save life. All of a sudden again they become philosophers. Where went your philosophy when you wasting food? Where went your philosophy when you establish businesses which are, you charge a huge premium for a normal dosa or idli? Where went all those ethics? Suddenly you will become ethical, and there at that point you will say use papers judicially, save trees, save planet. What is that? Demarketing, right? That's what you call as demarketing. Remove a demand for a particular product, right? Now moving to the fourth driver, which is channels. What do you mean by channel? We have TV channels, right? What do you mean by channel? Channel is a medium through which something moves. Channel can be understood as a medium through which something moves, right? Channel represents a strategic path, a medium through which the product travels from the organization to the customer, ensuring availability at the right time and the right place. A robust and dense channel network acts as a significant barrier to entry, as new competitors often struggle to match the reach of established players. Done. Now, what are the different channels we have? We have sales channel, product channel, service channel, channel analysis and growth. These three channels, what are these? Simple pa, something through which something moves is what you call as channel. Something through which sales happen is called sales channel. Something through which the product moves are product channels. Something through which services move are service channel. Sales channel focuses on intermediaries involving persuading customer or executing or actual transaction. Strategically, it is identified with parties which parties must be involved in the push of the product to the market and finalize the sale. What does it mean? There will be manufacturers, and we have wholesalers, and we have retailers, and then we have customers, right? This is what you call as sales channel. Sales happens through this channel. Clear? Analysis of the channel matters because the right intermediaries can significantly expand a firm's market penetration and sales volume. Clear? The next one is the product channel, something through which the product moves. Channel manages the physical handling, very important. Product means the physical handling, storage, warehouse and transportation of goods from producer to customer. So it is not from supplier to producer, it is from producer to customer. Clear? Be very clear with that. Producer to customer. A strong product channel ensures timely delivery and reduces damage, which are critical components for overall customer experience. Efficient logistics within these channels are essential for maintaining the reliability and cost effectiveness of the entire supply chain, right? If the product channels are not proper, the supply chain disruption will happen. cost will go up. So to manage everything effectively, we need these channels. The next one is service channel. Just like how products move, services also move, right? I am taking classes and this is a service that is being rendered. The service should move from one medium to another medium through a medium, right? If not, I will be speaking like this, you will not hear anything. So indicates the technicals and the entities that provide installation, technical assistance and post sale maintenance. So if you see in a product, as I said, the product is not just a product but a comprehensive system of softwares, after sale services and everything, right? So how the services move determines the service channel. Say for example, you go and buy an air conditioner, post which the people from the authorized service center of that particular AC brand will come to your home and install the air conditioner, right? That is a service channel, the channel through which services move. It is vital for products requiring ongoing support, as the quality of service strongly influence long-term brand perception. This is very, very important. If you don't have a right proper service, the product's sustainability is severely questioned, and customer satisfaction. You buy an AC, no one is coming for installment for 3 days, you will never ever buy that brand again. Even if these partners do not sell the product, they are called partners in growth, who sustain the product's value over its usage. The last part is channel analysis and growth. When expanding into new geography, firm must align their channel strategies with local customer behavior. Align the channel strategy with local customer behavior, technological adaptation and cultural preferences. A firm cannot assume a single strategy will work universally. For instance, targeting elderly customers may require physical agents rather than just digital channels. Very, very important. We can't have one channel for everything, right? Even though if you are having the same product, that which you are providing for the old age people, it should not be there as digital channel, but it should carry a physical channel, because those old age people are not that well versed in using digital technology. So you have to use the physical channel, right? Systematic analysis ensure that scalability is supported by a distribution network that is efficient, consistent and competitively positioned. Clear? Moving to concept 4. So concept 4, roles of resources and capabilities in building core competency, right? What is that? We are going to see a bunch of concepts here. One is the resources, the other one is the capabilities, and they are giving us something called core competencies, right? Actually, in fact, if we see, there are 4 terms. One is resources, the other one is capabilities, the other one is the competency, and competency become core competency. Now what are they? First, let us start with resources. They are the physical, financial, human, intangible inputs available to an organization, that is tangible and intangible things available to an organization. Capabilities, are you capable of doing it? Do you have the ability to coordinate and use the resources that you have through systems and experiences so as to achieve your goals? Do you have the capability to use the resources you have? And if you have the right resources and the right capabilities, that creates a new competency. The combination of skills, knowledge and techniques that allow an individual or organization to perform tasks effectively is a competency. Now what are core competency? These combination of skills create something which is very, very unique, right? When that uniqueness is created, the competency is no longer just a competency, it becomes core competency. It is a central critical competency that provides a long-term competitive advantage, and it is difficult for a rival to copy. Clear? Now, when a competency will become a core competency is because when if it is competitor differentiation is there. What does that mean? It must be unique and difficult for others to imitate or reverse engineer. See, use the resources, use the capabilities to build competencies. If that competencies are not unique, that is, if it not differentiated, then it is not a core competency. It should generate customer value. It does provide fundamental benefits that influence the customer's buying decisions. The third one is application to other markets. These are three important factors. Application to other markets, meaning what? It must act as a platform that allows the firm to enter new market or develop a new product. Clear? This is what we really call it as a core competency. When these three things are there, one is competitive differentiation, other one is customer value, the other one is application of other markets, meaning application of other markets or applicability across markets. Different markets it can be applied. We have this VRIN framework. What is that? A competency is said to be differentiated, unique. A core competency is said to have a sustained competitive advantage. An advantage will become a sustainable competitive advantage when it is V, R, I and N. If it is valuable, rare, costly to imitate and non-substitutable. That is what we call as the VRIN framework. Right? That is explored opportunities. Rare is very few competitors only possess it. Imitability is it's not easy to just replicate it. Non-substitutability, there is no substitute, similar substitute for it that gives a much better value proposition. Right? That gives a much better value cost trade-off. Clear? Coming to the most important aspect, that is SWOT analysis: strength, weakness, opportunity, threats. Right? So what we do is, SWOT is a framework that gives an integrated internal analysis, that is strength and weakness, and the external analysis, that is opportunities and threats, for strategic decision making. So what you do, you use your strength to capitalize the opportunities and minimize the threats. You use the opportunities to overcome the weakness, and in case of threat and weakness, how you are going to manage all these things, you are going to see it in the SWOT analysis. Strategic interaction: the goal is to determine how internal factors should be aligned with the external factors to ensure sound choices. Now the SWOT matrix, we have the 4 cells. One is strength opportunity, other one is strength threat, weakness opportunity and weakness threat. If it is strength and opportunity, the offensive strategy will be undertaken. What strategy? Strength opportunity means offensive strategy, where it uses the strength to aggressively, use this word, aggressively grow and expand into favorable markets, right, where growth is high. And then ST, that is strength and threat, a defensive strategy where the firm uses its internal strength to protect itself from the holistic external risk, right? And then weakness opportunity, use the opportunity to overcome the weaknesses. External opportunities are used to build capabilities and correct internal limitations, or what we call as the weakness, right? WT, that is weakness threat, the survival strategy focused on retrenchment, risk minimization, or exiting an unprofitable segment. Clear? These things we are going to do. This is what we really call as the SWOT analysis. Coming to concept 6, competitive advantage using Michael Porter's generic strategy. Now what does this generic strategy really means? We are going to look at it, right? What is that? So fundamentally what we are going to look at it is, yes, the cost leadership strategy, differentiation strategy and focus strategy. What is telling, you have a strategy. That strategy can be divided into 2, broad, narrow, or narrow can also be understood as focused. Under broad you have cost leadership and differentiation, and under narrow you have focused cost leadership and focused differentiation, right? What are they? See, you want to gain competitive advantage. It is not just enough if you gain competitive advantage, you should also sustain the competitive advantage. You should also sustain the competitive advantage, right? How to sustain it? How I am going to sustain the competitive advantage is that we are going to see. You can achieve competitive advantage by using two different strategies broadly. First, determine whether you are going to be in a broader market or whether you are going to be there in a focused market. Clear? Once that is done, you have to decide whether you are going to be a cost leader or whether you are going to be a differentiator. Now, what is what? Cost leader is nothing but you are providing the best value proposition at the best affordable price. You aim to be the lowest cost producer in an industry for the given level of quality. Very important. Meaning, as I told now, for the same value proposition you give the least cost. When you give low cost and low quality, you are not a cost leader. You are a cost leader when you give low cost and same quality. Only then you will be called a cost leader. Structural enablers. High volume allows for economies of scale, tight cost controls and efficient supply chains. Clear? And competitive protection. Low cost act as a shield against price wars, buyer pressures and new entrants. Clear? The next one is differentiation strategy. Concept. Offering products perceived as unique and valuable, allowing for premium pricing. Right? Here it's the opposite. You don't focus on providing the least cost, but you are focusing on giving more features, meaning you give the focus on bettering the product, high quality product, not the cost. You don't compromise on the cost, but you give more value. You differentiate the product, make the product look unique. In that case, you can charge a premium, right? What they perceive is very important word, right? Uniqueness can be built through product differentiation. Uniqueness can be built through product differentiation by adding more quality or bringing new features. Pricing differentiation, prestige signaling or organizational differentiation, that is brand image. They will be sold at a premium. Prestige selling. Advantages. Brand loyalty reduces price sensitivity. We saw it in the same thing above, and creates barrier for substitutes and new entrances. Clear? Then now comes the focused strategy. Focus means what? Narrowing yourself on particular market segment. On a particular market segment. Now narrow fundamentally means on a market segment, how it is going to be. Clear? Narrowing market scope to serve a specific niche more effectively than broad market competitors. What is it? Focus cost leadership, achieving a cost advantage relative to others, serving the same narrow segments. What does it mean? Here you do focus cost leadership, that is, you tend to be the least cost provider in a narrow market and not on a general note. What is general and what is narrow? Simple. If broad is, for example, apparel industry. What is apparel, pa? Dress, cloth, shoes, bags, leather bags and all those things. The apparel industry. Narrow will be vegan bags, right? If restaurants are broad, Jain restaurants are niche, or vegan restaurants are niche or focused. Clear? So in that niche market you tend to be a cost leader. Focus differentiation means offering specialized product tailored to unique tastes of specific customer group, right? So you are in that niche market, you tend to offer a differentiated or a unique product. Best cost provider strategy is very important. You have to understand it very clearly. What is that? It drives more value for money by balancing low cost with superior quality or feature. By balancing low cost with superior quality or feature. What is strategy? Either value conscious buyers by offering comparable quality at lowest price, or superior quality at the same price. Very, very important. What does that mean? Best cost provider strategy. In that, what you do? Same quality, then lower cost, or same cost but better. So low cost, low quality. Can I say I'm best cost provider? No. Right? High cost, high quality. Can I say best cost provider? No. Right? So when the cost is high, definitely not. Right? So the quality should be same, the cost is less, or the cost is same, the quality is more. Clear? This is what you call as the best cost provider strategy. Done. Now you come to the last segment, that is segment 5, strategic choices. We saw what are choices, right? Choices are deliberately choosing something by deliberately not choosing something. When you choose a strategy, that means you deliberately not choose all other strategies, right? That is exactly what you call as strategic choices. Clear? We'll continue with the next segment, that is segment 5, strategic choices, right? So we have seen comprehensively the analysis part, that is the external analysis and the internal analysis, right? Now we are moving to choices. After analyzing the environment, you get to know about a comprehensive understanding of yourself and the environment in which you are going to sustain and thrive, right? So now the next step is you have different alternatives before you. You have different alternatives before you, right? And your duty is now to choose a strategic alternative. And in segment 1, very beginning, we saw that choices is you choosing something over another, right? So fundamentally you deliberately not choose something else is also what you call as choice, right? So how are you going to make the choices? Based on the environment scanning we have done, based on the capabilities assessed within, I have many alternatives. I am going to choose which alternative is best for me, right? How I am going to do it? We are going to read that in strategic choices, right? From understanding, we are moving to choosing. Strategic choice is the process of being selective and evaluating alternatives to align organizational capabilities with long-term objectives under limited resource conditions. What does it mean then? Just a minute. Yes. So it's a process of being selective and evaluating alternate to align organizational capabilities with the long-term objectives. You choose the strategy based on your capabilities. You have many alternatives, but which alternative am I capable of exploiting the most? Which alternative is best suited for me based on the internal capabilities and the external environment, right? Based on that you choose a particular thing. Strategy operates in a gray zone. No, that we used to tell this phrase now, black and white picture, meaning standing in the extremes, right? It is neither standing in white or not standing in the black. It is always the gray area in between, right? Where we speak about the value cost trade off. We can't keep on increasing the value and stand at the one end of the spectrum. We also cannot keep on reducing the cost and stand in this end of the spectrum, right? So we have to stand in the middle. That's what we call as a gray area, right? Where the availability of the options does not guarantee suitability. Just because alternatives are available doesn't mean those alternatives are suitable, right? So necessitating decisions should be shaped by the internal strengths and the prevailing conditions, right? So corporate level strategy determines the overall direction, scope and the intent of the firm, effectively defining what to do to shape how to do at the lower level. The corporate decides what to do, and this functional level decides, the business level and the functional level decides how to do it, right? So corporate decisions serve as a fundamental guide for business units and functional departments to align their activity with the broader organization's goals. Clear? So business choices are dictated by a specific stage of the business life cycle. What strategy I will choose? It depends on the business life cycle in which your particular business is. Now, what is business life cycle? We saw something called product life cycle, right? Every product undergoes stages of introduction, growth, maturity and decline, right? Similarly, every business undergoes the same cycle of introduction, growth, maturity and decline. So based on the cycle in which they are in, they will choose a strategy. If they are in growing strategy, they will choose aggressive strategies. If they are in decline stage, they choose survival strategy. So choices depend on the business stage in which it is. Prioritizes based on whether a firm is in introduction, growth, maturity or decline. Clear? Corporate strategies are systematically classified into 4 broad categories. What are they? They are stability, expansion, retrenchment and combination. Clear? In that, the first strategy that you are going to see is stability strategy. Ideally speaking, you should start with expansion strategy, but I have taken stability strategy because of a critical purpose. Why? Because expansion strategy is bit more comprehensive. It requires its own depth. But before understanding the expansion strategy, it is very important for you to understand stability strategy, because you may misinterpret it thinking that stability strategy is something that you follow at the stage of maturity, which is partially true but not fully true, right? Say for example, you are preparing for an exam. Will you keep on be reading and reading and reading, or somewhere you pause and stabilize what you have read, incorporate what you have read, and then once you feel like you are confident and then proceed further, right? You do the latter, right? The act of pausing while you grow and consolidating your position is also stability strategy, right? So stability strategy is gonna be the first thing that you're going to see. The stability strategy focus on protecting established interest. What is stability strategy? You are not going to read more, you are going to consolidate what you have read, right? That is what you call a stability strategy. So nothing new is being pursued. What is there, you are going to make it firm, and optimizing returns from committed resources rather than pursuing aggressive growth. The firm continues to serve the same or similar markets with closely related products, often when the industry has reached the maturity stage. Often when it reaches the maturity stage, but not always, right? Stability is a state of controlled continuity that requires staying adaptive to incremental environment changes rather than do nothing approach. This is very, very important. We are going to continue the business, we are going to continue the operation, but in a very controlled manner, meaning we don't seek anything further, we focus on maintaining and stabilizing what we have. Clear? So stability strategy should not be misinterpreted as doing nothing. They may ask it in case study as doing nothing. Small organizations may use stability as a temporary strategic pause. I told now, we'll keep on reading, you have to temporarily pause. That pause is strategic pause to consolidate internal systems and build competencies for future growth. Because if you keep on studying now, you lose track. Somewhere you read for 20-30 days, you pause, consolidate and then take up the next leap, right? Characteristics: the firm maintains its product market posture and functional activities while seeking performance gains through internal efficiencies. Reason for adoption: The low risk approach is chosen when growth opportunities are limited, the environment is stable, or the management values predictability. Clear? So this is a very low risk approach, right? This is a very low risk approach. So I have to use certain terms, right? When it reaches maturity stage, controlled continuity, it is not doing nothing approach, low risk approach, right? So these things you should be very thorough with. Startup context. Startups rarely pursue stability strategy. Why? Because there's nothing to stabilize here. You are just now starting your preparation. Can you employ stability strategy? What you have read to stabilize? Clear? So because they require speed and agility to grow, to establish initial visibilities. So they focus on growth strategy being aggressive, and they don't take this low risk approach of stability strategy. Clear? Now comes growth or expansion strategy, right? So what you want to do? Expansion strategy, right? This expansion strategy is divided as internal and external. Clear? Internal expansion and external expansion. And under internal expansion, you have expansion through intensification and expansion through diversification, right? Intensification and diversification is further divided as related and unrelated, and related is further divided as vertical, horizontal. Clear? Vertical and horizontal. Intensification is divided into market penetration, product development, and market development. Clear? And we have external growth strategy, where we do mergers and acquisitions and strategic alliance. Clear? So I can look at everything one by one. That's why I told now expansion strategy is a very broad, elaborative thing. Now coming to internal thing. So the growth and expansion strategy. Core definition. This strategy involves deliberate and conscious decision by an organization to significantly increase the sale. In stability strategy, you focused on maintaining what you collected. Here you're going to collect more new things, right? So that is growth. Performance orientation. It reflects a forward-looking, ambitious mindset where management pursue higher performance through new products, technologies, or markets. Strategic risk. It is fundamentally a high reward, high risk thing, right? So high risk orientation that moves the enterprise into unfamiliar terrain, requiring bold decision making and calculated risks. Clear? So it's a very risky thing, but stability, it is low risk approach. Characteristics. Business is redefined. Expansion involves a fundamental alteration of what the firm produces, whom it serves, or how it competes in the market. Organizational reward. This is strategy facilitates reward renewal through fresh investment, new initiatives, and constant innovation rather than incremental changes. Meaning, the first thing is redefinition of a business, meaning the fundamental level expansion alters the firm's way it serves, the way it exists. That is fundamental redefinition. Organizational renewal is the strategy facilitates renewal of fresh investments that they have, new initiatives, and new constant innovations rather than incremental change. Please understand, in redefinition we are going to change drastically, completely new person, but in organization renewal, You're not going for a completely new thing, you are renewing what is there existing. The next one is strategic flexibility. Here you don't change, but you adopt. It's highly flexible in nature, where multiple alternatives such as intensification, diversification, merger, and all those things are tailored to the internal resources, meaning they are not transformed or changed or renewed. They are just altered and tailored to the internal resources and external conditions. Clear? Now coming to internal growth strategy. Internal growth strategy means what? Internal growth, you grow using your internal capability alone, meaning what you have, with what you have you grow. But if you see in external growth, M&A and strategic alliance, there is a third party involved. Am I right? What is M&A? Two people coming together to form a new entity, right? A plus B becoming C is merger. Acquisition is A is taking over B and becoming a bigger A. So fundamentally, in this type of growth, a new exists, an already existing external entity exists, and you take that, right? But in strategic alliance, two people come together for a particular task, more like a joint venture. So here fundamentally you grow not just with your capabilities, but also with an external third party's capabilities, right? But that is not the case for internal growth. Intensification or diversification, you do it within your own resources, right? You do it within your own self, you do it with the resources available to you. So internal reliance. Internal growth relies on the organization's own resources, capabilities, and competencies to expand organically without external acquisition. The next one is operational control. Operational control here is, this route is preferred when an organization possesses strong internal strength and wishes to maintain full control over the operations and corporate culture. Clear? These two things are there, meaning first is in case operational control is established. The next one is internal reliance, meaning they grow only using the internal resources and capabilities and competencies and not with other things. The first form is intensification. Intensification means what? The approach seeks to grow by deepening existing business. Intense means what? You intensify something means what? You are already doing something and you are doing that thing even more stronger and harder, right? That is what you call as intensification. Similarly, in growth, you are having a particular resource in that, employing that, directing that resources in a particular way, right? That is, you are growing. Now you are gonna intensify the internal growth, right? So this deepens with existing business operations within familiar product or market domain, right? So what are the different forms of intensification? We have three forms of intensification. One is market penetration, market development, and product development. Market penetration means what? You focus on the existing products in the existing market, right? Say for example, you are having a particular product A that is there in the market and is having 30% market share. You do market penetration and make it 35% or 40%. That means what? Existing product in the existing market is grown. That is market penetration. Market development means something new, right? What is new? Market is new, meaning the same A now being being sold in Chennai will now be sold in Bangalore also. That means what? The same product, the market has developed, introducing existing product to new geographical area. Product development means what? Ulta of what we saw. Something is developed, product is developed, meaning same in Chennai market itself, instead of product A you are moving to product B. Clear? This is product development. If you observe in market penetration, market development, or product development, whatever it is, there is something which is there as a common thread. Did you notice anything? If you carefully observe, at least one thing is one and the same. At least one thing. Let me tell you this. Intensification, right? Intensification. We have market development, product development, and this was market penetration, right? When you look at market penetration, right? We have product and market. We are going to look at things in this two lenses, correct? Right? So now market development means what? Same product, new market. Product development means new product, same market. Market penetration means same product in the same market. So at least one, here both, at least one is an existing thing, right? That is the beauty of intensification. You intensify what you have, at least one thing, right? Oh, sorry. Yes. Underlying principle in intensification, at least one dimension, either the product or the market, remains familiar to the organization. Clear? Now coming to diversification. Diversify means what? Diversification means new product in a new market. Both are new. Clear? That is what you call as diversification. Involves simultaneous introduction of new product into a new market, moving beyond current experience in both dimensions. Clear? It is often adopted to utilize surplus resources like manufacturing capacity, financial assets, or managerial talent. By adding related businesses, a firm creates value that exceeds the sum of individual performance through shared technology or integrated processes. Clear? So it's all about synergy logic. And why people diversify? Because to reduce risk. Because if something, at least one element is same, in the sense the risk pertaining to it is also same, right? If any one macro environment factor that comes and affect the business, all the other things will be affected, because all are at least related in one way or another. But in diversification, you don't put all the eggs in one basket. That's what we call as diversification, right? So here you diversify and the risk is reduced, right? Now what are the forms of diversification? We have related diversification and unrelated diversification. Related diversification is also called as concentric, and unrelated diversification is called conglomerate, right? The firm enters business related to existing operations through technology, production process, or marketing channels. Firm enjoys synergy benefits with relatively lower risk because they do not completely abandon strategic familiarity, vertical integration and horizontal integration, right? Under related diversification, they are further divided as vertical and horizontal. What does that mean? It involves expanding backward towards the source of input or forward towards the customer. So see, if you take any business, right, there will be supplier, he will give raw materials. This is a business. They process it and sell the distributors, finished goods, and then they sell it to. Clear? This is the sales that has happened. Done. Now this is a vertical thing. This is vertical, means this is horizontal, right? This is vertical. Vertical integration means either you move backward or you move forward. You are the business. When you move backward, right, so further divided, backward and forward, right? When you move backward, what does that mean? You go on to acquire the supplier. When you go forward, you go on to acquire the distributor, so that you move up and down, you control up and down of the value chain. Clear? You control up and down of the value chain. Done. What is this? Yes. Horizontal integration involves acquiring similar businesses at the same stage of production or marketing chain to reduce competition. Meaning, this is horizontal, right? You are a business. Of course, the supplier will be here, distributors, customers will be here. Similarly, there will be another business, right? You are not acquiring the vertical thing, you are acquiring the horizontal thing. You go on to acquire another business. You go on to acquire another business. That's what you call as the horizontal diversification. The firm completely unrelated business with no connection. Sorry. This is what you call as horizontal integration. Why you do that? Because small businesses to reduce competition. Coming to conglomerate or unrelated diversification. The firm enters completely unrelated business with no connection to the existing product, market or technology. With no connection to the existing product, market or technology, meaning completely new. Here, at least in vertical integration and horizontal integration, you are doing a growth which is related to the current business in which you are doing. Correct? But in unrelated, you completely unrelated way you go and diversify with no connection with existing product, market or technology. You are in restaurant industry, you go on to acquire a textile industry, completely unrelated, right? This firm carries the highest risk because completely new, as the firm lacks prior experience in the new business domains. Strategic role of innovation in growth. Strategic role of innovation in growth. Now what we are doing is we are going to add one more small thing in internal, that is innovation, right? You grow not necessarily by intensifying something or diversifying, right? You can also grow by innovating something. You can also grow by innovating something, right? That's what it really call as innovation. So what is that here? Expansion through innovation. This route emphasizes the renewal and upgradation of product, services or process to create new value. That's all. It's not a new market in existing nothing. It is like you have a particular process or you have a particular product. Your goal is to renew it, innovatively alter it, right? Upgrade it to more new features and then give it. Position redefining. Innovation effectively results in a diversification of the firm's strategic position by creating new value proposition and a business model. Clear? Solving complex problems. Identifying opportunity hidden within existing societal and market challenges to ensure long-term relevance. Develop customer-centric and sustainable solutions through planned innovation into specific areas of expertise. Ensure long-term economic viability and environmental sustainability even when initial innovation costs are very high. Clear? So what does it mean? Why we actually innovate? Because we have to solve complex problems that is there in the society, to develop a more customer-centric approach and a sustainable solution through planning, and ensure long-term economic viability and environmental sustainability. Increasing productivity. Achieve simplification, optimization and automation of existing repetitive and time-consuming tasks. These fall under innovation. Improve the overall output generated from a given set of input through process innovation, right? That is, you gain overall output from a given set of input. You improve the input output ratio. Clear? You improve or increase the input output ratio. Create a ripple effect. Create a ripple effect that improves internal performance across multiple functions and even different industries, right? And even different industries. Create competitive advantage. Deliver superior value and enhanced customer satisfaction to move beyond the reach of competitors. Retain existing customers through continuous improvement while attracting new ones with differentiated offerings. ensure long-term survival and leadership in rapidly changing and highly competitive business environment. It's fairly very simple, right? To gain competitive advantage, how? Through continuous improvement. And you just don't focus on the existing customers, you also try to give differentiated values to the new customers, right? Through that. Now coming to external growth. External growth is by collaborating with, combining with, or leveraging external organizations. This is very important, right? When organic growth is insufficient or slow, right? When organic growth is insufficient or slow. Organic growth here is the internal growth, right? Capability assessing. The firm expands by joining hands with others that are already possess the required market, technology or skill. Clear? They already have the required technology and all those things, and now they are joining hands with the existing entities. Sorry. Expansion through mergers and acquisitions. This is the first type of external growth. What is M&A? Two companies coming together is M&A. Serves as the fastest means of expansion, providing instant access to market, customer and all those things. This route saves time and reduces the uncertainty and risk involved in trial and error internal expansions, because this internal expansion itself is more like a trial and error thing. Why? You may get into a new market, but you don't know whether it succeed or not, right? But if there is already an existing player there in the market, they would have some data, that financial data, they would have some past track records, right, which you can rely on to assess fairly, broadly, grossly assess how the market is and how can they competitively sustain themselves in the market if they merge it together, right? Synergy in M&A. What is synergy? 1 plus 2 equal to greater than 2 is what you call as synergy. Successful combination arises when combined value of two firms are greater than the sum of their individual values. Clear? Mergers versus acquisitions, are they same? No. Merger is voluntary combination. A and B come together to become C of equals, forming a new entity. This is very important, right? They form a new entity, whereas an acquisition involves one firm taking control of another. So acquisition is involving one firm taking control of the another, right? Taking control of the another, meaning A is acquiring B to become a bigger A. Clear? That is acquisition. Horizontal merger, vertical merger, and co-generic merger. What are they? Horizontal merger means the same concept that we saw for diversification, right? In related diversification, horizontal and vertical, right? The same concept. But here instead of diversification, we are doing merger, meaning you merge the two businesses in the same line, right? That is horizontal merger. You merge with your suppliers, where you move backward merger, and you merge with the distributors, that becomes forward merger, right? The same concept. Combination of direct competitors in the same industry, right? To achieve economies of scale. Why they do it? To achieve economies of scale. Vertical merger is combination from a different stages at the same value chain to gain control over supply or distribution, right? Co-generic merger means what? Co-generic means combination of firms that are related via technology or market but are not direct competitors, allowing for strategic adjacency. What does that mean? Simple, there will be certain firms which merge together, but they are not at all related, but doesn't mean they are completely unrelated. That's called co-generic, meaning they are related but not completely, but in some way where they are like similar processes, they possess the similar technology, right? So in that case, when they merge, with respect to that process, they gain a superior performance, right? So they go for co-generic mergers. Expansion to strategic alliance. Alliance means what? A plus B becoming AB. A will retain its own individuality, B is retaining its own individuality. Cooperative arrangements. Independent firms agree to share resources, benefit risks and control to achieve specific strategic objectives. They independent firms, meaning A will be remaining as A and B will be remaining as B, they both come together for a purpose, right? They agree to share resources, benefits, risk and control to achieve specific strategic objectives. Clear? Then the legal independence. Unlike M&A, participating firms remain legally independent. But in M&A, when A and B become C, A will lose its identity, B will lose its identity and become C. Organizational advantage. Firms learn new skill and acquire capabilities like superior technology or established distribution networks. Economics advantage. It helps share higher costs and risks in capital intensive projects. It will usually be done in capital intensive project, meaning building. We see have a very huge construction project. It won't be done by one builder. Like group of builder come together to form a joint venture, right? Only for the purpose of project. Once the project is done, they will remove the alliance. So this is temporary, but this is permanent, right? Mergers and acquisitions are permanent, but alliance is temporary. Clear? Because they are achieving specific strategic objectives. Once the specific objective is achieved, they will remove the alliance. Strategic advantage. Competitors can cooperate instead of competing to build a joint competitive advantage or enter new markets. Political advantage. What is that? Simple. If I want to say for example get into I want to take a big project there. I'm in Tamil Nadu, I want to take a big project there in Mumbai, right? If I am there, big project requires government support and all those things. If I go, I don't know anyone there in Maharashtra. So what I do, I go and have a strategic alliance with a person and telling him, hey, I'm here for this project. I will do all the capital support and finance support and all those things. You help me with all the regulatory things because you know many other politicians and many major figures, right? For political advantage. So he helps me in that, and once the project is done, he moves right, I will move left. Partnering with local or influential firms help overcome regularity, legal or cultural barriers in a foreign market. What are the disadvantages? Risk includes the necessity of sharing proprietary knowledge and the possibility that a partner may become a future competitor. This is always a risk, right? This strategic alliance can best example for it is joint audit. You would have read essay 299, I think, right? 299, you would have read it, where two CA firms come together to do an audit. Once the audit is done, the audit report is issued, each firm goes in their own direction. That is the thing. But what happens here is, when you work together, you share not just the resources and the risk, but also the knowledge, right? What will happen? They will use they will take your knowledge and use it against you as a future competitor, right? They know how you process, how you think, how you respond to a particular situation, what is your template, what is your processes, right? They get to know everything about it. So this is a major risk in there. Coming to the next one, we are done with expansion strategy. Stability, expansion done, growth done, growth and expansion done, stability done. The last one is decline, right? In declining, what you're going to do? You're going to exit. But am I going to exit altogether? Definitely not. First, I will try to transform myself, and this transformation journey is what you call as turnaround strategy. Turnaround means transformation. You are weak, you are bad, you have a huge belly fat and all those things. You tend to go to gym, you transform yourself, right? You transform yourself. That is the first thing. The businesses try to transform itself. If transformation strategy fails, they go with divestment strategy, meaning they focus on retrenching something, right? Retrenching a part of business. If retrenchment strategy also fails, they go with ultimate liquidation. Clear? So that is the steps you're going to read. The first thing, strategy exists are deliberate decisions to reduce the scope of authority to arrest, decline or exit unviable thing. A logical hierarchy is followed. First, you tend to repair it. There is a bike, your bike is not working, you will throw it. No, you will first try to repair it, turn around. If that is not possible, you retrench or remove a part of it and change the engine alone, or like the battery alone, or whatever it is. When that is also not possible, you have to throw the entire vehicle, that is retreat, that is liquidation. Repair, remove, retreat. Turnaround strategy. Turnaround is a corrective strategy, meaning you're going to correct yourself, used to reverse performance deterioration and restore profitability through focused restructuring. Early warning signals include financial issues, negative cash flow and all those things, competitive issues like loss of market share and all, and operational issues like low morale. These are warning signals. These are warning signals. Stages. First, you what you do, you assess the problem. The second stage is situational analysis. Evaluate whether recovery is feasible and all those things. The third stage is emergency action plan. First, you assess the problem. What is the problem? The second situation is situation analysis. Whether you see whether the recovery, the turnaround, or the repair is feasible or not. If it is not feasible, you tend to divest. If divestment is also not feasible, liquidate. Right? Stage 3, emergency action. Implement an immediate high impact fixes like tightening working capital to stop cash bleed. The most important thing is gaining positive net cash flow, right? To gain a positive net cash flow, that is the first and foremost objective of turnaround strategy, right? The next one is restructuring. Strengthening the core by optimizing assets, revamping structures and building employee morale, right? That you do strategic restructuring. The fifth one is returning to normal. Once the restructuring is done, you again go to normal, right? Transition from reactive rescue to proactive growth once profitability is achieved. So firstly what you do, you assess the problem and situation analysis, whether it is feasible to repair or not. Once it is feasible, first you do the emergency things, right? If a patient is not good, what the doctor does, they first take him to the ICU, do some emergency, right? The oxygen thing, the pulse rate is normalized, blood sugar levels are seen, the BP is monitored, right? Heart rate is stabilized. So those are emergency action plans, right? Before getting into the actual treatment or even analyzing the problem, there are certain prerequisites, right? They have to immediately do it. Emergency action plans. That is the third step. And then they go for the treatment, that is the restructuring. Once the restructuring is done, they return to normal. Clear? Divestment strategy. Divestment means what? Divest, to amputate, or to retrench means to cut down a particular part of business. You don't cut the entire business. If you cut the entire business, it is liquidation, right? Divestment involves selling or liquidating a part of the business, such as a division or a SBU, meaning part of the business. It often adopted after turnaround failure or when there is strategic mismatch with core competencies. When turnaround fails, you divest. Not only that, you also divest when you acquired something or you are having something, but that part is not strategically supporting you anymore. In that case, what you do, you divest it or cut it out. It represents a partial exit aimed at shaping strategic focus and stopping valuation erosion, right? Say for example, you are having your investment in this, for example, you are having A company, B limited, C limited and D limited. You are having 4 shares, right? It is not, you are now cutting A, not because A is not functioning well, it is functioning good, but it is not serving your strategic purpose. You are having a strategic purpose and A is not serving the strategic purpose. So what you do, you divest A or cut down A, right? That's the thing. Sustainability of competitive advantage. The sustainability of competitive advantage defines the duration for which a firm can maintain a superior market position over its rivals. For an advantage to be truly enduring, it must be supported by resources and capabilities that are restrained to erosion. What does it mean? Gaining competitive advantage is one thing, but sustaining it is another thing, right? So what it should do, it must support the resources and capabilities that are resistant to erosion, or in other terms it is durable. So we are going to see durability. Definition of longevity. We say something is durable when it is there as a long lasting thing, right? Furnitures are durable, meaning they are there for a longer period. Durability refers to total length of time a firm's specific resources and capabilities remain a source of competitive advantage. Rate of deterioration. The sustainability of advantage is directly linked to how quickly the resources lose relevance, become obsolete, or physically deteriorate. Clear? So, technological and market obsolescence. Resources in high-tech industries often depreciate rapidly. Why? Not because of the normal depreciation, the natural wear and tear of, but because of the shift in the Hare Rama, shift in the technology, right? And evolving consumer preferences. Individual dependent capabilities. Advantages rooted in a skill of specific employees can weaken or disappear if those individuals leave the organization. What does it mean? There will be certain skills. The skills should also be durable, right? But they disappear once the person who is possessing the skills leave the entity. Resilience of intangibles. Intangible assets such as strong brand identity, a positive organizational reputation, etc., generally retain their strategic value for a much longer period. Clear? Embedded routines. Organization routines that are deeply integrated into daily operation, that becomes a part of your culture, that becomes a part of your behavior, right, are more durable than standalone technical assets. Second thing is transferability. Can you transfer it? The more easy it is for the rivals, more easy it is for you to easily transfer the capabilities to the rivals, the less competitively you can sustain the business. Is it easy to give? Can you sustain it? No. Acquisition by rivals. Transferability measures the extent to which competitors can hire, buy, or otherwise acquire the resources necessary to replicate an advantage. Market availability. If the required resources or capabilities are readily available for the purchase in the open market, the competitive advantage is easily eroded. Firm specific constraints. Resources that are unique to specific firm or its internal relationships are difficult for competitors to transfer or move. Clear? Because it is firm specific, it is very difficult to transfer or move, right? Or its internal relationships are difficult to. What does it mean? Say for example, there is a patent there in the name of a business. There is a culture which is a part and parcel of the business. Can you easily move it? No. Systematic embedding. When capabilities are deeply embedded in an organization's culture or proprietary systems, their transferability to another firm becomes highly limited. Clear? Some systems are very unique and valuable only when the actions are done based on a company's particular ethical system. If that is not there, the system has no meaning. In that case, the system will be useful only when or until it is there inside the company, right? Sustainability linkage. Competitive advantage becomes more sustainable as the transferability of underlying resources decreases. Clear? This is transferability. The next one is imitability. Imitability means what? You can easily imitate it. If your capabilities and resources are easily imitable, you cannot sustain the competitive advantage. Mind that we are speaking about sustaining advantage, we are not speaking about gaining advantage. Internal replication. Imitability concerns the speed, ease, and cost effectiveness within which the competitor can internally build or copy the firm's capability. If rivals can replicate a resource without significant difficulty, the resulting competitive advantage will be temporary. Complexity as a barrier. The more complex it is for the rivals to imitate your product, that naturally acts as a barrier, right? Barrier for their growth, or the barrier that shields you from adverse competition. Path dependency. Capabilities that have been built over a long period through a unique sequence of historical events are nearly impossible for rivals to copy. Meaning, if you say take Tata Tata is there for 200 years almost, right? 200 or 150 years, right? They're there for 150 years around. In that case, Tata is what it is today because of 150 years of experience, right? It has seen World War One, World War Two, British rule, right? Congress rule, BJP rule, everything it has seen, right? In that case, the capabilities that sprout out of such experience, such years and years of experience, such centuries of experience, cannot be easily copied. Cultural routing. Advantages rooted in a organization specific culture and unique routines provide a protected position that is difficult for competitors to decode. Clear up? The fourth thing is appropriability. You have a very good resource, you have a very good capability, fine. But if the net gain resulting from the use of such resources are going to someone else, you are just an employee, you get the fixed pay, what is the use? All the benefits is going to someone else, right? Capturing economic return. Appropriability refers to the firm's ability to ensure that the financial returns generated by the resources are actually captured by the organization and the owner. The returns that are generated are actually captured by the owner and the organization, right? And not someone else. Distribution of benefits. Sustainability is compromised if the economic benefits of an advantage flow primarily to employees, suppliers, or other stakeholders instead of the firm's owners. Mechanism requirement. Effective organizational mechanism must be in place to ensure that the value created by the resources translate into tangible economic returns for the providers of the capital. It should provide adequate returns such that you have to create an effective organizational mechanism such that it creates more economic return, sufficient economic return such that it is sufficiently enough for the employees, taxes and all those things, and at the end the resource owners or the shareholders or the owners actually get some return, right? It should be that much sufficient. Economic translation. Strong appropriability is the final essential link that ensures the competitive advantage leads to long-term financial performance for the organization, right? Those capabilities, the resulting gain of that capability should flow to the organization and not to anyone else, right? Now coming to the last concept here in this segment, that is strategic options. We'll continue with concept 6, strategic options, right? We have choices, and when there is choices, the choices leads to options, right? You have different options. Strategic options represent a set of alternative paths available to an organization when determining the future direction of its product or business units, right? Decision making in this context involves systematically evaluating and comparing these alternatives to ensure the chosen path aligns perfectly with long-term corporate objectives, right? So the choice is taken very consciously after taking into consideration many factors, whether it aligns with the long-term vision, goals, objectives of the company and all, right? The portfolio approach treats a collection of business units as a single entity, similar to an investment portfolio, to optimize a balance of risk, return and resource requirement. Simple term. What we are going to do here is we are going to follow a portfolio approach. Portfolio means what? Collection of investments, right? Just like how you have your demat account where you parked your money in different equity shares and bonds and all, right? In the same manner, the corporate invests in different businesses. Say for example, you have the Reliance Industries. Reliance is there in oil and gas, they are in Geo, they have Trends, and they are in Smart, they're having Reliance Digital, right? They also have a joint venture with BlackRock, Geo BlackRock is there, whatever it is, right? So each and every business is seen as an investment, just like how you see your equity shareholdings in different companies. The Reliance Industries see each and every business, the oil and gas, the Geo, the Trends and all those things, each and everything as a business. So the entire corporate will have a portfolio of businesses, and when there is portfolio, they focus on portfolio management, right? And in portfolio management, what they do, they take the fund from one portfolio and give it to another. They do thus all the portfolio rebalancing. Clear? Analytical depth. This approach matters because it prevents management from making isolated decisions, ensuring that resource allocation across various SBUs is coordinated and strategically sound. Strategic decision making is fundamentally about choosing optimally among competing alternatives rather than selecting a single path in isolation. Clear up? Now, what are the different tools? We are going to see different tools for portfolio management. The first tool is already we saw it. What is that? Intensification we saw now. The same thing. Existing market, existing product, new market, new product. Based on that, the four things are created, right? Market penetration, market development, product development, and diversification. The exact same thing. This is called the Ansoff matrix. That guides growth direction, based on combinations of existing or new products and market. Existing and new of products and markets. The combination creates a four cell, right? New product in new market, new product in existing market, existing product in a new market, new product in a new market, right? So market penetration, we saw it. What is that? New old existing product in the existing market. Market development, existing product in a new market, and product development is new product in a existing market, and diversification is new product in a new market. Existing market, new existing product, new product. Market penetration, development, market development, diversification. Clear? ADL matrix, that is Arthur D. Little matrix. What is this? What they are telling, we are going to see the corresponding strategic position of the company in the industry, and we are going to look at which stage they are in the, what is the industry stage? If the industry as a whole is in embryonic stage or growth stage or maturity stage, or the industry itself is aging. So how we have to read it? It is a strong, this is a dominant industry in a dominant firm in an embryonic industry, dominant firm in a growing industry, dominant firm in a aging industry. Clear? In that way we are going to look at it. The ADL matrix evaluates a firm's portfolio by plotting businesses against industry maturity and competitive position. So this is what maturity? Not product maturity, not company's maturity, but industry's maturity. Clear up? Huh? It recognizes that industry demand shifts over time, requiring strategy to evolve as a sector progress through its life cycles. Clear? Now, industry maturity. This dimension tracks the market through four stages, that is introduction, growth, maturity, and aging. Each stage dictates different priorities, moving from establishing a foothold and scaling operations to efficiency and eventual harvest. Reasoning. Understanding the industry is vital because it significantly influences the feasibility and return of different strategic options. So if you carefully see this market, as simple when you are young, you can be weak, the world forgives you, but as you go older and older and older, you have to be strong and dominant. If not, the world will punish you. That's what it is. If you are embryonic, you are just born, even if you are weak, you can catch up, but if you are aging, even if you are strong, you have to harvest, you can't do anything. Even if you are favorable, you have to do turnaround. So the punishment becomes even more filtered, right? So when you age, you have to be dominant. If not, you will be thrown out. Clear up? This is how you have to see this matrix. Understanding the industry stage is vital because it significantly influences the feasibility and return of different strategic options. Coming to competitive position of the company in the particular industry. Relative strength is categorized into 5 levels: dominant, strong, favorable, tenable, and weak, based on the share and competitive advantage. Dominant means more market share and more competitive advantage. Clear? Two factors. A dominant position offers a greatest strategic freedom, while a tenable or weak position leaves the firm vulnerable to rivals' moves. Analytical depth. Competitive position assessment help firm decide whether to lead market standards, differentiate or focus, or niche survival. Based on what uh, position you are and the industry stage, you are going to take the decisions accordingly. If you are dominant and you are growing, you grow very fast. Aggressive strategies involved, right? But if you are favorable and you have matured, you focus, you differentiate, or if it is not working, you harvest, that is exit, or you find a niche or whatever it is, right? So in that way it works. Strategic application. The 20 cell grid helps managers identify general strategic postures such as investor, strong embryotic units to divest for weak aging units. So when you are dominant you can invest, when you are weak you can exit. How do I know? First see what is the life cycle, in what life stage the industry is, and what is the competitive position of the company. The competitive position is the market share and the competitive advantage, both relative to the rivals, how strong dominant they are in that particular industry. Please understand it very clearly. In that industry, how strong they are, right? In that way you're going to analyze it. Well, that's being said, the tool blends long-term environmental trends with firm specific strengths to guide coordinated resource allocation. Clear? Coming to the tool 4, that is BCG matrix, that is Boston Consulting Group matrix. What is it? We are going to analyze the portfolio again, right? But this time the portfolio is analyzed based on two fundamental parameters: market growth and your corresponding market share in that market, right? What it is? If it is high market share, and actually it is not, it is ulta pa, it is high and low, right? I don't know why it is given like this. Fine. Market share, high market share, high market growth, you call it star. High market share, low market growth, you call it question mark. Low market share, I think there's some mistake here in this diagram. Just a minute. We'll forget this. We'll take our own diagram. I don't know why it is given like this. Right? High market share, low market growth, high market growth, low market share. This is share, this is growth. High market share in a high market growth, sorry. High market growth in a high market share is star, right? Low market growth but high market share is cash cow, right? Growth is very low but high market share is there, that is cash cow. Low market growth, low market share is dog. High market growth but low market share is question mark. What is what? Simple. Star is the best possible position. You are dominant in a growing market, and cash cow is next best position. Why? Because the market is stable. It is not growing means what? It is stable. The market is stable and you have a very high market share, meaning you regularly get standard fixed predictable amount of cash. That is why it is called cash cow. Every day cow gives milk, right? Just like that, every day on a periodic basis cash cow will give cash, right? Just like how you can milk a cow, you can milk cash in cash cow. The milked cash will be used either for star or for question mark. This question mark is also called a problem child. Now, what is a problem child? Why it is called a problem child? Because it is in a situation where if you invest more, it will become a star, right? High market share. But if you left it just like that, it will become a dog, right? But the problem here is, if I invest but the market growth reverses, what will happen? It will again become a cash cow. So you don't know whether I should invest or whether I should withdraw from it or what I should do, right? So this is a problem child, that's a question mark. You don't know, that's question mark. And this one is the worst possible position, low market share in a low market growth, that is dog. Star, these are market leaders in expanding industries that require significant reinvestment to maintain their dominant position. Clear? Then cash requires, star requires a lot of cash, a lot of cash. Why? Because it's a highly growing market, it will highly be competitive, and in a highly competitive market you require a lot of funds to maintain the high market share, otherwise competitor will come and take your share, right? So while they consume heavy investment to sustain growth, they are critical as future cash cows once the market matures. Done. Cash cows, these are mature businesses, stable mature businesses, generate steady excess cash flow because they have strong position in slow moving industry with minimal investment needs, right? And this is very easy to maintain, pa, no maintenance cost. Just like that, if you put, it will automatically give cash. Why? High market growth but low market share, sorry, high market share in a stable environment. Since it is stable, no one will be interested in competing with you. Clear? So regularly it will be giving cash, like salary, it will give you cash, and no maintenance, just like that you maintain it, it will come. The surplus cash they provide is strategically diverted to fund the development of stars and the promising question marks. I told na, from this it goes here and here for star and question mark. Question mark, SBUs operate in attractive, fast growing market but currently lack the competitive strength to lead the sector. They pose a strategic dilemma, that is what I called as problem child, right? Firms must either invest selectively to turn them into star or divest them before they become dog. So they are in a strategic dilemma, right? Dogs, what are they? These units typically consume limited resources without providing significant return or promising future growth. The standard strategic choice is divestment or liquidation unless the unit supports other profitable parts of the broader portfolio. Other profitable parts of a broader portfolio. Clear? Meaning the dogs are that, but still why people keep the dog? It is low market growth, low market share, na? But why still they keep? Because some companies want a strategic footing there in a particular industry, just to show a presence that it is a dog, but it is more strategic than a star or a question mark or even a cash cow. It can be, right? So they still keep it. Strategic option, based on the quadrant classification, managers choose to build, increase, that is build means to increase, hold means to maintain, or harvest to maximize, or divest to exit. Clear? Tool 4, I think this is the last tool, right? Yes, this is the last tool. General Electric GE McKinsey 9-cell model. You look at it, you see three colors, the colors that you will be seeing in traffic light, correct? Now what they are telling here, also two variables. What variables? Matrix market attractiveness and business strength. Now I will recommend you one thing. For the 4 tools, you just draw a table, you create a table where you write the name of the tool, the x-axis and the y-axis quadrant, and the interpretation, a broad interpretation of what is it used for. Clear? Like the name, the x-axis and the y-axis, and interpretation. You create a 4-column table, right? And just write it, all the 4 tools, right? In that way, before exam, right? 2 to 3 minutes you can just go through it and revise it, right? Because every tool has two quadrants, right? Two variables, x-axis and the y-axis. So do that. A GE matrix offers a nuanced portfolio view by using multi-factors indicators to measure industry attractiveness and business strength. It uses a traffic light metaphor: green, yellow and red. Green means go, yellow means be cautious, red means stop, don't invest further. Clear? To signal the appropriate strategic posture of each cells. Now, industry attractiveness, that is the vertical axis, right? How attractive the industry is or the market is. It's a broad assessment involving factors like market size, growth potential, pricing trend and all those things, right? If the industry is attractive, not attractive, or highly attractive, medium attractive, low attractive, that's what they're telling. And in a highly attractive industry, your business is very strong, you can go and invest. You are very weak, you in a low attractive industry, don't waste your resources, exit. That's the thing. Clear, huh? And in average business strength, in a medium thing, be cautious, that is selectively earn. Business strength, it evaluates competitive position through metrics such as brand image, profit margin, distribution, efficiency, or whatever it is. What it is, business strength we say now. This is overcoming a limitation that is given in the BCG matrix. In BCG matrix we say the market grows, right? We compare using the market growth and the corresponding market share, but not always market share are the deciding factors. For example, we told in dog, a dog may be very small, right? It is a low growth, a low market share thing, but still dog is seen as a very strategic thing. In many cases, it is even seen as even more strategic thing than a star or a question mark or a cash cow. So the strategic importance of something is not only measured using corresponding market growth, right, or the market share, right? So what they do, it is a variable approach or a flexible approach. It's a highly flexible approach. It's a flexible approach where the business strength can be based on whatever factor you think is important. It can be growth potential, pricing trends, regulatory thing, market size, whatever you want. It determines whether an industry is inherently profitable and worth a long-term resource commitment from the corporation. Clear? Coming to business strength, that is, it evaluates a competitive position through metrics such as brand image, profit margins. This horizon, the business strength is determined based on many things, right? The brand image, profitability, margin, distribution, efficiency, managerial quality. What is that? Meaning it is highly flexible. It is not just determined based on market share and market growth. Whatever factors or variables you feel is comfortable, you go and take it. The high score indicates a business unit is well equipped with outperforming rivals and captures a significant portion of the industry's value. Strategic direction by cells. The top row, that is highly attractiveness, mandates aggressive growth for strong units and selective upgrades for those with medium strength. The middle row, that is medium attractiveness, suggests protecting strong positions and managing others selectively for incremental improvements. The bottom row, that is the low attractiveness, guides management towards harvesting the cash. Here it is protecting, here it is growing. Grow, protect, harvest, right? Grow, protect and harvest from strong units and divesting those with weak strength. Analytical depth. The tool provides richer insight than BCG. Why? Because BCG is focusing only on two metrics. Here it is highly variable and flexible, right? By accommodating multiple qualitative and quantitative factors across the 9 distinct categories. Clear? We'll go on to understand about the last segment, that is strategy, implementation and evaluation, right? So we come to the last segment, that is segment 6, strategic implementation and evaluation, right? Till now we understood about the external environment, the internal environment and the strategic options available to us, right? Strategic choices we saw. And now we are going to look at the implementation and the evaluation of different things that you have implemented, that you have formulated, right? Now, strategic implementation and evaluation. Implementation means what? Putting the strategic plan into an action is what you call as implementation. So the success depends on the alignment of the hard aspect. We are going to look at what is hard and the organization's soft aspects, like the organization culture and all, right? We are going to look at what is hard and what is soft, but success of implementation depends on the alignment of the hard and the soft aspects, right? What are the different stages in the process? We all know it. Vision and mission. After having a vision and mission, you first scan the environment, the external and the internal environment, and once you scan the internal and external environment, next thing you do is you formulate a strategy. Once the strategy is formulated, it is then implemented, and once it is implemented, it is evaluated, and control measures are done to analyze whether things are implemented in the way it is implemented, and still is the strategic objectives that you have set still becomes relevant or not. All those things will be identified in the evaluation and control systems, right? So coming to the formulation one. So planning as a managerial foundation. Strategic planning is the core of formulation, right? And planning is a proactive approach. We also know it, right? Strategy itself is a adaptive game plan employed, meaning it's a proactive thing. So the purpose of planning is it's a vital tool to provide organizational direction. It gives the direction, the scope, the basis on which the entire activities of the business takes place, right? The nature of the corporate strategy is a comprehensive game plan, right, that defines the overall firm's direction, the scope of the activities, and the allocation of resources across various functions. Now, strategic versus operational planning. The planning has two different types. One is the operational, other one is the strategic. Strategic planning is done at the overall level. Operational planning is done at the day-to-day operational level. What they do, how to do a particular activity on a day-to-day basis at an operational level, at a functional level is what you really call as the operational planning. Next one is strategic planning and characteristics. It is an interactive and a dynamic process. Why? Because the environment in which you are in is highly dynamic. So the strategic planning should also be a dynamic thing, right? And it headed over multi-year horizon, and meaning it is long term. Strategic uncertainty. This refers to the inherent unpredictability of the future. Uncertainty means unpredictability of the future. That is deviation from the standard or deviation from the normal, right? Say for example, it can be due to the technological shifts or regulatory changes, or it can be a significant disruption of a firm's performance. It arises because the external environment is complex, that is, it is very dynamic and often provides ambiguous signals, making it difficult for managers to make it clear-cut decisions, right? Managing strategic uncertainty. To manage unpredictability, the firm must group uncertainties into logical clusters. They must first group the uncertainties into logical clusters to prioritize information gathering and focus managerial attention where it is most needed. Clear? So first, to understand and give proper focus to the uncertainty, what you have to do is it involves a logical cluster of first gathering the information and focusing the management attention in the most needed places. That is the first thing. And management adopts a specific approach, such as building a strategy, flexibility, and based on that thing, right, diversify the products to the markets and utilize scenario planning to prepare for multiple possible outcomes, right? This matters because it creates organizational resilience, allowing the firm to absorb external shocks and recover faster than less prepared competitors. Clear? Now coming to the impact it has on SBUs. Now we have to first see not all SBUs are equally affected by any uncertainty, and not all SBUs are equally important, right? So if an uncertainty comes and it attacks many SBUs, it have an adverse impact on many SBUs. The first thing you have to see is which SBU is more important. That depends on the sales, the profit, or the future growth potential, right? So you first see the strategic importance of the affected SBU. Is the affected SBU strategically important or not? It is not that we are going to ignore if it is not important. It's that we are going to prioritize what is important. Please understand. So strategic value must be assessed beyond current profit numbers, as the SBU's true importance often lies in the ability to capture long-term opportunities. Coming to the implementation. Implementation is the operational oriented process. Very important. Implementation is a operation oriented process of choosing a particular strategy and putting it into action to achieve a desired targeted result, right? So it is converting the strategic intent into operational reality by improving execution capabilities and ensuring that strategic decisions are feasible and acceptable. Clear? Now what are the strategy implementation formulation matrix? Before going to this, we'll understand what is efficiency versus effectiveness. Effectiveness is doing the right things. So you have to decide to do the right things, meaning effectiveness is linked with formulation. Effectiveness is linked with formulation. Efficiency is linked with implementation, that is doing the things right. Clear? So in that we create a matrix of high formulation, high implementation, right? Say for example the square one, right? The formulation implementation matrix. The formulation implementation, the formulation and the implementation, and this is weak, this is strong, and this is weak, and this is strong. We create a 4-cell matrix. Here strong formulation, strong implementation, that is square one, right? In that case we say it is both efficient and effective, both efficient as well as effective. If it is efficient but ineffective, right, that is sorry. So for the square one, sound strategy and excellent implementation, this is the best possible position, meaning you have framed the right strategies, you also implemented the right strategies that you have framed correctly. Clear? The formulation is correct, the implementation is also correct. This is the ideal competitive position. This is the most ideal suitable competition position where a well designed strategy is successfully executed, leading to a sustained market advantage. Clear? This is the first one. The second square is flawed strategy but excellent implementation. What is that? The formulation is weak but the implementation is strong, that is square 2. So here you are ineffective but efficient. So I may ask, the formulation is not correct, the implementation is correct. What is there in it? That is blender. You do the correct things, you do the wrong things correctly. What is the use? Imagine, right? So if we do the wrong things exactly correct, we all do that, right? Anyways, so that is one of the worst possible things that is possible to us. So in this scenario, strong execution skills are wasted on a defective plan. You perfectly allocate resources to a wrong plan. The formulation itself is not right, requiring management to redesign the strategy before executing it. Coming to square 3, sound strategy and weak implementation. Sound strategy, weak implementation is square 3. Here you do the right things wrongly, here you do the wrong things correctly, here you do the right things wrongly, meaning you are effective but inefficient, right? The firm possesses a competitive plan but fails due to lack of resources or leadership, necessitating a priority shift towards building execution capabilities. Square 4 is worst among all. You do the wrong things wrongly, you do the wrong things wrongly. You are both ineffective and inefficient. The worst case scenario indicates a failure at both levels. Waste. Requiring a fundamental business model redesign and a major operational improvement. Clear? Now coming to linkage. What is the linkage concept cells? See, first formulation comes. Am I right? You first formulate and then implement. That is second one. Correct? What this linkage concept is saying? See, the formulation affects implementation. Am I right? The way you formulate affects the way you implement. Correct. This is pushing. The one is affecting two, so it is forward. And very carefully listen. This implementation, after implementation, you analyze and redraft the revised strategy, right? So the implementation is affecting the future formulation. Please understand it very clear. The future formulation, that is what you call as the backward linkage. Clear? Forward linkage, the formulation act as a prerequisite. Backward linkage, implementation such as resource constraints and all those things provide feedback that influences limits the future strategic choices, or what you call as the future formulation. Operational tools, we have programs and projects. What are they? Programs are comprehensive frameworks containing the objective, policies, procedures and all those things. So it is a comprehensive plan, right? So inside programs we have many projects. Projects are time bound, very important. Projects are time bound. Programs are not time bound, no. High specific initiatives with predetermined costs and schedules used to execute parts of a larger program. Many projects constitute a program. Clear? So managerial challenges. The implementation involves a shift in the responsibility from top level strategists to divisional or functional managers, which can lead to resistance if not managed carefully. So success requires early participation from all levels. If not, what will happen? If not, then friction will increase, right? If any change is happening, say for example a change is happening from the corporate level and is communicated to the functional level, if they are not given sufficient time and they are told to immediately change, you get nothing but resistance. Strategic change through digital transformation. Always remember this very clearly. Whenever you see the word digital transformation, it is always linked with the concept of change management in SM, right? In CA Inter SM, whenever you see the word digital transformation, it is linked to the concept of change management, or the vice versa. Whenever you see the word change management, it is always linked with the concept of digital transformation. Clear? So strategic change means what? Significant organization wide modification. Meaning you don't just modify one business element, you modify organization wise. The digital shift. Digital transformation integrates digital technology into all business areas, fundamentally changing the operational process, meaning all business areas are digitally transformed. Again the same concept like this, organization wide, all businesses are changed. The role of change management. Change management serves as a critical strategic enabler, providing a structured framework and tool needed to plan, implement and sustain these complex transitions. Clear? So coming to the steps in initial strategic change. What are the steps in initiating a strategic change? How a strategic change should happen? What are the steps? 3 steps are there. Simple steps. First is you have to first recognize the need to change. First you should know that you should change. That is the first one. The second one is creating a shared vision to manage change. Why? Because vision creates purpose. So only then they will have the sufficient motivation to work on it. And institutionalize the change. The change should happen not just in one organization but in all organizations, all departments across the business, right? So institutionalize the change. Kurt Lewin's model of change is quite important. What they are telling? Simple pa. Imagine the habits, values, your behaviors, everything is seen as a water. So what will happen with time? The water becomes ice, meaning your behaviors, patterns, everything becomes your habit. They concretize, they harden. So if you want to change it, you just can't just like that take away and break it. If you do that, if you want to change it when it is solid itself, you will simply break the ice. It won't change. That will create tension. That will create many reactions, restrictions and revolts, right? So what you have to do? First you have to soften the ice. You have to melt the ice. Simple pa. That is a mold. There is a mold. Say it is a rectangular mold. You pour water in it. Water is poured there long back. So it has now it is kept in the fridge. It has become ice. Meaning if you take the ice will be in the shape of this. But you want a round shape. You want to change it. If you go and break it, what will happen? Definitely it won't be perfect. And at the same time you end up breaking the ice into pieces, which is even more worst. So what you have to do? First allow this ice block to melt into water. That is what you call as unfreezing. It is already frozen. The cube is already frozen. You are unfreezing it. That is the first one. Once it is unfrozen, you take a circle mold and pour that water, the melted water, that is changing to a new situation, new mold, changing into a new mold. Once that is done, keep it in the fridge. Only then that mold will become, the mold will take the water, will take the shape and then it will become ice. Otherwise it will still remain as water only. Correct? So refreeze. You are not freezing it, you are refreezing, again freezing it. Why? Already frozen as cube, now melted and now taken to this. So cube to water to this. This is unfreeze, change and refreeze, right? This is Kurt Lewin's model of change. If you want to change anything, first unfreeze it, that is prepare the individual for change by breaking down the existing attitudes and then changing it by making them compliant to certain things, identification of new behavior patterns, internalizing the changes so that it lasts long, right? It lasts long. And refreezing, that is stabilizes the newly adopted behavior until they become the routine, right? That is one thing. Next one is essential elements of change management in digital transformation. Essential elements of change management in digital transformation, what are they? The four. First is you have to define the goals and objectives. You have to define the goals and objectives. Essential elements, when you use the word elements for change management, define the goals, assess the current situation and identify what is the gap. Goal is what you want to achieve through digital transformation, that is the first thing. And what you already have, that is the current state, and identify the gap. Gap is nothing but your current state minus your desired state. That is, this is the desired state, this is the current state. This 2 minus 1 is what you call the gap. Now you have to, there is a gap, you have to bridge the gap through roadmap. Create a roadmap for change. Once the roadmap is done, implement and manage the change. Clear? These are the elements of change management. Elements: define the objectives and goals, current situation, gaps, roadmap, that is a structured roadmap to outline the sequence of actions required, resources, timelines and milestone needed to move the organization forward, right? And you have to implement and manage it, that is, it involves executing the plan while actively monitoring progress. Change management strategy for digital transformation, this is different. This is elements of change management, this is change management strategies for digital transformation. What do you do? Before saying anything, first you have to follow it. Meaning, leaders speak of great things, but leaders themselves are not following. What is the use? No one will follow. So begin at the top, right? The change should happen first with you, then only you have to do the upadesam to others. So successful transformation requires focused, committed and unfulfilled leaderships, so ununified leaderships. Second one is ensure necessity and desire. First, ensure the necessity to, first you have to begin at the top. This is first one. Second one is you have to find the necessity and the desire to change. There is a need to change, and there's also a desire to change. How the desire will come? By letting them know the future gains that they are going to take, by letting them know the future gains that they will be achieving, that they will be getting after undergoing the change process. Reduce the disruption. Disruption is minimized by communicating early. You properly communicate. Disruption is nothing but friction, right? Always there will be friction because change is not easy. People always resist change. Encourage communication. Transparency and communication are the key. So transparent and honest dialogues. Recognize the change as a norm, meaning don't see change as a very difficult process, even though if it is. See it as a norm. See it as a normal thing. See it as a normal thing, and so that you become a change ready person. Practical measure for managing change. What are the practical measures how to manage change? Aim specification, meaning you clearly define the desired outcome. That is, you have a aim, because if you just tell to change, how they will change? To what extent I should change? To what I should change? They will ask all these questions, right? So define that clearly. Ensure that employees understand what success looks like for the transformational efforts they take. Transparent communication, we saw it before itself. Continuously you have to communicate, ongoing dialogues. Resistant preparation. Whenever you prepare, whenever you think of change, you should always prepare for resistance. You should predict resistance and should be prepared for it. Treating resistance as a feedback and not as a problem, right? So that the managers constructively identify and address the gaps. Gradual implementation. A phased approach allows systems and employees to adopt progressively, reducing implementation risk and operational disruption. That is gradual improvement. Assistance and training. Providing skill development programs builds employees' confidence and ensures the organization can effectively utilize new digital tools. Clear? Now we move on to the most important aspect, that is the McKinsey 7S model. So coming to the concept 5, which is the McKinsey's 7S model. The McKinsey's 7S model. In this, it is a diagnostic framework used to evaluate organizational effectiveness by ensuring alignment across several internal elements. Alignment across several internal elements. It operates as a system thinking perspective. It operates at a system thinking perspective. So whenever you see the word element and the interdependence of the elements, immediately your mind should get into McKinsey 7S framework. Clear? Now what is telling? It is telling that there are 7 elements which the organization should focus on. In that there are 3 hard elements and 4 soft elements. What are hard elements? That which are easily identifiable, that is there in a form, that can be put down in a paper. Only those are called as hard elements, right? They are tangible, formal and relatively easy to manage. But soft elements are very difficult to manage because they are subtle things, because they are difficult to identify. If you can't even identify, how can you manage? So what are the hard elements? We have the strategy, structure and the system. Strategy, it is built, it is put down in a paper. Can you identify strategy? Yes. Can you change the strategy easily? Yes. That is a hard element. Structure, the organization structure. Can you put it down in a paper? Yes. Can I understand it? Yes. Can I change it? Yes. Systems. The systems there, purchase system, sales system, procurement systems, are the systems identifiable? Yes. Can they be easily be managed? Yes. Meaning they are hard elements. Soft elements. Shared values. Is it easy to identify value? It is very difficult to identify it. It is very difficult to change it. It is very difficult to manage it. So shared value. Style, the working style of the person, the speaking style, the talking style, the management style, the leadership style. Can they easily be changed? No. Can they be managed? No. Not easily. It is not like they cannot be changed. They cannot be changed easily. It is difficult to change. Staff, it represents the people within the organization, right? Include number of talents people have, the people's skills, the capabilities and all. Can they easily be identified? Easily not identifiable. So they are skills. They are specific capabilities and competencies of employees and the firm that enables the execution of strategy. the skills the people possess, they are soft elements, because again the capabilities and competencies are very difficult to identify, very difficult to quantify. You can't quantify skills, you can't quantify staff, you can't quantify style, right? So they are intangible, subtle things. Now interdependence and strategic alignment, it gives a holistic approach, right? Because organization success is not just dependent on strategy, structure and systems. You should also look at the subtle aspects which many people ignore, right? So this is telling you to focus on that. Ripple effect, most important thing. A shift in one element often requires a different skills, revised systems and new leadership style. That means if one shift is there happening in one element, it will indeed have a corresponding shift in the all other elements. That is what you call as ripple effect, right? One element is impacted, affected, all the other 7 elements, not just the soft or the hard, will be affected. Limitations of the model. What is the limitation of this model? Because it is only focusing on internal 7 internal elements, meaning external elements are ignored. That is the one thing. Performance matrix, it does not clearly define a performance matrix, and it is static in nature, meaning it cannot be used for a rapidly changing environment. An execution gap, it does not explicitly address any gap between formulation and implementation. It is just telling these are the 7 elements which should be managed, that's all. So no performance metrics, no execution gaps, external factors, nothing is given, right? Organizational structure. What is a structure? A formal framework in which people are arranging themselves and doing the task, the mode in which division of labor happens. What are the different structures we have? A very simple structure where there will be a owner and people, like say for example 2 to 5 people working under him. Example, normal nearby grocery shop, 2 people, no division of labor, nothing, everyone will work on everything, everyone is responsible for everything. That is what you really call as simple structure. So centralized decision making will happen, the minimal division of labor is there because very few formal rules, procedures are there, and it allows the firm to gain a competitive advantage. By following this, they can to some extent compete with the larger and bureaucratic companies. Top management maintains direct daily involvement. Advantages, it's highly very flexible, quick decision making and low coordination problem. Why? Because everyone should do everything, there is no responsibilities given to anyone. If there is responsibilities given, they will only focus on that alone, they won't coordinate. Limitations, since there are no responsibility, it becomes inadequate for firms when they grow. Point number 1, it cannot be used for large firms, that is one thing. Second thing is, the owner manager often faces pressure due to lack of formal organizational skills or managing complexities, meaning every simple thing will be falling in the head of the owner or the manager. Since there are no division of responsibilities, no one is accountable for anything, meaning for each and everything it is the owner who has to intervene. Functional structure, we already saw the functional structure there in the first segment alone, right? First segment, the entire business is divided as functions, right? The same thing again. The next one is division structure, which we also saw, the entire structure is divided as divisions, but something new is here. What is that? What is the basis of the division? It can be geographical, it can be product or service based, customer based or process based. 4 types of divisions. Geographical division, ICAI, SARC is there, CARC is there. What is that? For Southern India, we have Southern Indian Regional Council, Central Indian Regional Council, Western Indian, Eastern Indian. What is that? We have Indian Railways, Southern Indian Railways, Northern Railways, Eastern Railways. What is that? They are geographical divisions. The division is based on geographical area. Product or service, geo is a product, trend is a product, oil and gas is a product, then that becomes a product or service based distinction. Customer based distinction, like corporate customers or retail customers, can create divisions. Process, right, organize around core production flows and evaluate on profitability rather than just the output. So we can also create divisions based on processes. That process which are high value addition will be clubbed together to form a process. Can we have? Yes, we can have. So clear accountability will be there, improved managerial development, functionalities, ease, growth and diversification. The limitations are high operating cost due to need for duplicate functions. There are certain functions which can be made common, like say accounts department or functional department, but they will also be there for each and every division, meaning unwantedly you pay salary and all those things to maintain that department, which is a duplicate department, right? Duplicate functions. Multi-divisional structure. Here what we do is we club all the divisions together, and there are two things we saw: strategic planning versus operational planning. Till the divisional structure, both of the things will be done by the owner, but here in M form, the operational planning is done by the divisions themselves. The divisions get more autonomy. So in SBU, what will happen? In SBU, even the strategic planning is done by the division itself. Clear? So the core mechanism: strategic controls and financial controls, the two controls that are established. So it separates the decision from operational to strategic. What are the advantages? It reduces the top management overload and enables resource allocation. The limitations: excess focus on financial outcomes. May encourage short term decision making, meaning if all the operational things are done by the division, there will be performance measure will happen on the operational efficiency, which is very short term. And if you are assessed based on only short term, that means if you are assessed only based on short term, that means you will only focus on short term, you will never think long term, right? May undermine long term competitive advantage. Strategic business unit: it's you club the similar businesses based into strategic units based on the strategic relatedness. Very, very important thing. You club individual businesses based on the strategic relatedness and not based on geography, product or whatever it is. The above things we saw now: geography, product, customer, process. In this basis we won't divide, we are going to group the processes based on the strategic related. If two businesses are related to one another strategically, club it. Here the businesses get the utmost authority. We saw now strategic planning also they will do. So there are three levels: corporate, who focus only on the overall strategy, and business, they focus on business level strategy. Divisions focus on product and related technology, market or that functional related thing. And inside every SBU we can have many divisions. Please understand, we have Reliance Retail. Reliance Retail have many divisions. Yes, Reliance Retail can be divided into divisions based on geography, product or whatever it is, right? Because the SBU itself will act as a separate company. It is acting as a separate company, right? Matrix structure we saw: project based, dual reporting, right? There will be a project manager who is temporary and the functional managers who are permanent. Clear? Network structure means outsourcing. You will just have a small room and sit and say that is company, meaning you outsource production, you outsource R&D, you outsource sales, you outsource marketing. Whenever you need, you take them. You outsource accounting, you outsource finance. Whenever you need, you take them. If you don't need, you won't take it. Meaning a virtual organization that operates as central coordinating. What does this does? It just coordinates. So the strategic logic is core competency. It allows a firm to focus exclusively on distinctive competencies while leveraging expertise. Will they outsource everything? No. Please understand, they outsource only the things which they feel the other person is best at. All the core fields they keep it, because the core fields, if they outsource, secrecy will be gone, right? Advantages: extremely flexible, achieve high cost efficiency. You don't have to manage the cost of maintaining the production system. You don't have to pay the wages, you don't have to take the risk of anything. No fixed cost, or very less fixed cost. Sorry. Limitations: heavy dependence on external partners. Over specialization may expose the firm on strategic vulnerability. Next one is hourglass. This is the corporate level, this is the business level, this is the functional level. The corporate level is broad, functional level is broad, the business level is very small. Meaning the small represents the number of people, human beings working in that business level. So if it is very small, what will happen? How can this happen? How can coordination happen up and down? This happens through technology. Here technology is replacing the human beings, right? A narrow middle management, broad top and a wide bottom. Technological driver, advanced IT webs and all those things manage the middle roles, right? Like reporting and coordination. Vertical information flow vertically and quickly because no human beings are involved in it, or very less human beings are involved. But the limitation is, since it is highly technological dependent, that becomes a increased workload pressure to the very less team that they already have. This little team they have now, they will carry all the burden. That is one limitation. Another is promotion opportunity for employees are limited due to fewer hierarchy. People working here, they cannot directly go to corporate level, they can only go to business level, but that business level is very small here, meaning growth opportunity and promotion opportunity are nothing, are not at all there. Over dependency on technology, if the system crashes, the system also crashes. Organization culture, culture is the what the organization represents collectively, right? It serves as an internal complex. The culture encompasses a philosophy of shared values, rituals, symbols, traditions, and define how things are done around here. How the things are done defines the culture. So the culture strategy relationship, they are telling strategy is first and culture follows the strategy, meaning culture should be in line with the strategy. It is not that strategy should be in line with culture. So we have seen the forward linkage, backward linkage, right? The same concept, meaning the culture, strategy and culture. Strategy will influence culture and rigid culture will in turn influence the future strategy. This is forward linkage, this is backward linkage. Clear? Benefits of strategy supportive culture: it motivates the employees, it improves the working habits and collaboration, it provides a structured set of standard for decision making. Clear these 3 points. How to manage the changing problem culture? Cultures are very difficult to change. How to manage it? Most difficult managerial challenge because deeply held values and habits create emotions. The process must begin with diagnostic phase. Culture is difficult to change. You cannot waste your resources changing all cultures. You don't have to change all cultures. What you need is, you first have to identify which culture is supporting us and which culture is acting as an hindrance. Not all the cultures are affecting us. Some culture will act as an support, some culture will act as an hindrance. Only choose that culture which acts as an obstacle and then remove it. For that you have to first diagnose phase. That is the first one. Management must implement visible and decisive actions such as revising policies, designing incentive systems and replacing leaders tied to old culture. Decisive actions are necessary to demonstrate that transformation is a serious strategic initiative rather than a superficial change. Clear? Leadership's role and time horizon. What is that? So it requires sustained commitment. So leaders act as change agents, meaning they act as an agent for change. How long it will take? 2 to 5 years to change. It is very difficult now, so it takes that much time. Strategic leadership, what it does? It defines the destination shaping, he shapes the destination. He is a vision aligner. He is living with the strategy. You don't just speak about strategy, you have to live by it. Empowerment of the philosophy of the Lao Tzu, meaning the highest form of strategic leadership, empowers people to achieve results themselves through subtle guidance. Managerial framework of reference. What is the leadership mindset? Foundational assessment, meaning this refers to a specific set of assumptions, beliefs and all those things, that is the accepted wisdom that forms the foundation of the manager's mindset. Contextual understanding, it shapes how the leader perceives the organization. Mindset conflict, meaning if there is any conflict of opinion, you should not be treated as a conflict between two people, but actually seen as a conflict between mindset. Cognitive complexity, leaders must adopt these frames of reference to handle the cognitive complexity and ambitious information typically in modern environment. Adaptable requirement, in a rapidly changing culture, leader must be willing to abandon old wisdom and embrace new strategies, right? So it is more like a agile thing, they should be adaptive. Multifaceted role, what are the roles of a leader? Pala role irukku. He is a visionary, he is a chief entrepreneur, chief administrator, culture builder, resource acquirer and allocator. You acquire the resources, allocate the resources. Capabilities you build, process integrator, crisis manager, spokesperson and negotiator, motivator and cheerleader. Arbitrator, meaning he mediates and solves conflict, conflict resolution and policy maker. Arbitrator is conflict resolution. Now, situational leadership styles. What are the different leadership styles? It can be authoritarian, perspective leader, meaning he step into the shoes of others and think, right? Gather deeper insight from the ground and understand employees' concern. He steps into the shoes of the employees and think from employees' point of view. Compromising decision maker, necessary when a leader must find a middle ground. Somewhere the leader at times should take compromise decision. They can't perfectly take a decision that they wish. So compromise decision. Participating leader, he participate means he participates everyone in the decision making process, involve employees in the decision making process. He is a coach or an advisor, that can be an approach. Focus on mentoring and guiding people. What are the 5 key roles in strategy execution? First is monitoring and problem solving, building esprit de corps, meaning team spirit, building responsiveness to innovation, ethical leadership should be established and pushing for corrective actions. Broad leadership approaches, transformational, transactional. Transformational, what they do is they go beyond finance. Before something is done, sorry. They go beyond finance. They go beyond finance, meaning they are charismatic, inspiring. They, with speeches and things, they motivate people to work more than what they actually get. Are they fools to work? No, because he has motivated them like that. It is transformational. He is coming there and transforming the business. When you see people get transformed, people get inspired. Ratan Tata, they are transformational leaders. Transactional leaders, meaning everything is seen as a transaction. This is nothing but old school, pa. Old school, meaning there will be, in transactional there will be rules. Here rules will be there, but more than following a rule, people will be motivated naturally to be good. Naturally they will become better. Here they are forced to behave better. Please understand, here they actually become better. Here they believe, they behave better, they don't actually be better. When we see a boss or a teacher, what we do? Become silent. Why? Are we really respecting? Nah, nothing. But we behave as if we are respecting. Rules, policies and guidelines will be established. Clear? So controlled activities and use formal authority to exchange rewards and performance. You do better, you get paid, right? So it is more like transactional. So strategic versus managerial leadership. Strategic leadership focus on long term, managerial focus on short term. Strategic leader focus about vision, managerial leaders focus about day to day operation. Strategic leader focus about seeks to change the organization's future, managerial thing tend to maintain the current performance level. Done. Control. Strategic control is nothing but standard costing. What you do in standard costing? You set a standard. Objectives and standards are set. What's the standard setting? The next one is you measure the actual performance. Correct? In standard costing, measure the actual performance, and then comparison and analysis. What does comparison and analysis means? After monitoring and measuring, you analyze the compare the actual with the standard and analyze the deviation and take corrective feedbacks. The same thing here also. So what are the different organizational controls? Operational, management, strategic. Operation at functional level, this at business level, and this at corporate. Clear? Operational control na enapa? Specific transaction rather than entire organization. Day to day operations are seen. Operates mechanically. Management focus na integrating different departments in the business, only in that business alone. But in strategic, both formulation and implementation, early warning systems are made to track the strategic relevance, identify the problems and changes in the underlying assumptions. So it is more strategic. 4 types of strategic planning. Premise control. Premise means assumptions, meaning you want to validate the assumptions. You want to check that if the assumptions that are the foundations for building the strategy still become relevant or not. If the assumptions are not relevant, that means premise control should be kept in place. So whenever you see the word assumption in the case study, you immediately your mind should go on to understand the premise control. Strategic surveillance functions as an unfocused, broad-based and general monitoring system for diverse information. So uncovers unanticipated information that may be missed by more focused controls and systems. Special alert control means what? In strategic surveillance, what you do? Surveillance, you randomly go and pick up information in a more informal way. You don't consciously move to understand something in a formal line. Say for example, you are a CEO, you go in a plane and you see a fellow person sitting next to you is speaking about something and you are getting some information from that conversation. So you take that, you read the business newses and attend professional meetings and all those things, right? So what you do? You do it in a more casual way. That is surveillance. Special alert control, that is nothing but emergency team management or crisis management, right? At the time of natural calamities, terror attacks, sudden policy changes or industrial disasters, all those things, some response has to be triggered. That what you call as special alert control. Implementation control, that assess the overall strategic needs and modifications as a major plan. Implementation control has specific mechanism. One is monitoring strategic thrust, other one is milestone review, meaning when I should really focus on the control of implementation, when you have crossed the milestone, so the entire implementation process is divided into critical time frames and each time frame is called a milestone and involves tracking key strategic initiatives to determine if the strategy is processing as intended, right? Purpose and strategic surveillance, feedback mechanism, triggers for change, relevance check and continuous improvement. What are the purpose and strategic significance of this implementation control? It acts as a feedback mechanism. It triggers for change, because only when you see a deviation you tend to feel, oh, we have to work on it. So trigger for change. Relevance check, you check there's more deviation, you see, Is the strategy still relevant? You ask only when you have a deviation. Continuous improvement. You focus on reducing the deviation. Correct, Appa? Every time you focus on reducing the deviation. In that context, you keep bettering yourself every time. Strategic performance measure. We have to measure the performance, right? That's what they're telling. Systematic execution tool. Strategic performance measure is a systematic approach to used by line executives to translate high level strategic goals into actionable reality. To bridge the action with the goal, they use performance measures, because only when they have a measuring system in place, they can know whether they are progressing or not. Clear? So tracking mechanism, it provides a continuous mechanism for tracking an organization's process towards long-term goal. That's the entire thing, aligning with the goal. Common organization language. SPM creates a shared language. Daily alignment. By performance measurements, every daily actions they take are ensured that it is there aligned with the higher goals, right? Daily alignment. Performance snapshot. It gives a performance snapshot about the entity, how well the department is, how well the corporate level is, how well the functions are, how well the business is doing. So it gives a snapshot. So fundamental designs for giving KPI. What are KPI? KPI are those factors, key performance indicators, the indicators that are used for strategic performance measure. KPI are the indicators used for SPM. KPI are used for SPM. Cause effect linkage, behavior impact, avoiding analytical paralysis. This is very important thing. What? That KPI should be having a clear relationship between the current performance and the future strategic outcome. And behavioral impact, KPI strongly influences employees' behavior. When they say simply change, no one will change. But if you keep an indicator, measure it and monitor it, the moment, the very fact that it is getting monitored itself will create a sense of fear element. Oh, if I don't come, they are monitoring it, they are quantifying it, and my performance appraisal is based on that. So I will do it properly. It will shape the employees' behaviors. Rational versus political dynamics in implementation. What is it? Rational forces are nothing but the openness, transparency, and objectives self-analysis. This is good. It is supported by rational factors, and it is influenced by political factors. What are political factors? Hierarchy, power games, corporate politics, rivalries, right? They resist to be transparent. Explicit and implicit strategy. When political forces come into picture, what you have is explicit strategy. What you have is explicit strategy and not explicit effects, and not the implicit one. Explicit are what you are expressing, and implicit is what you actually have. When teacher is crossing, you get up. If you become silent, that those are explicit. Those are not coming out of true respect. I don't know, it can come out of, it should come out of true respect. If it is so, then it is implicit. So this political factors is shaping more explicit expressions and not implicit ones. Conflict between these forces may result in explicit strategy that is politically acceptable, while in real, critical elements remain unspoken or implicit. 6 types of performance. What are the areas in which is very important? The areas in which I can keep the performance measures. Financial measure, customer satisfaction measure. I can keep the performance measures as for financial elements, and I can develop KPIs corresponding to financial measures. So KPIs are nothing but, in strategic control we saw something called standards, right? They fix the standards, compare the actual with the standard, and then identify the corrective actions. Am I right? So this control standards they are keeping, right? The standards are nothing but KPI. It is the KPI which they keep it as standards. So when you say financial measure, for financial measure is a strategic performance measure against a KPI. So we have to assign a KPI against these measures. Please understand, we have to assign a KPI against each and every measure. So what are the KPIs you can assign for financial? Net profit, return on investment, EBITDA, EAT, PAT, EPS, anything. Customer satisfaction measure, market measure, employee measure, innovation measure, environment measure. Clear? Customer satisfaction, number of people coming in, customer acceptance rate, that becomes a KPI. Market measurement, market share growth. Employee measurement, number employee turnaround ratio can be a KPI for employee performance measurement, or measurement in terms of performance measurement in terms of employees. Innovation measure, degree of amount spent on R&D, number of new innovative products came, it can be KPI. If this is the strategic performance measure, if this is a SPM, then KPI becomes R&D rates, number of new innovative products came, and all those things. Environmental measures, right? The amount spent on CSR, the water treatment plants, number of water treatment plants came, like those are sustainability and ecological responsibilities. So strategic wise, strategic significance of performance measure, why we should do it? To align with the goal, to inform resource allocation, to ensure a culture of continuous improvement, external accountability, to show the board members and everyone that what you have done. They will ask now what I have done in 1 year. You show, see, this is the KPI and I have improved the KPI, achieved the KPI. You show it. So enables organization demonstrate transparency like shareholders, including stakeholders, regulators and public. Criteria for selecting the right measures. Criteria for selecting the right measure. How do I know? I told now for each and every one I gave some random examples. For example, financial measure, I told net profit. If financial measure is the SPM, net profit becomes a KPI. That's what I told. Now, how do I know this KPI is correct? There's nothing called a right or wrong KPI. It is always depending on certain factors. What are the factors? First is, see whether the KPI that you are assigning towards as SPM is relevant. The data for KPI, that the KPI is measurement, right? So the data for measurement is available. Not only that, the data availability is one thing, the data should be of quality data, that is another thing, and the data should be timely data, meaning timely should come. You have fixed the KPI, but to extract the data and give it, it will take 3 months, meaning that will become a outdated data, but the data should be up to date, current. Then only relevant quick strategies based on this KPI only the future strategies will be taken, right? So that's like backward linkage is on a based on the implementation. These are the results that are coming out of implementations, right? So based on the implementations, the future strategy will be formulated or influenced. There is backward linkage, right? So the data should be timely. Clear? This is what it is. We have done it. And now coming to case studies. How to read a case study? Let me tell you this. What problems many people face is they read the case study fully and then try to understand what it is and then try to connect the concepts. What I am telling is, don't do that. Instead, do this. As and when you read the case study, you would have read the concepts. We have covered all the concepts. We have briefly covered. This is a marathon thing, right? We have briefly skimmed through, assuming you would have read it. We are just refreshing, brushing up your memory, right? We are sufficiently brushed up, I think. But still, coming back, what is the thing is, whenever you read a case study, please understand this carefully. Whenever you read a case study, you first read the case study, and as and when you read it, you underline those things that you feel is taking towards the concept. Please understand, whenever ICAI is framing any concept for case study, they will take that case study will travel towards a particular concept. That case study will travel towards a particular concept. You have to identify what concept it is, and you have to know the concept, connect with the concept and write it in the language strategic management required to give. Just like how audit is having a language, law is having a language, SM also has a language. You have to give that language, right? If you take this notes of mine, you have keywords against each and every concept, so that when you read the concept, you read you read the concept, you get to connect the concept with the case study, and you know what to write. You have the words here, right? You have the words here, you use these words in the answer and write and underline the key words given. For every concept is given. For every concept, the enhanced keywords will be given in this book. It is a summary book, so every concept, enhanced keywords and keywords will be given. So what you have to do? You have to first read the case study. As and when you read the case study, you have to first keep on skimming through all the concepts and see what concept this is actually heading towards. So the concept fixing should happen not after reading the entire case study, but as and when you read the case study. In that way, what will happen? You tend to save a lot of time, because when you read the concept, you tend to misplace or misread or overlook certain important points. But as you read, when you focus on what concepts are covered, at the end, when you read the end full stop of the case study, you will completely know, okay, they are coming to this concept, so you read the concept. Clear? So try this strategy. As and when you read the case study, skim through all the concepts mentally and see what are concepts will be coming, what are possible concepts they might ask based on the, you see the keywords. If they use the word element in the case study, that means they're heading towards McKinsey's awareness framework. Clear? So you tend to see the hints against each and every case study, right? You will do great. All the very best. God bless you all. Thank you.